Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to wherever you are in the world. Welcome to the RCI 6-hour challenge esports series, live both on Twitch and YouTube here at RCI TV. The Autodromo Internazionale Enzo E. Dino Ferrari, better known as Imola, plays host to round two. 4.909 kilometers in length, and one of the very few international circuits ran in an anti-clockwise direction, makes it a very challenging lap. I'm John Dalton. Alongside me is Kevin Galvin, and as always, bringing you the pictures, Stewie behind the cameras. Welcome, everyone.
Thanks, John, and welcome here to Imola. We're right on the outskirts of the southwest, or southeast, should I say, of Italy. Gorgeous track. It's like almost like a country club for motorsport enthusiasts. It always kind of reminds me of Virginia in America. Those two tracks always kind of remind me of each other because they're narrow, they're twisty, they kind of have that edge of kind of elitism about them, maybe a little bit. And a gorgeous day here at Imola, as you would expect for the springtime in gorgeous Italia. So, round two, Kyalami was our first round, and a very, very good round at that. Veloce. But a whole new set of challenges here at Imola. And John, it's all about the curbs here.
Yeah, it is all about the curbs. We've already had a few drivers complaining about the curbs here. Of course, on the inside of a lot of the chicanes and the slower corners, we do have massive anti-cut curbs here. As Nicholas Arnker for Team 1 FF takes your inaugural qualifying lap here, as we jump on board with his driver's point of view down into turn one, hard on the brakes, sixth gear, all the way down to second gear. Be very careful of the curbs on the inside. You want to set yourself up for a good drive through to turn three as we head down to what will be the next chicane. Of course, the Villeneuve, the Villeneuve chicane through turns 5 and 6. Again, big anti-cut curbs on the inside. You see him working the steering wheel there as we head up to turn 7 of Tosa. A very tight, slow corner. Makes for a good passing place if you can set the car up coming out of the Villeneuve chicane. And we now begin the run up the hill through what will be turn 8 of the kink. It's not really a turn. It's more of a flat out, of course, right-hander into Piratella turn 9, top of the hill. And again, anti-cut curbs on the inside. Be very careful of track limits here. If you start pushing it, you do end up with a few infractions. Will be coming down the pit lane as they now head down to Aqua Minerale, a very tricky section, especially for the Porsches, of course, with the weight over the rear end, subject to very fast weight change. Flick it in too hard and you might find your rear end overtaking you. They now head up to what will be the last chicane, the Variante Alta. Big curbs on the inside. Again, track limits on the exit. Got to be very careful not to exploit too many of them. And we now begin run down the hill to Ravazza. Turn 16, this little kink. Again, not really a turn. And look at the sea of cars, Kevin. Everybody waiting to start laps, bailing out of Nicholas Anker's way. Not what we want to see here at RCI, but a lot of drivers on the grid all fighting for track position. Hopefully that's not affected him too much.
That is tight, yeah. Hopefully not. They seem to do a reasonably good job of slowing down, but remember, just the size of the grid, like there's 42 cars here, all trying to kind of find their own piece of the track here at an Imola circuit that is, if I can get my timing right, about 4 or 5 kilometers long, just over 3 miles, much over 3 miles, so 49 cars backed over in 3 miles, all trying to find maybe 50, 100 yards of space to get their qualifying lap going. But thankfully, everybody do a reasonable job of staying out of the way. It is a very, very difficult one. Whitehead goes through here now in the 9-1 Veloce Porsche 912 RCI car, and that obviously that Porsche 912 was a new car for this year, the 911. A lot of questions around the BOP, of course, in the take last week, 12 hours. We have a custom BOP here, well, John, in the afternoon. That will make for something a bit interesting. You might see cars perform slightly different than they would in game, and of course it's really like, because of the tracks here, because of the curbs here, there are certain cars that obviously take the curbs a little bit better. The Bentley Continental, heavier front engine cars, able to take those curbs a little bit better, but that isn't being reflected in the timing sheet. Porsche, BMW, Audi, and only then. Oh, I was going to say then we see Bentley, but immediately up into 121 Audi with sorry, oh, that's a Verstappen bailing out. My point being, without rambling, is that it should be Bentley and Mercs, but not really see Bentley and works up the top end of the table.
Yeah, certainly so. Only two teams picking the, one team, I think, picking the Bentley. The SMP Racing Esports guys fielding 2 cars. So we won't see too many of those, but Sebastian Apostel in the BMW making it work, certainly. And Davide Tanitza in the 27 Lamborghini finds himself up in P2 at the moment, as we see the SMP car there off track, invalidating the lap. Griphax Engineering in the Aston was a strong car last time out at Kyalami. Definitely a good performance from those boys. Team of finish drivers, I believe, on that one. Timo Karppinen taking the qualifying lap for them. Just 14 minutes to go in the session. Still plenty of time for improvement. And like you say, Kevin, of course, a custom BOP here. So drivers that might have competed in split 1 yesterday in the kind of free split, should we say, where there is, of course, no prize money on the line, might be having a slightly different outcome to what they're used to here. And we will look to Timo Karppinen over the line, P3 with a 141.662, firing the Aston Martin to the top of the board. David Pertile there in the 95 as well, way up there just behind Luke Whitehead's time. And this man here, Marco Bischoff, no stranger to the Porsche platform. A little bit of traffic ahead there in the Legions of Racers Ferrari, but maybe he can use that to tow himself up to the line. A little bit of opposite lock coming out of the last turn. Ferrari definitely gets the legs on him. Bischoff currently down in P11, had a great performance with the Kramer Racing Esports team last time out at Kyalami as well. And Bischoff goes P5 with a very solid time indeed. So Porsche looking quite strong at the moment.
Yeah, the Porsche is looking strong, of course. My apologies, the 912 is not the newest of the Porsches. A little bit ahead of myself there. The 912, of course, is the number of the car, but I do know there's obviously the new Porsche coming, a little bit of raft of new cars, the new Ferrari coming as well. So interesting to see. I wonder, will these guys be able to change? I think we were having a conversation about this before, John, weren't we? About the ability to change. Can they switch over to the new one if you're in the 488? Evo, can you now switch to the new Ferrari that's coming down the line or not? I'm not entirely sure. Here is Dario Iamulo. He's an Italian racing in his home race, and you can see the Italian tricolour there on the curbs here. Very, very aggressive curbs, serrated curbs here at Imola, although they are the friendlier of the ones. The sausage curbs, John, it's something that drivers hate. It's something that's really kind of come in to discussion, particularly given some of the accidents we've seen. What do you, obviously in ACC and in Sim it's a great way, but generally are you a fan of them, or what can we do to try and, I suppose, stop people corner cutting whilst also making it safe?
Yeah, it's a very weird subject, both in the real world and the sim world, of course. We've seen some very big accidents in the real world. The most famous one I can remember, Monza, WEC, I think last year, with the Aston Martin that decided to launch itself upside down and through the second chicane there. Of course, drivers will always be trying to push limits where they can. If they see something that they can use, of course, we see Manisha there right up to the anti-cut curb and a little bit over it as well. It's a good way to stop people trying it. Of course, it then brings in car setup. Can you make the car behave in such a way over the curb that makes it viable to try and push it even harder? Imola, they're not too severe here. I mean, the Circuit of the Americas have some quite savage ones on a lot of their corner exits. I've seen a few cars in ACC go airborne over them before, as we see David Tanitza there for the Jean Alesi Esports team bailing out of the next lap for himself as the Simware Pro by VDES Aston number 14 there comes down into Aqua Minerale section, yet to set a time down in P46, and of course Martin Lawrence as well, Connection Lost Racing, friends of RCI for a long while now, yet to set a time as well as he brings himself towards the line. But back to the anti-cut discussion, it's a tricky one. You know, you'll always have people trying to cut things. Misano, I think, is a good example of curbs. I mean, they're relatively flat. Of course, Misano graded for motorcycle racing, so the last thing you want, of course, as a rider is to jump over these anti-cut curbs, where GT cars are a little bit more stable, prototype cars maybe not behaving so well over them. But it's a very tricky subject to discuss. It's, you know, you'll appease some drivers, you'll upset other drivers. It's almost like being an admin and a server. You're never going to keep everybody happy kind of all at once with your decision on that one.
Yeah, no, I do think, so, to be fair here at Imola, as you say, they're not the most severe, but I also think they're relatively fairly placed. I mean, if you are going into some of those sausage curb territory, you are being quite ambitious in terms of how much curb you're able to take. And even on this last corner here, the turn 19, the second part of Cavazza, like, you know, it's a great place to corner cut if you want, but then of course they don't have sausage curbs in the opening part where you're coming down the hill, making it, which is it's a kind of more difficult. But I feel like they're fairly placed here at Imola. I feel like it pushes drivers to having to make sure they keep a clean and tidy line through. And Imola, in terms of a GT track as well, I really like it. I have to say, I'm not a big fan of it on the F1 calendar. I think it ends up being a bit processional. I'm not a huge fan of it either for multi-class racing, just due to the amount of corners that are single line. Particularly, you look at the not Tamburello, but the Piratella, should I say. Like, that's a very difficult one. That's the kind of one where if you're over ambitious and then run down into Akron and Arale, it puts GT3 cars or the lowest class cars under pressure. But I do like Imola for GT3 racing. I think it flows really nicely. It rewards kind of precise driving and the ability to get on the pedal early. I like that rundown, that sort of kinked rundown into turn 2 and the Tamburello chicane. So a lot of chicanes, though. It seems like Italian tracks are characterized by their fondness of chicanes.
Yeah, Italians do love a chicane to break up a straight, don't they? In the history of Monza, of course, that used to be a very straight circuit indeed. Luke Whitehead just touching on the qualifying at the moment, just over 8 minutes to go. Luke Whitehead is your provisional pole sitter at the moment, although lots of drivers looking to improve. We've got Tyre McCormack not too far behind there in P3. Xavier Patel still giving it some in P2 as well. Fiala for the other Williams Esports team looking to challenge as much as they can here today. Of course, qualifying 6-hour race ahead of us isn't always important. It does, of course, help you get the kind of clean start that you want towards turn 1. Of course, you can keep yourself out of a lot of the midfield, the backpack drama. But of course, here today as well, we do have a sponsored pole position award brought to you by Go Setups. They are going to add €100 to each car over the course of the season that sticks it on pole. Of course, last time out, this car here, Williams Esports Team Razor, took the said bonus €100 to their prize pool. And today we've got Tyre McCormack in the car along with Tinko van der Velde. Of course, last time out we did have Charlie Crossland featuring in that car, but no Charlie here with us today, unfortunately. Tyre McCormack coming down to the last sector now, as just refresh our live timing here, looking good on the first couple of sectors. It's got a little bit of a tow from the Gatto Chain Ballas Esports car ahead of him. Comes to the line. Can he improve? And he does. Sticks it on pole. Very commanding. 140.727. And I just want to touch on the track surface quickly, Kevin. It's, of course, fast at the moment, and the track is going to be forever improving over these next 6.5 minutes. So the later you can get across that line to set your time is probably going to be the better.
Oh, absolutely. And even the likes of Dara, who, to be fair, has absolutely exploded in the last couple of years. Young Kildare man, 17-year-old from my own country, so I keep an eye on him. And there's not too many Irish racers on the top sort of echelons of sim racing. Oscar Mangan being another who races predominantly in iRacing. But back to Dara, he's been really a sensation since coming in a couple of years ago. Just so quick, so consistent. It's a very, very difficult sphere to get into, especially as, I know it's a young man's game generally, but Dara's even on the younger end. He still hasn't done his leaving cert. That'll be his priority for next year, I think, when he goes into his final year secondary school in Ireland. But he's just absolutely flying it. And as you say, like, we'll have clear conditions for the start of the race. So really being able to get a good qualifying lap, being able to put yourself up there is so important. And as you say, the surface improving all the time. If we had a wet race, if we had changeable conditions, it would shake it up. But with things looking so dry, and so it's going to be much more difficult to try and make that strategy call to get yourself ahead. It gives you less opportunity. Certainly the opening part of the race, we don't know what the weather's going to do later on. But the ability to get yourself up near the front, obviously €100 will always go well. That always, that's always a good motivator for guys. But particularly if you're Dara and you're 17 and you're probably not getting that much pocket money, 100 quid probably goes down pretty well. But in terms of the actual sense of just making sure that you're up near the front, that you can react when things happen, I think it's going to be a crucial one. So watch this space for the next 4.5 minutes. We say qualifying can often not make a huge difference, but I think with the consistency that some of these guys have shown, the fact that they're so used to racing against each other in so many different kinds of series, and the fact that we have such dry weather, I actually do think qualifying could play a significant role, more so than in other races this afternoon.
Yeah, of course. We saw last time out, of course, big gainers and big movers in a lot of the grid. Just touching on, we have a chatter in our Twitch. Crashneck, our very own Kevin Boss, mentioned yesterday from his experience in the free to enter split that he of course raced in. Gained a lot of positions in their first stint. Kyle Army, they went from P38 all the way up to P12. Imola, they found themselves going from P30 to P15. And of course, with a grid this competitive, kind of every inch matters, shall we say? Of course, if you can start an extra row forward on the grid, it could have a completely different outcome for any, incidents or, any passes that you can make on the opening lap, as Patrick Sodicat there for Wild Things Racing gains 3 positions. Sebastian Apostle for West Competition Racing, another young driver. Just want to touch on him as well. Of course, we saw him at last week at VEM, taking some very dominant positions, and he's going to be looking to do the same here in the BMW M4. No stranger, of course, to the machine. West Competition Racing, actually sponsored by BMW over in Romania, so it just proves how big virtual racing's got, sim racing, esports, and that kind of stuff. Like you said earlier, Kevin, on Tyre McCormack, of course, 17 years old. And I think Sebastian Apostle, from memory, is about the same age and has been a Romanian karting champion, nearly finishing in P3, I believe, in 22 and 21 over in his homeland. So a lot of these drivers do have real-life experience. Some people, maybe like Tyre McCormack, of course, cut his teeth, I believe, in Forza. Correct me if I'm wrong there, Kevin.
I think so, yeah, but it's I suppose it's the natural step, and it goes to show as well, like a platform how serious, and the RCI events. Oh, that praise is no praise, but when you see the likes of BMW sponsored, some of the names, absolutely backed field, the likes of George Boo, probably the best, most recognizable ACs. Driver, it's just, even Robert Bischoff, it's just, it just goes to show you really how serious guys think competition. There's 11,000 euros on the line. Like it's not a small amount of money, and it's a great opportunity for drivers who spend so many hours in it. I mean, you look online, I know as tracks it, like guys are up to 2,500-3,500 hours spent on this platform since it released, and it's a very robust platform for what it does. So it just goes to show you that when it comes to GT racing, if that's your thing, or GT4 racing now, that's your thing, ACC is the place to be. And that's why we're seeing all these guys make that step up from other simulators or simcades up into ACC, and having the opportunity to prove their skills against the best in the world.
Yeah, of course, like you say, 11,000 euros on the line is a considerable amount of money for any team going, as we see Ren Velton there improve their time up into P8 with their iconic kind of Tiger livery, of course, fielding an Aston and a Ferrari here today, I believe. Just want to touch back on, sorry, Dara, I feel like we're talking about him loads already in the stream, and we barely just begun. If you do want to have a chat with him, apparently he is at Gamerfest in Dublin, so anybody over that side of the pond from myself, Kevin, probably more up your street there than me. He will be doing a talk about his esports career and esports in Ireland in general. So, if you are interested to see if you can kind of break your way through the door in the Irish market, certainly head on down to Gamerfest and check out as we view Tyre McCormack here coming across the line. Another improvement there with a 1:40.567, cementing his time towards the top of the grid even more, as now Marco Lomi for Gato Chain Barlas Esports is in P12 at the moment. We got Luke Whitehead, of course, needs no introduction, that man. SRO Esports America, I believe, champion in 22, so has more than enough kind of stats to his name, should we say, and reputation as he brings the Porsche down the main straight. The 912 numbered, of course, 991 across the line. He goes P2 with a 140.692, just 0.125 off Dyer's time. And Fiala, again, another car did strong in Kyalami at the beginning, and then it kind of all unraveled towards the end as they picked up drive-throughs, penalties, track cuts, etc. It just kind of all went down the pan. And a Williams front row lockout at the moment. Fiala puts it in P2. 140.602 will be the time to beat to get your car on the front row. And SMP Racing Esports here in the 888 Bentley now to the line. A 141.062, their best time to beat. They do improve up into P4. Kramer Esports, Marco Bischoff way down the order here. We were just praising him in our last kind of speaking segment. The 977 Porsche looking to improve only up to P16. Big car to keep an eye on through the race. That's going to be one that's going to be kind of making its way through the field, trying to make up every position they can, as now Statsenko and Apostle to the line. Apostle currently P8, improves to P5. Statsenko then says, no, I'll be having that P5 off you. Shoves Apostle down to P6. Tyre McCormack across the line, beats his personal best again, Kevin, with a 140.235, cementing pretty much. I think this could be a Williams front row lockout as we see the last few cars coming to the line. John Alesi, David Tanitza into P8 in the number 27 Lamborghini, and that rounds out your qualifying, Kevin.
Yeah, as we expected, times got faster as the track improved. The best times coming right at the end of the session. Darren McCormack and Wojciech Fiala rocking out, as you say, an Audi and a Williams front row. Dara, as we were saying, will be speaking at Gamerfest in Dublin. They'll have sims there, but good luck trying to beat Dara's time, because this guy is just so rapid. Even with the 15 kilograms, should I say, handicap, they are still running away with it. So look at the difference as well. Like, I mean, Dara there is 140.2. The next one is Wojciech, of course, 140.6, like a 3.5 thousand. It's a massive difference. Like, that is normally we're used to seeing kind of 5/10 separate the top maybe 10 in these events, but 3/10, almost 4/10 separating first and second is enormous. And as we go down the grid now, George Boothby down in 14th. That's a surprise. I thought they might be further up in the grid. Just goes to show you, though, how competitive this grid is. As we work our way down the grid, look at even seconds off. We go down to P32, and now we're down to being seconds off. So there is more of a pace difference than I thought. But totally honest, it looks like the Williams are quite, and Dara particularly, is quite a step ahead. So if he can run well and he can, stay out of trouble in the opening half an hour, as I'm just going to say that, look at the weather as we go to a couple of pan shots we took earlier this morning around Imola, but the weather won't be staying like this for long, John.
I just noticed rain due in half an hour from the qualifying session. But of course, we are reloading the server at the moment due to, of course, the limited tire sets that we run here. Something me and Kevin haven't touched on yet, but only giving them 4 sets of tires per race. That's, of course, dry tires. Wet tires in ACC do, of course, come unlimited in their sets, regardless of the rule set of the server. So 4 sets to last you 6 hours. There's a double stint in there for you, Kevin.
Yeah, they're definitely, and I suppose it depends on when you decide to do it as we go back through our full grid. This is how the championship stands at the moment. Williams Esports Razor 55 points. Then we're down to Team 1 FF on 48, and the Veloci team then 992 on 40 points. The Kramer Racing Esports team, you were keeping an eye out for them, John. They're P4 championship at the moment, followed by SMP, Ace Tech, Team Racing Point, Gatto Chain, Ballas Esport, both of those teams, of course, Italian team, home team, well here. The other, Veloci 24 and Pro. Thanks as well, of course, AKE Sports giving €100 to Darren McCormack and his Williams Esports teams. They're the leading Italian company in esports management across the world, and of course, this is their home race. Founded in 2005, and then debuted their first official Porsche Esports Championship in 2020 alongside and the Lara. Any other brands included, and our server solution, of course. Check out our website in the description below. Fanatec, don't really think I need to introduce them too much. I'm sitting in front of one of their wheels and their shifter. If you've been involved in sim racing for any amount of time, you'll have heard their name. Just really solid products. Force feedback wheels, direct drive, pedals, load cells, much, much more. Of course, their new recent, as recent as recent direct drive range has really opened up the market there. And of course, we have an affiliate link below if you are looking for some new Fanatec software. If you're looking for new Fanatec software, there are reviews and stuff right across the way. Well, and finally, Go Sports, one of the premium sports setup stores for Assetto Corsa Competizione. Obviously, ACC is one that is so dependent on setups, so Go Setups go for that for all skill levels, plethora of esports stars on their team. So you have the right amount of experience, including, John, many of those who are racing today.
Yeah, there's a couple of people obviously in today's race that you will find on the Go Setups roster. So plenty of knowledge available on there as well. As we kind of scroll through some of the championship standings, of course, we're down to kind of the bottom end of the grid. We've got West Competition Racing to note there, P25, expecting to see bigger things from them at the moment. Kyalami just kind of didn't really go their way. We've got another Azatec Sim Sports car, of course, down there, number 45. The nearly on pace guys, the Swedish team in the 899. John Lacey Esports 1 and 3 on the same page. FFS Racing scored just 3 points out last time at Kyalami. Of course, the top 30 in the championship will get points each round, and the top 20 come the end of the championship in points will fetch some kind of prize money along, of course, with any of those bonuses that they picked up across the championship with the pole position award, of course, brought to you by Go Setups. And then, of course, we do have in the race as well, every hour on the hour, we'll show a QR code on the screen. We'll be posting a link in the chat, and you can, of course, vote for who you believe is your AK Esports team of the race. And of course, last time out, Veloce managed to pick that one up with their amazing comeback drive. Started P3, shoved all the way down to nearly dead last come the first turn, and then just clawed their way back through the grid, and even managed to put themselves on the podium as well. So, everything to play for here. Of course, just a little breakdown. If you are just joining us, we are just beginning the server switch, so we say. So we reset the amount of tires the cars can use. Of course, if you roll it through on the server, there are ways of exploiting. And of course, we don't want to give these guys any kind of advantage from each other. We want to set the playing field nice and level as they all begin to compete for round 2 for a slice of the €11,000 prize pool come the end of the championship. We, of course, had 49 teams all compete, and they all qualified within half a second of each other. So everybody on the grid here is, of course, on the top of their esports game. Big names here: Veloce, we've got Williams, we've got Team One. We've got Kramer, SMP, Barless Esports, as you saw all down the championship standings. There's some mega names. It's going to be mega competitive as we, of course, have a look towards our calendar here in the fancy new overlays we do have here. Round 1, of course, took us to Kyalami, where we saw, of course, the Williams Esports Team Razor car competing for their win. The Chill Blast car, unfortunately, not as good, although we do see a Williams lockout as we, of course, zoom into round 2, find the boot in Europe, and you will find where we are. Of course, we are in Italy for round 2 at Imola today. And, it's going to be a very competitive day. 6 hours of racing being brought to you here at RCI TV on both Twitch now and YouTube as well. So we are branching out into multi-platform. So if you haven't already, head on over to our Twitch, drop us a follow, and maybe even sync yourself in for the viewership there. Round 3, we head stateside to Indianapolis on April 16th for another, of course, 6-hour race, as the name of the championship suggests, before jetting all the way back to Europe, to kind of almost neighboring country, shall we say, in the south of Europe, in Spain. We head, of course, to Barcelona for May 7th. We will take us round 4. Audi's typically quite strong in a straight line. It's a good, fast, sweeping, flowing corner. So a balanced car will kind of help you a lot, as Barcelona will become round 4. Round 5, with, of course, the last round of the tour, shall we say. Paul Ricard in France, of course, we know with normal BOP in game, the Porsche in a straight line isn't always the easiest one to defend from your rivals in a slipstream. But of course, with custom BOP, hopefully we're going to be looking to get back into the Porsche's kind of reign of territory, should we say, where they are competitive down the straight. And the server has, of course, reloaded. Pit spots, sorry, have been a little bit shuffled, of course, with the reset as we get to go racing here. Of course, weather looking very, very good now, Kevin, on the pit lane. Hopefully, the server change won't bring any rain with us, but I'd like to see a few mixed conditions today. I'd like to see, drivers switching it up, some strategy calls being made, people jumping on dry tires at, the right time, firing themselves up the field, and, people choosing wets at the wrong time, thinking back down the field. But all to play for here today.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I would love to see nothing more than see a bit of rain, to be honest. It just throws things up in the air. I mean, the weather gods have been unkind to these drivers. They're well used to it at this point. They have those 4 sets of dry tires, of course, as we say. But those wet tires, seems to be, as you say, an unlimited amount of those. So maybe that will work in their favor as well. They won't have to double stint tires, but just throws everything up in the air. Just makes things a little bit more interesting with the drying line. Remember the F1 race not too long ago where we had rain, then dry, then rain, then all of a sudden Valtteri Bottas and George Russell came together in a way that we never thought we'd see, and might see some of that today. So yeah, absolutely. Love the geography lesson as well, John. Really appreciated it. I also feel slightly sorry for whoever has to design a map that has the US flag but also has to include Alaska. Have like half of Canada, which just blocks half the flag, and then you have that little bit of Alaska. Stars are, but there is plenty of great racing in this series coming up, and this is obviously an early enough round, so it's about trying to live reasonably out of trouble whilst also being reasonably reasonably aggressive. So these guys obviously know better than anybody else how to do it, and it is at the moment a fine day at Imola, but the weather in Italy in spring, or indeed anywhere really in Europe, spring can be rather unpredictable. So don't expect it to stay this way the entire time as we look forward to round 2 of the RCI Esports. Planet Esports.
Yeah, of course, the weather can be the kind of shoe in there, should we say, that upsets all your strategy. You come into round 2, of course, you're looking to the sky looking pretty dry. Temperatures are fairly cool at the moment, 16 air and 19 on the track surface. So if you are looking to double stint your tires, probably the cooler conditions is going to be the way you want to go. We now see West Competition Racing, of course, with their iconic purple livery to the left as we take a trip down the middle of the grid, should we say there. Jean Alesi side by side, probably looking to work themselves together if they can. Of course, Genius Esports on the right-hand side with the home Grand Prix last time at Kyalami, unfortunately didn't manage to finish. We have an empty grid spot for some reason there. Not too sure what's happened on that one. Of course, George Boothby and the Ferrari to the left-hand side. Car to keep your eye on as they work their way up the grid. Of course, Gatto Chain, Ballas Esports to the left. We then have, of course, the Armamentario Audi to the right. Kramer Racing again to the left, and another Ballas car just behind their teammates. So again, 2 cars possibly looking to work together. Ren Velton, of course, fielding 2 cars, a Ferrari on the left. We see an SMP Bentley, obviously second of the other one, much higher up in P4. Connection Loss Racing, friends of RCI for quite a while. Grip Hacks Engineering on the left, the Finnish lineup there looking to make moves as they did last time at Kyalami. Samantha Tan, of course, racing an official car here today as well with the Yas Heat to the right-hand side. Virtual Drivers by TX3, again, a team that need no introduction, very well known in the esports scene. We then have, obviously, the Team 1 FF boys on the right-hand side, both in Ferraris, so kind of matching each other there. Tatsvina Hacker, I believe, was in the camouflaged Audi last time out. And, of course, very early on a victory from last weekend at the Virtual Endurance Masters. So a driver more than capable of drilling in consistent laps. As we head towards the back of the grid, of course, we've got Lipa Esports on the right, another Virtual Drivers by TX3 car on the left. Legion of Racers, Ferrari on the right as well, as Stewie's drone seems to have fallen off the grid as we head to another server restart. Not sure what's happened here. Possibly an entry list desync, but we will be probably doing that one all over again quite soon. But it is getting nearer that time. Hopefully, we can get the green flag underway. Of course, esports is one of those things. Doesn't always go to plan sometimes. Sometimes you have to, think outside the box. And certainly this is going to be upsetting the driver's focus, I reckon, as they try and get into the
Yeah,
zone. Obviously, down to turn one. Typical pinch point at Imola. Turn one, very, very tricky to navigate. And when we got nearly 50 cars on the grid, Kevin, I wouldn't like to be a driver in this race.
I can see in the YouTube chat already people saying can't wait for T1, and they're almost like looking through closed eyes. I think when you become an esports broadcaster and you sign up for commentary, there's a number of requirements, right? There are some of the requirements are reasonably know the cars and tracks. You need to series, you need to be passionate about it, you need to be able to talk. I think one of the main ones is just the ability to waffle, because the ability to just keep things going, as we say in esports, it happens all the time, and it happens in real world too. We talk about code 80s and full course yellows and weather and all kinds of different things. A motorsport commentator does need to be able to fill in a bit of a gap, which is exactly what we're doing here. So while we're doing that, let's have a talk about Visceral Esports. They're down as Ace Tech Esports, but obviously Visceral is their name. Founded in 2015. They've 22 drivers in total, with 12 pro drivers and 10 academy drivers. I like that as well. I like to see teams that have kind of an academy coming through them. It's something we're seeing more and more, John, where teams, they almost started as 4 or 5 guys getting together racing, and then all of a sudden starts to branch out. You get more members. You start to have this kind of conveyor belt of talent coming through. It's good to see that from Visceral, and one of those teams that really kind of you see battling up towards the front more often than not.
Yeah, absolutely. So, of course, a lot of teams now do field academy teams within their kind of organizations. Of course, Williams Esports is, full of superstars up and coming, all very young drivers indeed. Of course, Jonna Lacey, I believe, does have a kind of junior team within them as well. But yeah, it's great to see, of course, like you say, a lot of these teams formed back in the day before, esports was really a thing. Sim racing was very kind of underground. You kind of had to either know someone that was in it or accidentally kind of stumble across it on an internet forum, many, many years ago. I'm talking, kind of F1 challenge era, kind of GTR1 Simbin, of course, was my original title that got me hooked. But a lot of these drivers came from friends that just paired up, played online games together, and now everything's exploded. You've got money on the line, you've got sponsorships, you've got people backing you for real physical money, and some people even do this as their kind of job, in a sense. So it's great to see that you can, of course, make a breakthrough in the esports market. And back in the day, 20 years ago, I wouldn't have dreamed of anything like this at all. It's definitely exploded. Of course, with the pandemic, everybody shut inside, kind of turned to the virtual world. So again, that was another aspect where everybody was looking to, the superstars like Lando Norris, I think Charles Leclerc, obviously Max Verstappen, with, big interests in sim racing, and with their fan base, of course, from Formula One being one of the largest organizations in sports in the world, of course, and all their viewership they bring. It's brought again another plethora of people that wouldn't necessarily know or understand or have ever set foot in a simulator like in their life.
No, absolutely, and this is, I mean, I suppose it comes with good and bad sides, because when things are small, I suppose your feeling is always that you want it to expand, but expanding then means having to bring that organization in, having to make sure that things are run professionally, having extra issues that come along with people who are coming into a sport that might necessarily understand it as well as others. And it's something that we've seen in motorsports generally, a whole new series of interest piqued by, of course, the motorsports ability to kind of continue through the pandemic more so than others, the ability to kind of, you're in your car and nobody else is in the car, so the idea of social distancing wasn't too much of an issue. I certainly think social distancing is something that a lot of professional race car drivers don't know a huge amount about anyway. given what it's like coming into turn one in a corner. Social distancing certainly doesn't come up. But yeah, I mean, I think it's fantastic to see. I think it's great to see that now the broadcasts are getting more professional. The expectations are rising, of course, from viewerships. The expectation in driving, the expectation in broadcasting. And I think once there's enough of a side left, I think one of the things that uh, people can fall into the trap of, especially when it comes to sim racing, feeling that if you're not doing the esports side of things, or you're not knocking out the kind of lap times that we're seeing here at Imola, then you're it's not for you, or you don't belong. Absolutely not. I mean, sim racing is as much racing a cat around Assetto Corsa because somebody decided to make a cat mod for Assetto Corsa as it is about getting really high lap times. And I think that's the beauty of sim racing, is the ability to, whatever you're into, whatever whatever kind of motor racing you're into. I mean, I've seen some historic racing, some superb stuff. Obviously, ACC is a platform that's very much geared towards one series and one type of racing, and it does that superbly. And if that's what you're into, or you certainly take a mind that you see, I don't know, let's say you will be watching the Spa 24 Hours on the opening weekend of July, and you say, I'd just love to get into something now, and I'd love to drive a 488 Evo, or a Merc AMG GT3, or a Porsche around Spa. I'm going to boot up ACC, and it's going to give me the exact same experience. But then also the ability to just say, I feel like driving a cat today for the laugh for an hour, and just kind of wasting my time doing that. I think that's what I love about sim racing, and I think it's important that we keep both sides of that. That obviously the sort of esports side that we see is so important, and it's real kind of gateway for a lot of people who don't have a huge amount of experience of sim racing, but want to be able to watch racing at the top level, get into it. But also at the same time, I think we can't forget that sim racing is ultimately to be enjoyed, and we have to it's there to be enjoyed, and whatever people's level is. And I think it's great that RCI are providing. We saw the free to enter series yesterday, as the clouds begin to build. But John, I just think it's important to be able to, like, everyone is welcome when it comes to sim racing. No matter how fast you are, you'll find a level that suits you. You'll find a community that suits you, and it's all about just enjoying yourself.
Yeah, that's the main thing with, anything you do in life. Make sure you enjoy it. Whether you enjoy competing for lap times at high levels like a lot of these guys do on the field, and obviously competing for prize money, whether or not you want to, like you say, drive a cat. Kevin Boss in our chat mentioning the T-Rex mod for Assetto Corsa as well. Whether you want to lap a T-Rex around Spa, you do you, basically. But it is great to see, of course, how somebody in our YouTube chat as well mentioning sim racing, of course, being a lot more kind of accessible in the terms of hardware now. Of course, back in the day, you used to have pretty much a Microsoft Sidewinder. Thrustmaster kicked out a few wheels and joysticks. Logitech, of course, with our iconic Driving Force GT and the Logitech G25, which was my first wheel. Of course, now we have, big brands such as Moser, Fanatec, Thrustmaster recently entered the direct drive market as well. Logitech with their surprise direct drive unit out of nowhere. Of course, we've got rig companies springing up left, right, and center. We have a lot of companies offering, tailor-built home fit solutions, where they even come to your house with all the gear, set it all up for you, calibrate it, get it dialed in, and you just pay the fee, jump in, and off you go. It's so much more accessible than it used to be. So it's great to see as cars now begin to kind of drop off their jacks. We see, of course, tire blankets coming off. People setting themselves on the tarmac. Very cool. Now that we've restarted the server again, we are down to 16 degrees in air temperature and 18 degrees on track surface. Weather forecast for the next 30 minutes is cloudy, as you see here. Although once we get the TV pictures going, we will, of course, have the weather in the top right-hand side of the screen. So keep your eye on that one, because conditions looking a little bit overcast. As me and Kevin said earlier, it could bring some rain into the mix, and that is certainly going to spice up the field today.
Oh, I mean, I say a prayer to the rain gods always when it comes to esports, because I mean, these guys are well used to it. They're well used to driving these conditions. They should be well able for it, but doesn't mean that it's not extremely tricky. So I always say a prayer to the rain gods before I commentate on a race. It makes races more interesting. It gives more idea of strategy, as we see them pulling away here from that unique position right on the flagman's is holding gantry here right up over the top of the start finish line here at the Autodromo di Imola, and it's Enzo Dino de Ferrari, of course, is the official name for it, but we all know it as Imola. And I think it's really nice as well that obviously Imola is a track that we really enjoy, and it's kind of a historic track, but I think it's kind of become somewhat of is that the Jaroslav Janzik's team and George Boothby's team? Yes,
Yes, Heat with Valentin Barrier, of course, and Jaroslav Honzik, like you said. Choosing to start from the pit lane. Not sure why. Might be some strategy behind it. Of course, we said earlier on in the broadcast, Kevin, chicane number 1. Absolute, carnage sometimes if these guys are, all jostling for position. We're getting a lot of elbows out action. You've got Williams on the front row of the grid 1 and 2. So I imagine the Chill Blast car behind will be kind of defending for the Team Razor car, should we say, into turn 1. We've got Jean Alesi in the background as well. They're locked together on the grid. I think we've got Barlas Esports together on similar pace as well. So a lot of these guys have essentially got like a rear gunner, should we say, like we see in touring car racing, where you have factory teams fielding 3 or 4 cars. One of them always acts as kind of like the tester car, or the push car in the sense of Monza with slipstreaming. But of course, you do have that rear gunner in the race that you can rely on. Tyre McCormack's just going to be looking ahead. He's going to know Fiala isn't going to be making any stupid moves for the organisation. They're going to want to keep those cars bunched together as closely as they can. Fiala's number 5 car going to want to have a flip side on what we saw last time out at Kyalami, where they did find themselves tumbling down the grid. Of course, Luke Whitehead in the 912 behind. SRO America champion. Want to keep your eye on him because he's going to be making some moves up the field and be very competitive indeed. And of course, we've got the SMP Esports racing car just
and John, just before they go green, because I don't want to interrupt you before they go green, but it looks like the Yasi team forgot to press drive. So it wasn't actually a tactical decision. It was just one of those things that somebody forgot to press a button and all of a sudden they're right back, but I expect to see them back. Anyway, we're almost ready to go green here, John. Sorry. Almost ready to go green here at Imola. Myself and, of course, John Dalton here taking you the action here. The second round of the RCI 6 hours the Challenge Esports Series. John, do you want to take green flag?
Yeah, sorry, just having some trouble with my buttons as well. Not only Yas Heat, but also myself, as we line up side by side now towards the start-finish straight. Of course, Williams Esports lockout on the front row. They're going to be acting as rear gunners as we now go green. The Team Razor car across to the right-hand side. Of course, the Chill Blast car on the outside, looking to look in the mirrors to see what the Veloce car is going to do, as everybody now files it down into turn 1. Great aerial shot here. I'm just going to look back to the midfield drivers side by side. We got one off in the gravel, looks possibly like an SMP car to me from up here, although looks relatively clean. I don't want to put the curse of the commentator on it. We got one yellow flag out for the 69, the 939. Of course, the Yassi car gets going from the pit lane, but 2 cars out of sync on the circuit map other than the 939. Looks like a relatively clean start, I would say, Kevin, heading into the happen.
Quite a clean start without putting the kibosh on it as you come up towards Paratella, but through the 2 Tamburellos, always very, very difficult to try and find the right sort of space. It's one of those corners that kind of closes in on you, especially the second part of the second chicane, kind of closes in on you if you're on the inside as we make their way down. Fantastic drone shots here. Let's hope it doesn't fall out of the sky like we saw in real world a couple of weeks ago as they pile their way down into Acqua Minerale. Very, very high aero, really kind of balancing the car, a very twitchy sort of part of the circuit, but they all make it through clean there as we head towards the Variante Alto. And look at that train of cars heading down. Isn't that a beautiful sight here in the depths of the Italian countryside as the cloud starts to form overhead? No sign of rain yet as they make their way through. Too wide. Oh, there's a punt in the back, and it's all getting a bit, I don't know if that's row boating, but there's a car off there. This is right down the back of the grid. I don't have a live timing screen, so I can't see exactly who it is, but we were talking about how clean it was. But it just takes, John, one person to have an issue and sort of check up, and then all of a sudden everybody is piling into the back of each other. But up the front, Luke Whitehead in third in the 912 Veloce car, and the 2 Williams getting off well. Darren McCormack already almost 1.2 seconds up the road from Wojciech Fiala.
Yeah, McCormack gone like a scolded cat out of the gate. Definitely progressed himself up the field as we now see one of the Barlas Esports cars looking to make a move on the Armamentario boys. SMP, of course, they're coming up through the grid on Martin Lawrence for the connection loss racing car. I believe that was there. Marco Lomi now on Ren Velton. Both Gatto Chain Barlas Esports cars looking to make moves as they progress themselves through the field. Of course, they did qualify kind of a row apart, although in line in the 2x2 session, and Ren Velton seems to have split them. But now we go to the front. Of course, Luke Whitehead looking to the back of Fiala, and all the meanwhile, this is bringing the 888 SMP car into the mix as well. We see a great onboard here with the mirror of Luke Whitehead at the top, looking to the rear of Fiala's car through Aqua Minerale they go. Not a lot of kind of instabilities like I thought we would see in the Porsche, of course, with the engine over the back axle. Whitehead there giving a flash of the lights, wanting Fiala to get a hurry on, but Fiala is essentially going to be the rolling roadblock for the Williams boys as McCormack has pulled out another half a second in just over 2 sectors of the lap as well. And I think this Williams roadblock's going to be working for him for quite a while. We see Whitehead there struggling on straight line speed, it looks like, coming down into the last section of corners, and he's going to want to try and get that Porsche fired off that last turn as quickly as he can, because he's got the SMP car breathing right down his neck.
Yeah, he does, and I find that kind of funny from Whitehead to pull out. Obviously, he's trying to make himself, he's trying to put himself in Fiala's mirrors, but I mean, what is he? Apparently expecting Fiala to say, oh yeah, no problem, you can pass me, have a go off my teammate, let's see what happens. He's obviously going to block them as we go back to the initial moment. Here is Marco Bischoff through that's in the Kramer Esports 977 Porsche, just being slightly eased out there by the Armamentario car and running wide. And there's a car off there in the distance. Is that George Boothby in the Veloce car?
It's Veloce Ferrari off at turn 1 in the gravel. Not sure what happened there as we head to a race replay now. Let's see what we caught on it. I think a few technical difficulties. We see the car park, we see side by side with a white Aston Martin. Aston hits the sausage curb and collects the rear of Boothby, and of course live stewards are watching down on this race, Kevin. I don't know how they're going to feel about that one, but Boothby still in the gravel waiting to get going, and there he goes down into P37. So not only was Kyle Army a bit of a rotten start, they've now got to basically do it all over again here this afternoon.
Yeah, and I think the stewards won't look kindly on that move from the Aston. Obviously, the sausage curb not helping either, but I don't exactly see where he was expecting Boothby to go. I mean, he had quite an overlap on the Aston. I think that might be, is it not the 95 Aston was involved in that? Not entirely sure, but I'm not exactly sure where he expected him to go. Cornered him right in the corner, and the problem is, of course, John, like, as we well know, as we've all been there, you know, you're a little bit, if you get caught out, you get spun in for 3 hours into the race, bring yourself back around, you get going again. If you're caught in the first couple of minutes, you have to wait for everybody to pass you. It's so frustrating. You don't just lose the time from the input, but you also lose the time you spend waiting, and it doesn't matter what penalties are applied, you're not going to get that time back. So that is frustrating for the George Boothby's the 992 team, the Veloce Esports team. As you say, work to do, but they do have a blueprint from last time out in Kyalami, so you would hope that they would be able to use that blueprint, get themselves back. And of course, like, you know, a 6 hours isn't the longest race ever, it's not a 24-hour race, but there still are opportunities in a 6-hour race if you play your strategy right. They might decide to pit off strategy now, they might decide to do something different to see if they can claw back some of that time, but that's up to the team in the background. And I suppose that's where beauty of endurance racing. If this was a sprint race, 20-minute sprint race, you'd be saying, okay, well, that's it, race done, over, let's pack up, let's go home. But when it comes to an endurance race, because of the strategy element, you always have a chance of be a little bit clever. If you can box on your feet, and you have a chance of making up places. So hopefully that'll happen to the Veloce Esports team, because I think that was a very unfortunate errand.
Yeah, real unfortunate incident. Like you say, the last thing you want when you've got 6 hours ahead of you is an incident like that just loses you buckets of time. Of course, when the pack is so tightly meshed together, you are going to find yourself just waiting for a sea of cars to go through before you can, of course, pull out and get going again. We've got the Virtual Drivers TX3 together, as we now see the Pass Sim Racing team on the inside, the 832 there. Hugo Mel's on the outside in the number 29, I believe, Sean Alesi Ferrari. No livery on that car for some unbeknown reason today. They've, of course, got Ren Velton as well, breathing down their neck in the Aston Martin V8 Vantage. We know that car used to be very good in a straight line, and I think with the slipstream here, he's definitely closing the gap up to the back of Hugo Mells. Mells is going to have to go defensive into the first chicane. No stranger to pressure is Hugo Mells. Covers off the inside nicely, squeezes Ren Velton all the way over the tricolor curb, and of course Ren Velton on the less favoured line at the moment, especially with this green track surface. They're now going to find themselves under fire, from Tarek Adam in the Genius Esports machine, looking to the outside in the Villeneuve chicane, certainly where you don't want to be on that one. You want to try and size yourself up better for firing up the inside into Tosa, although Ren Velton just about holding on to that position. But just want to touch back on the Veloce point you made. Of course, they've got good experience of this. Of course, last time out at Kyalami, they didn't really have the best to start, so all they've really got to do is learn what worked there, what didn't work, and maybe make a little bit of a change up. And of course, last weekend, me and you, Kevin, of course, witnessed them at Watkins Glen for the Virtual Endurance Masters pretty much do the exact same thing, second row running. So, you know, they got smacked down way out of the order and clawed their way back up. So they got plenty of experience to know as David Tanitsa jumps over the curbs with Trevor Wenham behind him, trying to get to the back of the 696 of Tyskovic ahead there. The Audi R8 certainly looking like the car that's kind of a little bit favoured, should we say, today. Definitely looking strong, of course, with the Audi out front, Whitehead in third in the Porsche, the Bentley, the BMW, then another Audi, and then we've kind of got blocks of manufacturers. We've got two Lamborghinis paired together, two Astons, a Ferrari in the mix, another block of Astons. So it's kind of, you know, very well spread out today, and like you say, you've got drivers in some positions where you don't always expect to see them. Of course, Bischoff being one of them down into P15. We saw him getting muscled out just earlier on as well. So kind of all to play for, of course, with 9 minutes gone. There's still 5 hours 51 to go, so plenty of time for mistakes to happen, plenty of time for moves to be made. And, you know, endurance races are not won in the first, you know, hour or so.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. There's still plenty of time. And as you say, this is why I pray to the rain gods, because you see an incident like that, oh, that's all a bit untidy there. There's one car going offline, another one going around the outside. That's Boothby again, trying to make up places in 33rd position. And he's being followed, and there's going to be more kind of swerving left and right as these guys get very early into the action. Boothby now going through the second part of the second chicane, and Tamburello coming towards the line. But yeah, it's just this is why I make a prayer to the rain gods, because the Veloce's last week's race, which we're referencing the VEM race in association with LFM, that you know, like, that just shows you they had to pit early because they were on the wrong tires, but then that meant that they were in a position to capitalize when the weather changed. They'll obviously be hoping for a weather change shortly, which means that, you know, if they can that's a little bit half and half there from Vyacheslav Abuladze in the 888 SMP Racing Esports Bentley on Luke Whitehead in the Porsche, the other Porsche Veloce, the other Veloce Porsche, should I say. But yeah, it's just the rain, if it comes, it gives you options, and it gives particularly teams who are in slightly different pit strategy. As Whitehead, is he leaving Abuladze go almost? There was a huge speed difference there, John.
Yeah, very big speed difference with the slipstream. I think it's just the just Porsche thing, should we say. We touched on it earlier when we went through the calendar. Of course, the Porsche isn't always the best in the straight line. You can see the drive Luke got out of the first chicane down to the second one. Of course, much better than the Bentley. So Luke Whitehead's basically got to try and capitalize as much as he can in the corners. So when he gets to the when he gets to the straights, he doesn't come under fire. Of course, he's now got Sebastian Apostel in his rearview mirror for West Competition Racing. Again, a driver we touched on earlier, 17 years old, pretty young for his game. He's got, you know, nearly 1,000 hours in ACC, according to him, and started with F1 games. So GT racing and F1, two very different kind of disciplines of motorsport. But you know, each variation has its own kind of skill set that you can transfer between the two, as Tanitsa now is looking a little bit closer than he did last time to the back of Tyskovic's Audi. And of course, we've now got Luke Whitehead at the head of this train, shall we say, being almost a cork in the bottle on this one, Kevin. Of course, once the Porsche gets dispatched, it's just going to come streaming past with the whole queue of cars that it's got slowly building up behind it.
Yeah, and the problem with the Porsche is because of the speed difference and because of that long straight of Imola, he won't be able to keep that bottle corked for a huge amount of time. If you're in a car that has higher top speed, you can kind of make yourself a moving roadblock in the corners. But obviously, if you don't have that top speed down the straight, it makes it a lot more difficult, much more difficult to try and hold them at bay. So I think Luke Whitehead is battling, fighting a losing battle here. Sebastian Apostel goes on the outside, tries to get himself in the mirrors, but has to tuck back in. He has Tyre Sets behind him as well in the 696 Audi. So quite a few Audis up there, but yeah, I think it's only a matter of time before Seb Apostel gets by the man with 1,000 hours on ACC, despite only being 17. So I'll leave you do the maths on that. That's what, 170 hours per year of his life. So you can start adding that up. You're going to see how much time these guys actually spend on this platform to get to where they are. So if you're not hitting the same lap times as they are, don't feel bad. Just feel free to lock yourself in your basement for about 16 days and maybe non-stop. You might get somewhere near their lap times.
That's it. Of course, time is of the essence. And speaking of which, Maulana now dispatches of the FFS racing car, and it brings in the Wild Things racing car as well around the outside in turn 7. Nothing to be made. Of course, Jan William van Ommen putting up a great defensive drive there for the the pink Ferrari, should we say, as they come now up to the top of the hill. We've got a queue of Ferraris forming here. We've got 4 of them, and then another one just at the back. Valentin Barrier, of course, for the Yas Heat team, who started from the pit lane looking to try and claw back as much as they can, just from a mistake of not clicking the button. As Van Ommen there over the anti-cut curbs, that's definitely going to be a warning, if not kind of watch your track limits, let's say, on this one, as he now has to go defensive into the Variante Alta, and a big sideways moment over the curb, chooses to bail out around the anti-cut curb on the exit. Not sure if that's going to be another penalty as well, but quite possibly 2 penalties being picked up in just over 2 corners.
Yeah, and it just goes to show you the setup is absolutely crucial. I mean, you make a mistake then in the outside of Aqua Minerales. There's another dooring incident there. Leaves the Audi, that's Hagström Vigso on the outside, and another touch there between himself and I think that's the Healy, is it? And the inside there, there's quite a few cars. That looks like the Yas Heat is involved in that one as well. The car of that's Vincent Barrier, the car that obviously forgot to click drive and now find themselves in 40th and battling, but they're battling their way back up the order. They obviously are a car that would expect to find themselves closer to the front of the running. So it's all on Valentin Barrier, an RCI Esports regular, of course, as we're now looking at Aidan Walsingham, the 44 Ferrari. That's the Visceral Ferrari, of course, the Visceral team we were speaking about earlier on. And I think Aidan has quite an interesting story behind him. Oh no, it's not. It's actually, I was going to say, his teammate Daniel Monaf. He's a 15-year-old Brit, but he actually plays deaf football at a national level for England. So it just goes to show you that you know, some people have sporting prowess, and that can fall into the esports category as well.
Yeah, so a lot of drivers, of course, we were touching on earlier, where Sebastian Apostel, of course, drives for Romanian karting, came 3rd in the championship in 21 and 22. Of course, we've got another driver, of course, in the Deaf Football League for England. So everybody, you know, kind of comes from different backgrounds. It's, you know, it's great to see, you know, what you can do with sim racing. It's not, you know, locked to a certain strain of people. You don't have to be mega fast to enjoy it, and like you said earlier, Kevin, there's you know, tons of communities out there now, RCI of course being one of them. We run multiple splits in all of our events, so do the pre-qualifying, see where you end up, and chances are with the method that we employ here at RCI, you will find somebody that is of equal skill level to have a battle like these guys are here. Bischoff in Imola for the Gatto Chain Barlas Esports car with Porsche, you know, quite slow in a straight line. We touched on it earlier with Whitehead, although hassling the back of the Aston Martin V8 Vantage, and coming through the Villeneuve chicane now up to turn 7. No move to be had for Bischoff there, and we now see the FFS Racing boys together. Killian Ryan Meenan in the lead car there, and William van Ommen in the car behind as well. 2 drivers again that need no introduction, do we say, to them. We know the Ryan Meenan brothers from, you know, the early days of RCI. Once again, been around with us for absolutely years, so great to see them in the esports team as well. We see Maulana here going a little bit wide for the Legion of Racers car through turn 7. It could open up the door for the FFS Racing boys, and wondering if they're going to try and use the lead car of Ryan Meenan to open up the door to Van Ommen behind. There's a lot of teams in the event at the moment. There's a lot of teams that are kind of locked together, so they're going to be looking to try and work together. And as we see Ryan Meelan there taking a load of exit curb, and that's the only problem as you go through Acqua Minerale. You hook that outside curb, you slam on the brakes, and ABS has a little bit of a funny moment and sometimes drags you wide.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's about precision. As I said, this track is all about being precise in your driving. As we're going to have a look back there on an incident, I think it's the Ryan Meelan incident. We're going to look at. No, it's coming up into the Porsche, going diving down the inside of the Variante Alto. Didn't manage to make it stick, but he certainly gave it a good go. Did Lucas. A 5-second penalty here for the 334 Audi. That's Congretel in that one, as Tariq Adam in the South African Tariq Adam, should I say, in the 60 Geniuses Esports car, trying to put a bit of pressure now on those in front. But yeah, we're kind of in a stalemate now, John. We've gotten over the initial part of the race, and now it's really down to those who can keep consistent, more so than those who can keep pace. And obviously these guys are pretty good at that as well. They wouldn't be running in an endurance race if they weren't, but still, consistency is easily said, but not necessarily always easily found, even though the track state is now fast and there is no rain. That rain that we were expecting earlier has obviously passed off further north as we get towards the Dolomites maybe, and disappearing. So it's going to stay cloudy for the moment here this Sunday afternoon in Italy, but they do expect a change on the way. We do have 5 hours left. It is certainly kind of variable conditions, so we can expect to see some rain. As that's Orlando Reitz with the Brenvelten Esports car, just keeping it in it there on Tariq Adam, just sticking a nose in there, making sure he knows he's there, but Adam doing well to get through that one unscathed. And I suppose, John, at this point you wonder, like, how much do you defend? Because we were looking at the Imola Bischoff incident earlier, and Imola looked like he was almost driving in his mirrors. He was swerving one way, swerving the other way. But you wonder, as we see now, Zholobov going for a move down the inside of Bischoff, and doesn't quite get the car stopped in time. There's a bit of back and forth, and they get through. Ooh, that was a bit of a tight one, John.
Yeah, almost a mirror incident there we saw of the Boothby. Of course, Boothby to the inside, and then, of course, you have nowhere to go. You have to be on the right-hand side of the Bentley, and Bischoff was there, and contact was made, but not as severe as the Boothby incident. But like you say, Kevin, it is kind of got to that stage now where everybody's kind of fanned out. Everybody's in their kind of set little packs. Rhythms are being found. And like you say, consistency is the one you now need to work on. You need to choose your fights wisely, of course. Luke Whitehead earlier on the Bentley, I think he just gave him the position, if I'm honest. Porsche things are, certainly the topic of conversation here at the moment, but the Bentley being very good in a straight line, and Whitehead probably realizing that and not wanting to, spin the Veloce car out so early on in the race. But keeping good pace at the moment in P4 is Whitehead, but Martin Lawrence now for the Connection Lost Racing comes under fire from the Renvelten Ferrari of Appel. Through the chicane they go, very safe indeed. Everybody kind of comes out alive, and a flash of the lights there from Lawrence, maybe a little bit dissatisfied at the pass, and we see a little weave from Appel. So keep your eye on the stewards' decisions to see if they have found anything wrong with that one. And speaking of stewards' decisions, we do have a few coming through already from our head steward race reporter today. Start from the top with an incident on lap 1. Feel free to interrupt me at any point, Kevin, if something does happen, and I think it is at the moment.
Yeah, you drive on, but it's Imola now again. Just as you go think you have a chance to do something, it gets taken away from you because there's more on-track action. And there are still in pack zeros again. That first Tamburello corner seems to be so much action going on there as Imola now makes that move. He's gone through. I think that might be a lapped car, or actually the black car on the inside, because we see Zholobov now going through. Is it? I think it's a lap car to take it through. Bischoff now is. Oh no, it's actually Merlej. Sorry, in the 29 Ferrari, he lost out in all of that. I think he got slightly knocked offline. As we see more battling now. This is Lawrence again, and Lomi involved. Lawrence just about keeping his nose ahead of it, of the 164, and Trafika and Kalashnikov also behind there. Going too wide. Oh, that is always a very tight place to go too wide. And Pinatella as they go back down into the Acqua Minerale now, and Lawrence was trying to keep his foot in it, but just couldn't. Lomi getting ahead, and those two, no love lost as Lummy goes wide over the sausage. That allows now Lawrence to come in and overtake. He's back into 19th, and now Lummy might lose out to Traffica behind. Lawrence just squeezing through, and the Beamer ahead of him, Traffica managing to make it through, but now Lummy back in the attack behind here. Just behind them, Kalashnikov is thinking, if I can play my cards right, I might be in for a chance here as we go back on board with this, the Kramer Racing Esports 977, Marco Bischoff, a hugely experienced driver, Marco, and a content creator, of course, as well, so has plenty of experience in that as he makes that move around the outside and pins the loud pedal to try and get away from the chasing pack. Manisha behind him is a 5-second penalty, but he does have to run again, and you could just see again, John, the Porsche, it just loses out all the time in the straight. I mean, it's like all the other cars of DRS. It's unbelievable, the speed difference.
Yeah, crazy to see the difference on the Porsche here today. I think it's going to be a topic of conversation all afternoon, even when we hand over to Tim Peck later on today. Just want to touch back on Bischoff quickly. We were talking earlier about, of course, drivers being, young, up-and-coming superstars, 17, 18 years old. Bischoff, believe it or not, age 33. So probably one of the older drivers in the grid, brings with him, of course, a lot of experience to the younger members of the Kramer Racing team. I believe they've got Noah Aida on the list as well, age 19. So you can kind of have like a bit of a mentor kind of, experience role, teach him, what to learn, when to do it, strategy to play as well. It's, it's great to have somebody a lot older, a lot more experienced to coach you through your young days of the sim racing career. Of course, a lot of these guys basically picked up a wheel, picked up a game, and just got fast at it. But it's not all about that. It's about a lot of the finer details and strategies. We see an Aston there ahead going straight over the chicane. Now on that one, Team 1 FF coming under fire there from the Gato Chain Barlas Esports team on that one. Traffica in the BMW looking to try and get through as well. Side by side into the last turn. We've seen a lot of cars getting elbowed out of position here as Traffica up the inside for the team URL, makes it stick and gives the slipstream to the Ferrari behind, who goes side by side with the Aston Martin of Soldatov, the 911 Aston Martin. Very weird number to choose for an Aston Martin there, and the Aston Martin just about has the legs, and the Audi R8 as well around the outside. The virtual drivers by TX3 car splitting themselves up. Soldatov around the outside for the second part. Contacts made, car goes sideways, friendly fire from the virtual drivers. TX3 car behind, cars scatter left and right. Boothby managed to get around that one as well, although I think lost out of position to the Aztec SimSports Visceral car on that one as well. So chaotic scenes, just as we thought we were getting into like a kind of lull, Kevin. It all kicks off again.
It's just, look, it's one of those, I mean, there's no winners there, is there? I mean, apart from the cars that managed to make it through the carnage, but there's no winners in that. I mean, there's all about close battling, but it's, as I say, the Tamburello chicanes just, they look like they're wider than they are, because what ends up happening is you're on the outside, then you get squeezed on the inside, and then basically the line means that there's just nowhere for you to go. And look, we talk about Bischoff, and we were talking about all of the other things that come with age and experience, and I think a lot of what age gives you, I think, and experience gives you, is decision making, right? And it also gives you the sense of perspective. It gives you a sense of calmness. It gives you a sense of a maturity. And this is why I was kind of singing Darren McCormick's praises, as that's a move from Boothby down the inside, getting it done there on Borgoditsky, and leaving a little bit in on him, but I think he had the right to the corner there. So good move by Boothby. The Brit as Lawrence goes off the track. That's almost like a Kevin Estra-esque move, going down the inside here, and it's the exact same place we saw contact earlier. A little bonk, and through goes Lawrence on I think that's Kalashnikov, is it? Just behind him.
Appel, I think.
Oh, it's sorry, my apologies. So that was he's kind of squeezed him out there, and again, like, didn't give cars width there. So Lawrence had to go into the grass, and if you don't give it, you don't get it back either. So if you give respect, you get respect. And if you squeeze somebody out onto the grass, don't expect them to give you enough room on exit. And it's that earlier incident. I just wonder sometimes it's better to swallow your pride, maybe, you know, take your foot a little bit off the accelerator, go back in behind and carry on with your race. These guys are, you know, sticking your nose in it or forcing a gap where there isn't a gap. I mean, these guys are at the top of their level, and there's some superb racing, and it's great to see cars, and you want to see aggressive racing, but you also want to see fair racing. And incidents like that are just silly. Everybody involved, everyone loses. The 3 or 4 cars, and other cars get caught up in it that have absolutely nothing to do with it, and you know, everyone loses. So I think when we're talking about Bischoff, who we're looking at now in the 977, you know, he's over a decade's experience. I would be surprised to see somebody like him get involved in things like that, because you just know there will be opportunities. There's 5.5 hours left. There's opportunities for strategy. There'll be opportunities in the race, as we see Imola now with getting a drive-through from the stewards, the number 163 Aston Martin for that earlier instance. So it just sometimes full send isn't always the best way, and I know that's not something that people like to hear often. We want to see full send rates and guys sending it, but it's just you have to swallow your pride. You have to take a breath. You have to have a bit of patience, and you have to control your temper.
Yeah, that's the thing, isn't it? You know, like you say, respect is given, and it's also earned, and a lot of the time it's lost in some of these scenarios between drivers, as we see Aidan Walshingham there for the Assetto Visceral Esports Ferrari taking a move on Soldatov into the second chicane. Soldatov to the inside, of course, becomes the outside for the second half, hopping over the curbs on the inside. Now going to have the outside line for the hairpin, a little bit of rubbing, a little bit of door banging as well. Walshingham tries to stick it to the outside of the Aston, but nothing to be had there as we go on for another lap. Flash of the lights from Walshingham to maybe say, I'm a little bit upset with how that went down. And like you say, these guys do have to kind of think about the bigger picture right now. There's over 5.5 hours just over to go, and you know, races are not won by these silly moves. You know, you earn nothing from doing them. You need to, like you say, you kind of need to learn when to swallow your pride. Know you've been beaten, let the other guy go past, maybe use them as a slipstream, use them as a kind of like gauge for pace, as Walshingham now looks to the inside, chops his nose off from Soldatov over the curbs. A Ferrari bouncing all the way through the chicane. We saw it last week, didn't we, Kevin, with the Ferrari bounce. Not a favourable thing for these drivers, and of course we touched on it earlier with the DLC coming to ACC. The drivers mid-season will be eligible for the car upgrade. So of course, if you pick the Lamborghini, you're eligible for the Huracan Evo 2. Pick the Ferrari, you're eligible for the 296, and if you pick the Porsche, you're certainly eligible for the 992 as well. As we see a little bit of Ferrari on Ferrari action. Boothby to the inside of the Assetto Sim Sports Visceral yellow car. Up the inside he goes. Textbook move. That is how you do turn one, should we say? And have that as an example.
It's not just George that allowed that to happen. It was Mr. Dimitrov as well. You saw him. He knows that George is a quick guy. He knows that he has the pace overly on him. He's looking at the lap times and he's saying, okay, well, am I better off fighting for my life to try and keep George Boothby behind me and stop him from going through? Or am I better off opening the door up a little bit, allowing him through? I can slip in behind him and I can follow him. I get a slipstream, I can follow his lines. And also mentally, when you talk about driving, you know, we talk about some guys having to double stint here with the tires. Mentally, having cars to follow, it's a lot easier. I mean, anybody who's done any sort of real life long stint driving knows that being on a motorway or being behind somebody, it just, you follow them, you keep the gap, you follow them. It's a lot mentally easier to do that than having to check your lines, having to make sure you're hitting every braking marker, having to do all that. I honestly think there's a huge amount of credit there for Dimitrov, and that is for him a textbook example of how you lose the battle but win the war. I mean, you don't know what might happen to George Boothby. He might have his own accident, they might have issues in the pits, they might have technical issues, you don't know. But all you know for the moment is that he's faster than you over the last couple of laps. Leave him through, follow him through, try and see if you can pick up some time, try and see if you can maybe save some fuel, save your tyres. Makes it a lot easier for you going along in the race. We see too wide now going down the hill, John.
Yeah, great on board here from Lipa Esports, FFS Racing just ahead, and the nearly on pace Audi of Hagstrom big issue there to the outside. It's going to open the door for Lipa Esports to try and tow their way down the straights behind the Ferrari. Won't be surprised if we see a little bit of bump drafting here as we ride on board. Fresh air goes here underneath the FFS racing car spoiler, and it certainly does. We're now maybe going to see another Kevin Estra style move happening, but nothing to be had on the inside curb this time, as we see the nearly on pace car switching back, looks to the inside, tries to put off the Lipa Esports car into making a mistake. And just as all that happened, we did see the Barless Esports car, of course, serve their drive-through penalty. It was for a lap 3, turn 7 incident involving the 474 and the 163. The 163 with a takeout and position not returned, so they find themselves with a trip down pit lane. And we also have another drive-through for the 111, lap 6, turn 2, involving the 501, the 111, the 69. We have a drive-through for the 111. Excessive dive bomb on the 69 causes the takeout of the 501. Position not returned. 69 turns in on the 111, taking themselves out. So stewards not having a good kind of perception, shall we say, of dive bombs today. And speaking of dive bombs, Team 1FF here to the inside looks about it on the Assetto Visceral Esports car, but nothing to be had in the last turn this time, and a slipstream battle down to turn 1 will be the thing. But stewards not liking the dive bomb meta, should we say?
No, not the first time 69 has been known as an awkward position, but it's just a very difficult position for them to be in. And, you know, it's just, that was obviously the instant we were talking about in turn 2 earlier on, and it just, you know what, the best word I can call it is a nonsense. The whole thing is a nonsense. As we go back now and look at Dobolov there and try to move down the inside, and again, very little small bit of contact there. Dobolov just getting, both cars getting forced out, both cars losing positions. Again, I mean, I'm all for battling, right? I don't think that people shouldn't battle, but I just wonder, should you choose your battles carefully? But yeah, I mean, that was the multi-car incident. I'm glad, to be honest, personally, I'm glad to see you drive through there. It's the sort of stuff we just don't stand for here on RCI in the racing, and you like to see good racing. Oh, well, okay. No, the incident, but the, just getting told in my ear, that what I mean is the incident during turn 2 that took out 3 or 4 different cars. I believe that was where the drive-through came in. So, I mean, it's, and that's what I mean, those sort of incidents where you just see 2 cars doing something stupid and taking out many others. Not what we like to see, especially this early in a race. So I'm glad to see the stewards being firm with that, and I think the stewards are being firm and fair. So I think, to be fair, that's a fair incident. Obviously, that Joblov incident we will go back to and have a look and see. But I think that's more a case of a racing incident rather than anything else, John. But I just think it's interesting to see stewards. I'm glad to see live stewarding here, and I think the RCI stewards have a great reputation of being fair, but also making sure that, you know, people don't take risks. And I think that earlier incident, as I said, the best word I could use to describe it was just
yeah, that's it. So, looking down the list, we have a question in the YouTube chat for the 474 and the 992 incident. Do we have any answer on that yet? I don't believe so. Not something I'm seeing in the list. However, your guy in P3 at the moment, SMP late, they do have a 5-second penalty for a forceful overtake on the 696. So that was Tyskovic's car, currently down in P6 as well. So they picked up an additional 5 seconds of penalty. And if you're new to ACC and new to watching us here at RCI TV, first of all, thank you very much for joining us on this kind of adventure, should we say, where we're diving into the world of esports, bringing it to the kind of big stage as such. If you're looking to the left-hand side, you're wondering what the bits in red mean. They are, of course, penalties. So the car we're looking at the moment, Lucas Barca with a 15-second penalty on that one. Well, and if you are looking and wondering, how does that 15 seconds work? Well, when they come down the pit lane in approximately 24 or so minutes time, they will have that time additionally added onto their pit stop. So rather than the 30 seconds stationary, the Lippert car will be stationary for an additional 15 seconds, thus losing them time for the incident that they were involved in. And now still trying to find a way past Ryan Meenan, a driver that, you know, succumbs to pressure quite well. He, you know, kind of absorbs it, although a little mistake coming out of the bottom of the hill there at Aqua Minerale allows the Lipa Esports car up to the inside for the Variante Alta, and the Ferrari isn't the best car over the curb. So like we were saying earlier, Kevin, I think Ryan Meenan taking, you know, that approach of this fight is lost. I'm done with it. Your car is far superior. On you go. See you later. Here's the room.
Experience. It's experience. The E word. I mean, Ryan is the Ryan Meenan has been. I think it's Killian. Am I right in saying his first name? Has been,
yes.
You know, has been just a stalwart at RCI, as we say, and he's been through it before. You know what I mean? He's been there. He's done that. He's lost positions. He's gained positions. He knows how it goes. He sees just 5 hours, over 5 hours, 20 minutes left. For God's sake. But I thought it was interesting that twice now we've seen him struggle at the Aqua Minerale. So I wonder, is there something to do with the setup, or is there something to do with the line that he's taking? But it's something to watch for you guys, because I'm hitting the road. Quite literally.
Yeah, soon to be departing Kevin Galvin, of course. Still 22 minutes of your presence left to go. Actually, I'm being told in my ear, actually, we are switching now. So
no, I have to go.
So Kevin Galvin,
I'd love to stay.
Kevin Galvin is unfortunately departing, and as one Kevin leaves, we have another Kevin joining in the form of Kevin Boss.
Well, thank you very much, guys. I'm really looking forward to this commentary right now. Thank you, Kevin Galvin, for being here for the first hour and for practice and qualifying. Looking forward to it. So the start of the race was a lot cleaner than back at Kyalami, so can't wait to see what the rest of the race is going to be like.
Yeah, definitely so. Kyalami, we know we had that big pinch point into turn 1, and then it kind of continued into turns 2 and 3, but a lot cleaner this time out at Imola. And Kevin, you competed, I believe, yesterday. You did a kind of, shall we say, a mirrored race on what the guys are doing here, although no custom bop. You had unlimited tyre sets at your leisure. You know, how did it go for you? How did you find it? Any issues you found with it?
Well, even in the free 6-hour series, we still only have the 4 tyre sets for the 6 hours, so we feel the same pain that these esports drivers do once you have to double stint. In Split 3, we had a fully dry race. I know it was a little bit wet in Split 1, so everything can happen in these races. It's now quite cloudy here, so maybe some rain coming in for these guys, but it's definitely weird seeing how the cars handle here, where cars are faster, where they're slower compared to the normal ACC BOP, as we see Dario Imulo overtake there, going on towards Piratella. But yeah, it's so much different now with the custom BOP compared to normal ACC.
Yeah, definitely so. Of course, custom BOP favours a few more cars better than others, shall we say, on that one, as the Gato Chain Barlas Esports car, of course, makes the move stick on the FFS racing car. We've got a few penalties handed up and down the grid. We've got a few 5 seconds sprinkled in, a few 15 seconds. So some drivers set to lose others in the pit stop cycle, should we say. Of course, the pit lane at Imola, very tricky to judge. Don't know your experience on it, Kevin, but I know all the time when I come in, I think the lane speed limiter line is a lot later than it physically is in game. It's quite a soon line, should we say.
It's also quite sudden. If you don't see the pit limit board, then it's quite difficult to judge where it is. For myself, I found a nice little spot where to brake for the pit limits line. But yeah, especially if that pit limit board is gone, it's very difficult to judge where it is exactly.
Speaking of difficult to judge, here we go. A little bit of a pinch down into turn 7. The Simware Pro by VDES making a move on Shea for the Team 1 FF Ferrari. Around the outside, he will try it into turn 8, although I don't think that's going to be a move, and the Aston gets it done before the top of the hill. And once again, another fight that's kind of a bit respectful, where one driver's definitely given way to the other one, as we jump on board with George Boothby for the Veloce Ferrari. Of course, these guys eligible for an upgrade to the 296 that will be coming to us on, I believe, the 19th of April. So 3 days after Indianapolis. So it will only have the new car for the final 2 rounds of Barcelona and Paul Ricard. So going to be interesting, on how the how ACC is going to BOP that car. Of course, in the previous sets, we've seen the M4 be quite strong. Of course, custom BOP in this championship is going to probably rein the Ferrari back into the territory it should kind of be in. Of course, we have all teams have a representative of the BOP on their manufacturer, and everybody chimes in and you know, everybody is here to try and create an equal level playing field, and nobody with a real advantage, although disadvantage today for the Porsches, unfortunately, not on the favourable end of the bot, as George Boothby slipstreams the Ballas Esports car down into turn 1, not close enough to make a move, although over the anti-cut curbs, the Ferrari, you know, we said it before, Kevin, me and Kevin Galvin touched on it briefly, the rear end of the Ferrari is quite bouncy.
Yeah, it does. You don't want to hit the curbs too hard. As we see Valentin Barrier now go up into the inside of the first chicane, going into P33, but it seems that he loses it. He took a little bit too much time to slow the car down, went a bit wide, and lost the position immediately back. So yeah, that's going to be a good fight to keep an eye on, as we see Pavel Jasobowski going up into P39, going past Hackstrom Figershoe. But yeah, also going a little bit back to what I said before, seeing how these cars handle. It's not only just the cars that handle differently, it's the amount and different types of cars that I'm seeing here today, because there's a large number of Ferraris that we're seeing here in the esports grid, whereas in my split in the free 6-hour series we have on the Saturdays before the esports race, it was a lot of Aston Martins and BMWs.
Yeah, so of course the in-game BOP probably favouring the BMW and the Aston Martin a lot more. Of course, the custom BOP today seems to be very strong for the Audis. We've got a Bentley at the top, we've got a BMW in the mix, and a couple of Lamborghinis sprinkled inside the top 10, as well as a handful of Aston Martins. So great to see a little bit of variety rather than, you know, traditional esports races where everybody analyzes the calendar and picks the best BOP'd car, should we say, in the game, where of course the cars have a major advantage at every kind of single round they choose. And Boothby there, you see the closing speed of the Ferrari on the brakes, although the Aston definitely has the kind of legs overall down the straight. So we've kind of got this cat and mouse game going on between Lomi and Boothby right now.
It does seem to be that every time at the end of the straight the Ferrari gets closer and closer, but he really gets closer to the back of that car, and he does seem to shoot it past the Ballas Esports car. And yeah, he seems to have sticked it just before they went through Tosa. That was a great move done there by Boothby. As we go back to Valentin Barrier, who's still fighting Molana in the 889, trying to keep their position. And they've already had a great fight back up the field, having to start in pit lane because they missed their drive button. So that's a very good fight back they've done so far.
Yeah, of course, missing the drive button isn't ideal on what you want to do at the start of a 6-hour race. Me and Kevin Galvin mentioned that it might have been a smarter move to start from the pit lane, of course, with the pinch point of turn 1, although it didn't really kind of happen this time out. We saw a couple of cars getting out of sync, and then a few laps later it all kicked off between kind of everyone, as we now see the Simware Pro by VDES car, the number 14, take it to the outside for down the hill. Of course, will become the inside for the last 2 turns on the Assetto SimSports Visceral car there, and the Visceral car comes nearly under fire from the Team 1FF into the last turn, as well as we see a drive-through penalty here for the 334. I've just noticed down your left-hand side of the screen. See him tumbling down as these 2 guys pass him, as of course, as well on the tarmac, and ASAP across the front of that car. And I'm sure that's what Fleischer is going to want to get past this the Assetto SimSports Visceral yellow car. Just going to turn my head to the steward's room. Hang on 2 seconds, though. The Team 1 FF car round the outside in turn 3. Very brave move there.
Yeah, very brave to hold it around the outside there, and still to keep the speed going without going on the throttle too early and going wide onto the grass. As we now also see Luke Southall go in for the first couple of pit stops of this round.
Yeah, a lot of drivers electing to come in very, very early. Still plenty of time left in the driver's stint timer, should we say. Of course, that resets when you essentially drive through the pit lane. So all you have to do is trigger pit in to pit out, and that resets your timer of 65 minutes. So very early indeed, of course. We started with 6 hours to go. We are just over 46 minutes in, so 20 minutes or so they could have exploited out of the set of tires. Maybe with the green track at the start, of course, grip levels not being optimum like they are now. Possibly the Pirellis getting scrubbed in a little bit too hard, maybe losing their kind of ideal grip level on that one, and electing to bin the first set of tires off straight away. Maybe they're going to have a clean reset, try and find some empty air where they can just run nice and safely, not fight anybody, not have any contact, and maybe try and get their kind of their double stints done early on in the race. As we see a tire strategy graphic here, Kevin, on what you're going to do if you're early, late, or the alternative strategy.
Just looked like some of them have gone in for sort of the early short strats. Instead of at the 35 minutes, they come in at the 45. So maybe they are already double stinting this first stint. So looking at what is on offer here, I know that me and my team did the alternative strategy yesterday, looking at what the temperature was probably going to do, and yeah, it was more along those lines. But yeah, any decision here could be very helpful for anyone, and also depends on who you put in the car when. Would you put in a new driver on worn tires? As now go and see this Porsche of Bischoff try and overtake Manisha in the Armamentario car, though he just can't seem to be able to do it up into the Variante Alta, which was now probably going to be the best option for Bischoff to try and overtake, because they're going to lose time going back up the start-finish straight.
Yeah, of course, Bischoff with the overlap going into the chicane, unfortunately could not make it stick, as Lucas Congreto now forces very aggressively his way through the FFS car of Killian Ryan Meenan, already with a 5-second penalty to his name. Not going to be very good on that one. And speaking of which, why the Virtual Drivers TX3 car is so far out of sync now. We have there was a report of an incident on lap 15, turn 2, involving the 911 and the 334. A drive-through for the 334. The 334 runs wide over the sausage curb, causing a takeout of the 911. 911 left enough space between the car and the sausage curb for the 334. All avoidable contacts. So he was looking at that one saying, you know, you guys could have avoided it if you drove a little bit more sensibly. And now we see the Assetto SimSports Visceral red car making moves up the field to try and get behind their teammate Dimitriov, who takes a trip to the beach. Through the sand he goes, and 2 positions he will lose out, 1 to his teammate and 1 to an Aston Martin. And Luke Southall, another driver who is a little bit out of sync now, I believe. A penalty, possibly a penalty on that one.
No, they just went for the early pits.
Yeah, pitted early. So Southall a little bit out of position, finds himself being, must be the lapped car behind for Yassi.
Could be that if they were far enough ahead, then it might have been that they'd gone past. And we do see it here that Southall is in P42 with Valentin Barrier in P31 just behind him. So this is going to bring out the blue flags. And we're going to have to see if Luke Southall took the fresh tyres, if he has the grip to pull away from the worn tyres that are on Valentin Barrier's Yazid car.
Yeah, of course, if he's taking the tyres in the pit stop, it's going to be a much favourable kind of position for Southall to be able to drive away from the Barrier Ferrari, as Lewis Fleischer in the 52 Team 1 FF car comes down the hill to the back of the number 14 Aston Martin ahead there. Probably going to want to try and use the slipstream if he can. Of course, his teammate ahead in the form of Shai in the number 51 Team 1 FF car. And now coming up to you know, the mark when you're going to want to start thinking about pitting. You're going to want to kind of weigh up who you put in. Are you going to do your double stint when the temperatures are cooler? Are you going to risk it? Is it going to rain later on? You know, 30 minutes time in the forecast on the top right hand side, we are still cloudy, although we did see a flash of rain on the switch between qualifying and race before a server restart earlier on. So conditions are a little bit mixed, weather's a little bit unpredictable, although 0 wind speed normally indicates that the weather is going to stay fairly consistent.
Yeah, you think that. So for this esports series, the weather is set to the weather prediction of the actual location at this time of year. So this time of year could be very rainy in Italy. But yeah, as you said, with the 0 km/h wind, doesn't look like it's going to change much. But it might just be that there is a bit of rain just over the horizon, and if a little bit of wind does come in, it might just stay there for quite a long time.
saying this man here at the moment, Tyre McCormack, staying at the front for quite a long time, built up nearly 10.5 seconds to the good on his teammate of Fiala, who has managed to fend off the SMP Esports Bentley behind him. Of course, brings Whitehead in the Veloce Porsche with them as well. And navigating through traffic now at this point of the race isn't particularly easy at Imola. We've seen a few cars making it hard for passing for position, but hopefully the traffic is going to play it smart. And going to see the green front of the Audi Team Razor Williams car coming at them and think, you know what, I want nothing to do with this. On you go, Tyre.
Yeah, and if you look, like he's already got, as you said, 10 seconds on P2, as we see Konstantin Soldatov in the M2 competition, 911 overtake, as we now look at Lomi being overtaken by the 474 in his Gato Chain Bars Esports car, the 164 Aston Martin. Though he does fight back into Tamburello, got the inside. Does he have the speed? No, he gives us that position, though he might try and go for a switchback. And it's very close indeed as they go up towards the Tosa hairpin, though he might lose out also to the 17 on the inside if he doesn't have to drive out of the Tosa hairpin. And it does seem like he's lost 2 positions in one go.
That's the only problem with being that middle car. We talk about it all the time here on RCI broadcast. When you're that middle car in the queue, you gotta attack the guy ahead, but you've got to attack him in such a way that it of course doesn't leave you vulnerable to the car behind coming up your inside, like we saw there. We saw the door left open on the Barlas Esports car and take full advantage in the top level of esports racing. That classic saying, if you no longer go for gap, you no longer racing driver. That is the kind of mentality we see here with a lot of the esports field. As soon as there's a gap, as soon as there's a chance to be made up, they're going for it. They're not going to, you're not going to sniff twice at that. If somebody opens the door into the Tosa hairpin, you're going through.
Yeah, if you see that inside and it's open, you're going to slot in there because it's most likely going to give you the position. As now looking at the back of Hugo Mel's Jean Alesi Esports Team 29, to the back at Zolobov in the 878 Bentley, trying to get past. He did get very close down the start-finish straight, but now we do have a bit of strength as well from the Ferrari. But you know how much that Bentley can eat the curbs here, so you'd think he should be able to stick very close to that Ferrari.
Yeah, the Bentley, even in the old, traditional ACC BOP, is known as the curb muncher in the early days before the M4 came along. You could throw that thing over curbs and it wouldn't even flinch, ride them so well in comparison to the Ferrari that typically has quite a bouncy rear end on it. And speaking of Bentleys, up into P3 at the moment, SMP Esports, we see the gap to Fiala ahead. We see the gap behind to kind of Whitehead as well. And we're kind of in, I wouldn't say a no man's land, but we're certainly playing the long game at the front, should we say. It's not all won. There's still, just over 5 hours to go on the race, so literally anything can happen. You've just got to really bide your time, drill in those consistent times, lap after lap after lap. We see there the best time being a 141.2, last time out a 141.9, I think that at the right hand side of your screen. So yeah, as long as you can come within a certain region of your best lap and keep that pace going, you're certainly doing well. And we did see earlier Luke Whitehead being kind of corking the bottle between Apostle, Tajkovic, Tanitsa. I believe even Castorino was in that fight as well, and that battle has certainly died down. Everybody's spread out a little bit more as well. We have a little bit of a breakdown in the YouTube chat, Kevin, just for you, I think this one, on how you pronounce armamentario. Apparently it's an Italian word, and they do, of course, run the esports team, and I believe they also do have a great free overlay package designed for ACC. So if you're looking for an alternative to kind of Race Labs and SimHub, you might want to check out the Armamentario guys and what they have to offer too.
Yeah, I did thank him in the chat for that breakdown because I was struggling with the name when I first saw it. You think you know a name sometimes, you read it, you try and say it, and then your brain just screws over with you. But yeah, to come back to what you said before, it does seem like, especially like the top, what is it? Top 11, top 12, they've now all gotten into their rhythm. There's a little bit of a gap between them. Just a little bit back, we do still see this battle with Martin Lawrence, Jolobov and Hugo Merels being very close to each other. But for the most part, I'd say the grid has now gotten into that rhythm. trying to get in those consistent laps, and yeah, just wait for other people to make a mistake or to gain that advantage in your pit stop strategy.
Zolobov now in the Bentley looking to try and pass down into Ravazza at the bottom of the hill, although could bring Martin Lawrence along with him as well. And he bides his time between Gomels through the last 2 turns, 17 and 18. Going to want to set the Bentley up as he can for a good straight line run down the kind of straight, should we say, although there is a couple of steering wheel movements you do have to make along the way. And Zolobov there definitely getting ever closer, inching very close. Bentley super strong in a straight line, looks to the inside now into Tamburello. He definitely has the inside line, but be very careful you don't bring Martin Lawrence through with you. And with Hugo Mel's kind of being offline a little bit, it's going to hamper his run into what is essentially turn 4, and the run now to the Villeneuve chicane ahead. It looks like Martin Lawrence just about had a nose ahead, thought very smartly of it and backed out, allowed Hugo Mels to take the chicane as you would in a normal racing line, and maybe thought he could size him up into Tozer. But of course, with just over 5 hours to go, there's still plenty of time for Martin Lawrence to make a move. And just in the background there, the Ren Velton boys working together now. They find themselves on the road. Appel and Reitz in the 71 and 72 cars retrospectively. So keep your eye on them, because you might find they are on the back of you sooner than you think.
Yeah, especially if their teammates end up working together, they could very easily come up to a squabbling pack, as we're now seeing between Zolobov, Merls and Lawrence. Was a very nice move done by Zolobov to get by Hugo Merls, and very smart driving by Martin Lawrence in the 404 Connection Lost Racing Aston Martin to stay behind there and not try and poke his nose in front, because yeah, that could have been an incident and would give you a penalty. And yeah, just smart driving, also knowing that it's still just over 5 hours to go. Pit stops still need to happen. A lot can happen. Yeah, just keep it on track and don't do anything stupid. Very good driving by them so far.
Yeah, definitely so. Pit stops is going to be the one that shuffle the order, of course. Any mistakes you can make coming down the pit lane. You can be too early on your limiter. You can miss your mark on the box and have to shuffle the car. You can, of course, choose to take tyres or not, which will shuffle you back down the order once again. But all we do know is every car will be fueling themselves for the next 65 minutes. That you can set your watch to as a little bit of dust being kicked up ahead. A car running wide, FFS there just behind the scoreboard into the pit lane, as well as now Marco Lomi for the Gatto Chain Barlas Esports looks to the outside into the Tamburello chicane. Nothing to be had, but this opens the door to the number 14, and this brings with him as well the number 51 of Shea, which is going to, again in turn with these guys squabbling, it's going to bring his teammate Fleischer onto the back of this train as well. So we're soon going to have a 4-way fight for what is essentially P21, I believe.
Yeah, it's actually now P23 at the front of this little pack of 4 with Kalashnikov in 22 just ahead. It was going to be looking like it was going to be a 5-way battle, but with them squabbling just behind, Kalashnikov is able to break away just that little bit. But yeah, you can see what you just said. It's like you got those cars in the middle trying to overtake, make a slight mistake, and you got everyone else right up your rear trying to cash in on your little mistake where you push a little bit too hard to try and overtake.
Definitely so. Now the Team 1 FF boys locked together. Again, they're going to be wanting to try and work together to kind of push themselves forwards. Of course, both cars with the same livery, so be very careful not to misidentify them. If we could have some teams with some different coloured mirrors, that would help us greatly in the comms box up here. As we now reach the 5-hour mark, it is, of course, time to do the AK Esports Team of the Race Award, and it is worth €100 to the team per race. So every hour when we head over for a break, which is now, we will pop a QR code on the screen and post a link in the chat for people to vote on who they think is the AK Esports Team of the Race. Of course, it could be greatest comeback, fastest car, best livery, or just your fan favourite that you really enjoy watching at home, and it is of course worth €100 to those guys as well. So we will be leaving you for a brief period, just 10 minutes or so, while we catch our breath here in the comms box. Everybody goes away, gets rehydrated and revigorated for another hour of racing here at the RCI 6-hour challenge. So turn up those speakers and we will pop you on board with a car for the broadcast. Good morning and good afternoon and good evening to wherever you are in the world. Of course, welcome back to the RCI 6-hour challenge esports series live on both Twitch and YouTube. You find us here for round 2 at the circuit known as Imola. Of course, it has a much longer name that I will not attempt to pronounce in my best Italian. But here we are, of course, 1 hour down, just under 4 hours 50 minutes to go. Of course, your votes for the AK Esports team of the race will be counted furiously by everybody behind the scenes here at RCI, and we'll of course see the QR code once again on the hour mark, and we'll be posting a link in the chat for that one. But you now find us, of course, all the pit stops have cycled through. Of course, stint timers on the drivers were up at the 65-minute mark. And a lot of drivers choosing in the early stages, Kevin, we think, to double stint their tyres.
Yeah, looking at the timing for all the pit stops, it seems like especially the guys at the front have decided to double stint it, and the guys a bit further back deciding to go for fresh tyres. So they could be deciding to double stint now while it's still a bit colder. As we're now looking at a race replay with Igor de Oliveira Rodriguez going, let's see, where are they going? It's the Williams Chill Blast, Esports Chill Blast car, the number 5, going up the inside of Piratella, and apparently he made it stick there. So that was quite interesting. I didn't see what happened before. We now look at Andre Miclea in the West competition, number 1 car BMW, as they go down towards the Rivazza corners. But yeah, we think especially the guys behind a bit further back have decided to go for new tyres now, and they'll double stint later in the race. If you don't mind me to have a go at the full name of the circuit, is I believe the Autodromo di Enzo e Dino Ferrari. But yeah, as you just said, it's better known as Imola.
Almost Italian coming out in you there, Kevin Boss. Especially now you've learned the correct way to say armamentario. We are all good. I think you should take up some Italian lessons. As speaking of Italian, the driver for the Racing Point Aston comes under fire from Miclea in the West competition racing BMW up the inside into turn 1. Very smart move there indeed. And now from one Italian to another, Santoro finds himself under pressure from Adam, I believe, behind in the making the pass on Adam for the pass sim racing team behind there in a very Iron Force-esque Aston Martin livery. Great to see, obviously, everybody's creative liveries and their team designs, and such likes advertising all their sponsors. It's pretty good to see the custom liveries taking off in ACC for especially a lot of these drivers.
Yeah, it is nice to see all these different types of liveries, even though the in-game has a lot of the official World GT Challenge liveries, though for some cars there aren't a lot of them. So to see all these custom liveries does really, make the field a bit more bright and different and nice to look at.
Certainly makes it easy for us up here in the commentary booth. Of course, you can't mistake the Ren Velton Tiger printed car. Normally the orange and aqua coloured car. We see ahead there of Burnt coming under pressure from the number 7 URL car down the bottom of the hill there. No move to be had. The BMW, of course, a much more stable car over the curbs. It's probably going to be a much easier move through one of the chicanes over the anti-cut curbs if you can really make it stick. And SMP Racing still find themselves behind the John Alesi Ferrari of Joshua Allen. Of course, we know the Bentley is very strong in a straight line, and it's proven it here. Down the hill into Rivazza it goes. Looks up the inside, although not close enough to make a move stick here. But if they can maximise the exit out of the last turn and use the slipstream that we know the Bentley is very, very strong in as we ride on board here. Of course, driver on the right-hand side of the car. Some say it is, of course, wrong, although being a British person, that is normal for myself. And just look at the gains it's got on the straight, closing up forever and more to the back of Joshua Allen, filling the mirrors of that Ferrari ahead. To the inside it goes into the first chicane, and overlap is already done. Move signed, sealed, delivered before they've even got to the second part. Although SMP a little bit slow out the chicane, this could allow Joshua Allen to come back into the Villeneuve chicane, although I think Allen has kind of chosen his fight wisely and thought, on you go, I'm having no part of this one.
Yeah, it's actually surprising to see that here all the esports guys are able to fight back into Villeneuve after being caught in Tamburello. But yeah, that's of course why they're esports drivers. They're able to get back on the throttle earlier than yeah, the more simple people like me, in consideration to sim racing. But yeah, we're now looking at George Boothby in a Veloce Ferrari, trying to get past the collection loss racing 404 of Roth as they're now going towards Acro Minerali. No real overtaking opportunity here, but if you do get a good run out of the second corner, you might be able to get people at the top here at Variante Alta. But yeah, it doesn't seem like Boothby's able to get the power on early enough to have a shot into here, though he can still have a go later on the start-finish straight.
Yeah, we know Boothby very good into turn one. We saw it earlier with a move being made. And speaking of moves being made, Ren Velton down to P17. Marcin Olajars up to P16, I believe, once the live timing decides to update itself across the line. And the BMW making the move stick, although got to be careful with the Ferrari slipstream down into turn one. I think they've just about got enough legs in the Bavarian machinery there as they come across the line with nearly a 142 flat. Of course, best lap 1.4, and Boothby, we know, good into turn one, sizing up the back of Yaroslav Roth here for connection loss racing, although not making a move this time. Probably going to bide his time. You know, we've got way more than enough time here left on the clock today at Imola to get a move done, but not going to want to take too long about this one, Boothby, because they've got quite a few positions to gain.
Yeah, and it also depends on how much pace you think you have in the car. Because if you think like, okay, you're only just about faster than the car in front, it might be a good shout to stay behind them for a little bit, put on the pressure, hope they make a mistake, and then go past. But if you feel like you've got a lot more pace, just not being able to get close enough in the overtaking opportunities, then you might want to push a bit more, because if you get past, you can really sail forward to the positions further ahead.
Of course, and a lot of big names ahead of Boothby yet to dispatch of. Once he does get past, obviously, Yaroslav Roth, he's, of course, got the Ren Velton boys to get through. A lot of the Jean Alesi cars, three of them in the former Santoro, Wenham and Allen at the moment. And Boothby closer than ever through the chicane. Be very careful on the curb, Boothby. You don't get the bouncing effect on the Ferrari. And we now look from the diffuser of Yaroslav Roth to the front of George Boothby coming down the hill into Ravazza. Not looking close enough to make a move stick. He's probably going to want to try and get the cleanest line he can, and Roth missing the apex a little bit there allows Boothby to close up even more. Bug splattered front end of that Ferrari now snarling down the back of the Aston Martin, tucked in the toe down what is essentially the main straight with a few turns, and the Ferrari with its low down kind of design going to be loving life in the wake of that Aston Martin. A little flash of the lights from Boothby saying, I'm probably coming for this one. Here we go. To the inside goes Boothby from the helicam, side by side, pulls it up in time, covers off Roth on the second half of the chicane, and a textbook move there, and Boothby through, and now he's free to chase the back of the Ren Velton car. And Inestrosa in the other Veloce car checking in here down into Acqua Minerale, still looking at the back of the Racing Point car, I believe, ahead of Castorino coming up into the game. You see the Porsche is very good off the corners, Kevin. Of course, the flat six mounted across the rear axle, but just not good in a straight line.
Now, we've seen they've been hurting all race on that start-finish straight up into Variante Tamburello. But yeah, they're going to have to try and take every position that they can in these, in the middle part of the track where there are more corners and less straights. And if they're not able to get as close as they can to the car in front, as we're seeing as he did just now, but now we're on board, well, not on board, with the number one BMW, the West Competition Racing of Andrei Miklea, as he tried to overtake into turn one, just not able to, as we now go to a race replay with Henrik Gambol in the 977 as they spun out. That is not fine, especially there on the exit of the Variante Alta. It's a very dangerous position, because that's basically the aiming point of everyone to get out of that corner, though luckily everyone is able to avoid the spun car.
Yeah, everyone there avoiding the Kramer esports car of Henrik Gamble. Very unfortunate to see the virtual drivers by TX3 car involved in another incident. That could have been the 334. They've already had one drive-through in the race so far, as we now see Joshua Allen sizing up Manisha in the Armamentario car. Manisha lets one car go, and look at that, the Team URL car takes advantage, says thank you very much, I will be having that position as well.
Yeah, it's a great move by the car behind it, and Yeah, they were not expecting the other car to come through, but yeah, that's just smart racing from the other car to use the move that was happening in front of him to gain a position themselves and continue the pressure on the car they had in front and not lose any time to them.
Definitely so. And just touching quickly on Henrik Gamble, age 22, has a lot of experience in a number of different sims other than iRacing, and been in the team since November of 2022. So still fairly new to the Kramer camp there. As we now watch Felix Tatsvina, hacker driver I watched last week in the Virtual Endurance Masters, putting some very solid times in the Ferrari. So definitely understands the aspects of that car ahead of him. He finds himself this time, of course, in the Audi R8, the slipstream of Franca, proving to be very good indeed as the Audi R8 slingshots through. Even before it gets to turn one, it pulls across, stands on the brakes for its normal line, and the Jean Lacey car gets past the Lippert car. I believe the Lippert car, though, being a lap down on that one.
Yeah, a good move by both cars into turn one, even though one was a lapped car. But, you know, still nice to see it all go cleanly, no collisions, as we still look at Andre Miclea trying to get past that 696 from Tiskiewicz in the Audi. They're now just going side by side through the left-hander before they go into Acqua Minerale, and they've made it stick. That was some move.
Yeah, definitely so. Very clean move indeed as they now head down to the bottom of the hill. Nothing to be had here from Inestrosa on the back of the Aston Martin ahead there. AK Esports plastered all over the rear, and of course one of our partners here today for the Esports Series, along with Fanatec and Go Setups, who have also sponsored Go Setups, being the pole position award, of course, once again went to Williams this time out. So an extra €200 in their kitty overall for prize pool at the end of the season. And Leon Burnt now sizing up the back of Manisha again in the Audi. This fight still isn't going away. Of course, Olajars and Allen dispatched of Manisha very cleverly, opening the door for each other and found both their way through, and they are just up the road, hopping over the curbs now. Benicia possibly on the old set of tyres, maybe Leon Burnt, and the cars ahead, of course, on that fresher Pirelli rubber might explain why they've got such a speed difference.
Yeah, it could be. I saw it also yesterday where you first saw driving, you think like, oh yeah, I can keep up with them or maybe overtake them, and then you go for your pit stop and then all of a sudden they come charging at you. And how are they doing this? But it must be the new tires then, as we now see Leon Bernd in the Renvelten esports car going past Manisha in the Audi, though it's still very close as they go into the left-hand kink before the Tamburello. But this looks like the Renvelten esports car has taken a measure of the 121 Audi.
Renvelten dispatching of Armamentario, and this fight still on with Angel Inestrosa behind the Aston Martin of Castorino here for Racing Point, coming down the hill once again into this section. Still nothing to be had. You've got to be very careful as a Porsche driver through here. It's very easy to kind of upset the rear balance of that car. Of course, the flat six over the rear axle. As soon as you stand on the brakes, all the weight shifts forward and the rear end becomes very, very light indeed. And Aston certainly looking more confident over the curbs in this fight through the Variante Alta as they head down the hill now to Rivazza. Just look at the gap it pulls, Kevin, even in the short straight, and then the Porsche closes right back up on the brakes for Rivazza again.
Yeah, and that's been the problem for the Porsches all the way around. Every time there's a straight, they are hurting, even with the custom BOP, where it's not as bad as in standard ACC. But yeah, they're still hurting there on the straights. As you can see, even if the Porsche's in the slipstream, you can see them pull away in the Aston Martin, away from the Porsche. But yeah, as you said just before, as we now get back to Tamburello, they go on the brakes and the Porsche closes in.
Yeah, it's a good cat and mouse fight here. Like Kevin Gamble was saying, it's a very precise circuit, Imola. You've really got to, be so precise with everything, with the track limits, the sausage curbs, of course, not abusing them too much, as we now ride on board with George Boothby for some Ferrari on Ferrari action. Of course, Boothby in the slipstream, flash of the lights, illuminates the back of the Renvelten car, looks to the inside, and Renvelten possibly braking a little bit early, saying, on you go, Boothby. You have this one far faster than we are. Let's not wreck each other's races. And another position gained for Veloce up into P15 now And Tarek Adam, we saw him at the beginning for the Genius Esports car. Of course, not finished at Kyalami, I believe, when I jumped in the booth. The car was nowhere to be found on circuit, but certainly going much better this time, trying to size up a pass, ironically, on the pass sim racing team down the bottom of the hill into Acque Minerale. Of course, with the Aston Martin equal machinery, makes it very, very awkward, Kevin, to try and find the advantage on where you can kind of get past your opponent. Of course, Rip Hacks Engineering just ahead there. I believe they're a lap down, because the next car is, of course, Trevor Wenham's John Alesi car, as the pass sim racing car goes wide at the Varianti outer, allows the Genius Esports car to the outside, which will, of course, become the inside for Rivazza. Standing on the brakes, of course, downhill braking zone, you carry a lot more momentum in than you do think, and it takes a lot more energy to slow the car down, but a perfect pass there from the Genius Esports car.
Yeah, and I was about to say, especially if it's the same type of car, you know the strengths, you know the weaknesses, and it's especially then if you recognize the mistake from the other car, that's when you have to pounce, because otherwise, if you know you're about the same skill level, in the same car, maybe on the same strategy, there's not going to be a lot of difference between you two, and they did the exact thing that they should have done. They saw the mistake and they pounced.
Yeah, definitely so. And just look behind Angel Inostroja here. We have two John Alesi Lamborghinis in the form of Santoro and Wenham closing up on the back. This Aston Martin Porsche fight kind of being, I wouldn't say stale, because it's very much still alive. You know, Inostroja still very close to the Aston, just can't find that kind of 0.1, 0.2 that he needs to fire his way through. And all the meanwhile, this has allowed the Lamborghini squad to work very smart together to, you know, not make a move on each other, to just pull each other through. Obviously, providing the slipstream to Trevor Wenham behind the 27 and the 28 cars running in formation. This could be a very interesting one if, of course, the Lamborghini of Santoro opens the door on Inostroja. Of course, you're going to find Wenham up the inside, and then before you know it, you've lost 1 and 2 positions to the Lamborghini squad.
Yeah, there's going to be one painful start-finish straight for the 912 Porsche if they can't stick to the back of Castorino in the 95 Aston Martin, because those Lamborghinis are going to be fast on the straight, and you know they are a team. They know how to help each other. They're in the same car. They're going to do the best thing for.
On the back of the Aston Martin, through the gravel trap they went, and the Lamborghini squad said thank you very much, we will have another 2 positions to our name. As now we see flicking between a lot of cars here, Renvelt and Esports and Kramer Racing together. They touch rear wheels, very well held by Naumann on the outside, although Gamble is going to maybe have to lift off a little bit and allow that position back through, because I can't imagine the stewards are going to favour that one too well. And Manisha is just tumbling down the order, Kevin. What's going on there?
Could be the cars around them have new tires, and they're still on old tires, where it could be like a 1 to 2 seconds per lap difference if you've really been punishing the tires. Maybe a little bit of loss of concentration. Maybe something happened that you know, shook them a little bit. Then all they can do is continue driving and get back into the groove of things. But yeah, a lot of things could have happened there.
To touch on a few stewards reports as well. A couple of interesting ones to note, actually. Instant lap 24 involving the 992 and the 333. No blue flag infringement found. The 333 lets the 992 go within a sector. And speaking of letting go, here we go. John Alesi cars side by side. Trevor Wenham to the next position up, so P7 on Danilo Santoro. So the 28 and the 27 switching positions. Maybe Wenham thinks he's got a little bit more speed to crack onto the back of Castorino's Racing Point Aston Martin. And after that incident, we have then an incident lap 27, turn 1 to 5, involving the 51 and the 333 once again. 5 seconds for the 333. They did find a blue flag infringement that time. The 51 was within a second for multiple laps. 333 was unable to extend. So stewards not only looking at driving standards in terms of passing, but also looking at track etiquette a little bit. Of course, if you're being blue flagged to death and you're not moving, you're certainly a hindrance. And stewards even looking at that one today.
Yeah, it's also going to be a big thing, like when cars are going to start to unlap themselves. Like, can you get away fast enough without hindering maybe a fight for a high position? But yeah, it's good that it's being enforced, and I'd say especially with these drivers, because they are the top of sim racing, and you expect the best from them. They need to be the standard that people live to. So if we're not policing that here, then how is that going to trickle down to the lower leagues?
Yeah, certainly so. We, of course, enforce, very fair etiquette driving here at RCI. And speaking of fair, that was not very fair indeed from Olivier Rodriguez, number 5 Williams Chill Blast car into turn 1. Given the hip and shoulder to the Bentley, that must have been some impact to shift the boat all the way over to the grass. And now Trevor Wenham sizes up the outside of Castorino into Tamburello. They go. Castorino on the inside, of course, covers off nicely for turn 2, but he's going to hamper himself a little bit for the run into kind of turn 4, essentially, as they run down to the Villeneuve chicane. I don't think they're close enough to make a move stick, although there is a slower car ahead that could play into this one.
Yeah, definitely. I really thought they would have enough speed there to go past the Aston Martin of Castorino. This back market is going to play a part into this fight. Like, will they get out of the way quickly enough for all drivers involved, or will they split this pack in like 2 or 3 different parts? But I will say, with the tap we saw between, the shoulder barge that we saw between the Williams Esports Chill Blast and the Bentley, that must have been really some force, because the Bentley is not an easy car to shove aside.
Just want to touch on that. The number 5 Williams car has disappeared off my scoring board. I'm not sure if the system is having a glitch or whether they've disconnected, but I'm not seeing them anymore. So the Karma playing a little bit of a hand there.
Yeah, it did look a bit weird, because maybe it's a little bit of a connection issue, because the way the Bentley was shoved aside didn't seem all natural. But yeah, we're going to have to wait and see. Maybe we'll get a note of what happened to them exactly, the reason for the disconnect. But yeah, we're still looking at this battle behind the car 36, the 36th position, the 333 with Théo Rochelle, with the Lamborghini Jean Alesi cars still trying to get past the Aston Martin.
Yeah, John Alesi cars finding it very tricky indeed to get past Castorino's 95 Aston. Of course, they towed up to the back of the battle very quickly indeed, and we're getting a great view of the train behind from Thierry Rochelle's rear wing and the 333 virtual drivers by TX3 Audi R8 there. And coming down to turn 7, the Lamborghini still very much tucked in behind. I'm wondering if the Lamborghinis are just going to use the Aston to maybe tow themselves forward. Of course, if they're not losing mad amounts of time, they can, of course, save the Pirelli tyres a little bit by under-driving the car, essentially, and sitting in the wake of the Aston. They can, of course, tow themselves down all the straight point. Of course, Jean Alesi and Veloce in Astroja is now kind of latching back on to the rear of them after their mistake into turn 1.
And that's what we call a tactical off-track. But yeah, it is... I don't really think that they're planning to stick behind the Aston Martin, because I must say, I haven't really kept a good eye what the gap was between Castorino and P4. But the way the Jean Alesi team have been driving, I don't think they're trying to stick behind. They really want to get past, and I think they think that the best opportunity is Tamburello. It just hasn't worked out for them yet.
Yeah, you've really got to size up a move into Tamburello, and here we go. Great view on board from Santoro. Jean Alesi Lamborghini went him to the outside again. Still can't make it work. Castorino gives just enough room not to force the Lamborghini off the road, and once again we turn another lap with these guys all in a train. And just quickly want to touch on the QR code in the bottom right hand side of your screen. If you're wondering why we pop that down there, of course, it is the AK Esports Team of the Race award, which will net the winners an extra €100 in their prize pool. So if you have a favorite team that you want to vote for, then give that QR code a scan on your smartphone, and of course go on over and vote for your favorite team, whether it's favorite livery, best comeback, hard charger award, whatever the reason for your vote. Just make sure you get one lodged, because everybody loves €100, Kevin Boss, and I'm not sure what you would do with €100, but it's a fair chunk of money.
It's a pretty decent amount of money. A lot of things you could do with that. You could have a nice evening at a good restaurant. You can invest it in something, maybe some sim racing gear, put it towards a fund. A lot of things you could do with that, indeed.
Certainly so, and you could of course spend it with our partner as well, Fanatec, who is one of our sponsors for the series. Of course, we do have an affiliate link down in the description below if you are looking to pick up any hardware or spend your €100 from RCI. It would be greatly appreciated, as Daniel Santoro now is back through on Trevor Wenham, maybe thinking this flying formation order isn't working. Let me go through. Let me have a crack at the Racing Point Aston Martin, and we will see what we can do together. And of course, Veloce with Inestrosa in the Porsche, just kind of sitting back thinking, you know, I'm going to bide my time on this one. Anything can happen. If people start getting desperate and making lunges, then Inestrosa is going to be in a position to capitalize.
Yeah, because if it's going to happen anywhere, it's going to be at the chicanes, where the Porsche will be at their strongest with their strong acceleration, even though their top end speed is not the best. But yeah, seeing them switch back means that they did switch back to see if the other car had more pace to try and overtake. Was not the case, so they switched back to original positions and just have them race now and see if now the 27 of Santoro is fast enough to go past Castorino.
Yeah, definitely so. You've got to kind of think the bigger picture, essentially. You know, Wenham's had a few laps behind the Racing Point Castorino car, and now Santoro is going to try his hand at it and see if he can muscle the Lamborghini through. And of course, if he can get the Lamborghini up the inside the 27 car, of course, it may bring the 28 back through with them as well, as we flick to a race replay here of Julian Naumann and Henrik Gamble in the Kramer Esports car, of course. Through turn one they go, looking to do the switchback. Much better run from the Kramer car around there, and maybe a little bit of a rub is what's been picked up here as we head down to Villeneuve. Just no overtake there on that one, but that fight still very much alive between those two as we come back to the Lamborghini kind of Porsche Aston sandwich, should we say, on this one. The Jean Alesi livery. Very nice livery, if I say so myself, Kevin. I quite like the blue gradient to black and the splashes of white over it. It's quite an iconic one. You can really recognise at a distance.
Very easily recognizable, that one. It's looking a little bit like my team colors, though. Of course, they have a proper artist go over the livery, make sure it all looks clean instead of just me opening paint.net and doing my best. But yeah, I do love that gradient of the blue to dark.
Any livery designs, be sure to hit up Kevin Boss. He's very handy with paint.net, so I hear. Just asked in chat on YouTube what viewers would spend €100 on. Grim, our very own RCI staff member, would buy 19 pounds with it. Sebastian Apostle would spend it on food, as you said, Kevin. And one we didn't touch on, Alex Karpov, would donate it to charity. So, of course, that is another option for your bonus €100. If you feel no need for it, of course, why not give it away?
Why not? There are certainly a lot of good charities to choose from, ranging from poverty to cancer research to children's hospitals. A lot of good options.
Yeah, definitely so. And speaking of options, Castorino is maybe running out of them, as Santoro is closer than ever through the Variante Alta by the looks of it. And heading down now to Rivazza, turn 16, 17, 18. That sequence of corners, of course, the Lamborghini it's just got the legs in a lot of the corners, but just not enough legs down the straights again. It almost feels like we're watching a kind of Porsche. It just can't get a move done. And Team 1FF there, Litterscheid being chopped off by the Aston Martin ahead of Saragen for P25, the 777, as they come down into the hairpin. The nearly on pace car is behind them as well. And just look in the background, Kevin, we've got the leader coming through as well.
Yeah, and that already up to this part of the field does show the speed that McCormack has in that 55 Audi. It's absolutely insane. Like, even before the pit stops, he was more than 10 seconds ahead of P2, and after the pit stops, already passing half the field. Quite something, as we still see Litterscheid trying to get past the 777 Aston Martin of Saragen to go towards the Variante Alta. Probably not going to happen too much here. Maybe if he's got the speed, he can have a shot into Rivazza 1 and 2. But most likely, if they're going to shoot their shot, that'll be up and towards Tamburello.
Yeah, turn one, certainly the passing point, should we say, for a lot of the moves today, and the Team 1 FF car tucking in very much so behind the Crazy File Racing team of Serrigan there for the 777. And we now see the Ferrari toe once again in effect. The Aston Martin is quite strong in a straight line, so we've seen it's, you know, not a slouch by any means, so it's going to be very hard for the Ferrari to pass. We've seen Boothby very good on the brakes into turn one. Team 1 FF looks to the inside, gets just about enough ahead, fires the white Ferrari up the inside. Got to get it pulled up though for the second half of the chicane, and he does so, and a very clean move there. And all the meanwhile, the leader is going to want to get a move on the nearly on pace car, pulling over to the left hand side, letting him go. Very fair move there, knows when that fight has been won essentially on that one, and now comes up to the back of the battling cars ahead. Hopefully the Team 1 FF car can kind of pull out enough of a lead that it doesn't get interrupted by trying to give way to the leader. And the indicator comes on there ahead from the 777 saying, I am staying right, you go to the left. Up the inside into Piratella he goes. Of course, a good passing place if you can both make it work between you and give each other enough room. And speaking of enough room, not a lot of room here, Kevin.
No, very close between these three as they now go through Villeneuve towards the Tosa hairpin. I think that's the closest I've seen the three cars together in quite a little while. And as we've been seeing for the last couple of laps, the Lamborghinis are very, very close to the back of the 95 Aston Martin of Racing Point, but they just don't seem to have enough in them to be able to overtake. So I do get the feeling that if they're able to get past that Aston Martin in P5, they'll be shooting way up the field to try and catch the 696 Audi.
Yeah, the only thing you don't want happening though is, of course, your teammate going through and then you can't follow him and you end up being split between an Aston Martin, and then you just can't kind of work together anymore to get things done. Of course, Santoro will then be driving in the mirrors, watching for Castorino making a move here. Of course, both Italian drivers we're seeing at the moment riding on board with Castorino, looking backwards to Santoro on this fight, and Trevor Venom's car just about visible behind. It's almost like two cars running in sync with each other. It's crazy. I assume they have definitely been practicing kind of formation driving essentially, and really understanding where, you know, both drivers succeed in their stints to not trip up on each other. Of course, you might have one driver that's faster on the newer tires, but then of course the other car might be a little bit better at managing its tires. And here comes Santoro now to the outside once again. Castorino to the inside into the Tamburello. Santoro very late on the brakes, just about gets the overlap. Can he go defensive into the switchback? He can. A little bit of oversteer forces Castorino to check up, and this brings Trevor Venom into the fight, down into the Villeneuve chicane. This is Venom going past as well, and both John Alesi cars have dispatched of Racing Point.
Oh, that was some teamwork from the two Jean Alesi cars. Santoro being able to hold up Castorino just enough going through Tamburello in order to give Venom that drive he needed towards Villeneuve and get that overtake done by both of the Jean Alesi Esports Lamborghinis. So now that they're past and Castorino has to focus on that 912 Porsche behind, I think they might be charging ahead for P4 now.
Yeah, going to be interesting to keep your eyes on the Lamborghini squadron, shall we say, as they now try and catch the back of Tyskovic's car. 7.4 seconds to the good at the moment on Santoro. So, of course, Santoro can just focus on the clear road ahead now. He knows Venom behind isn't going to make any moves. I'm assuming they're sat on some kind of comms, whether it be Discord, TeamSpeak, or any of the other platforms available. And now Inestrosia has essentially almost lost his slipstream to the Aston Martin. There's certainly a much bigger gap there. And of course, with the Audi behind of Tatsvina Hacker, that is certainly going to come sailing past, or not, as it dives into the pits. A little bit out of sequence here, so probably pulling the warm Pirellis off a lot earlier than they expected.
Yeah, it does seem to be very early, because we already saw a couple cars go in at the 5-hour 15 mark. Now to see them going at the 4-hour 15 mark as well, or at least this car, it's quite early to say the least. But yeah, it might be working out for them very well near the end of the race.
It could certainly play into their hands come the end of the race. And just want to touch as while we're watching Tatsvina Hacker, of course, congratules 334 virtual drivers by TX3 car. Unfortunately, picking up another penalty on lap 46. Turn 14, of course, involving the 977 of the Kramer Esports car that we saw turn sideways on the exit. Very lethal place to be there. Drive through for the Virtual Drivers TX3 car. Yet another one picked up in this race. So they've got to keep their nose very clean, Kevin Boss, or they could find themselves exceeding license points, which of course would mean a disqualification from the event.
Yes, and we've seen it before in events where people have been getting too many license points to be disqualified, and of course it's not immediately from the championship, but first of all from the race. As we're still looking at the 696 ITB Esports Audi. But ladies and gentlemen, if you are enjoying what you're seeing here, we're doing races throughout all the week here at RCI TV. So if you like what you're seeing, please click that like button. So hit subscribe on YouTube, and if you're on Twitch, please hit that follow button as well. That does help us out. And if you really want to join us, there are splits for everyone to join at RCI. Currently, we're still going in the Friday Sprint Challenge Season 10 on the Friday next race at Suzuka. And also on Wednesday, there's still one race to go in the Wednesday Team Championship. If you want to sign up for any of those races mid-season, you can do so on the RCI website.
Yeah, of course, head on over to racerci.com, where you will, of course, find our full calendar and all our championships currently live at the moment. And if you're a sucker for punishment, our next Monday championship sign-ups have opened recently with the Maserati Cup. So if you fancy ACC on hard mode, of course, no traction control, no ABS in those, head on over, get yourself signed up and get your pre-qualifying done to find out where you will find yourselves. And I, for one, I don't know if you know RCI that well, but I am the regular Monday caster, and I cannot wait to see everybody going toe-to-toe in Maserati GT4s, for one.
Yeah, I'll be joining that pain and suffering of the Maserati Cup, and I'll actually really be trying myself to get into that split one to be viewed on RCI TV once the broadcast starts. So we're now going to go back for a little fight between P30 and 31 Luke Southall in the SDR Esports 39 BMW, going on the inside in towards Tamburello on the brakes. Seems like he's got the move done, but let's see if he can make it stick throughout the whole chicane. Because Lomi in the 164 Aston Martin can still come back, but it does seem like he might have the job done. Just dragging out that Aston Martin through into Villeneuve, and that is a move done and dusted.
That's the thing with passing in obviously turn one, such as Southall did in the Samantha Tan esports car. Got to be really careful that your rival behind, doesn't take a wider line into the chicane, jump on the power a lot earlier, and then essentially out-drag you either towards the Villeneuve chicane or up the inside into Villeneuve, and make it very tricky for yourself indeed, as the Gatto Chain Barless Esports cars are obviously fielding two entries. No, you are not seeing double. No, they have not teleported half a lap ahead. This is Imuello a little bit out of sync, looking at the back of Seragin, picking up a drive-through penalty quite early on in the race, and the car behind the Audi R8 of the Swedish nearly on pace team, of course, it just slightly out of sync a little bit more, being a couple of laps down on them. So just biding their time, just sitting back, enjoying the show, and possibly towing themselves back up through the field. And Azatec Simsports Visceral Red now finds themselves behind Nicholas Arnka in the Team 1 FF car. I feel like the Team 1 FF boys have certainly got their screen time worth today at RCI TV. And as they now see a little bit of Ferrari on Ferrari action. Again, we go back to the point we made earlier about the Aston on Aston. It's very hard to find that 0.1, 0.2 of a second on where you're that little bit closer. And just in the background there, Manisha dropping down 2 more places since we last saw them for the Armamentario squad.
Yeah, they do seem to be struggling in that 1-2-1 Audi. But yeah, as we said before, when we saw 2 Aston Martins fighting, you know where the car is strong, you know where the car is weak, and then you just need to analyze what the car in front of you is doing and just try and overtake where you can if you do see that mistake happening.
Of course, mistakes can always mean places gained for you or your rival, or everybody behind you. That's the only problem with racing in such a competitive field, when you've got 3, 4, 5 cars all bunched together. One of you makes a mistake, and suddenly somebody is 4 places up on themselves. It's great to see. It's a great way of racing. And speaking of Pack Racing, Trevor Wenham and Santoro still working together to try and get to the back of Tyskovic's Audi. Last time we saw these guys get past Castorino was 7.4 seconds to the good. Santoro has got that gap down now to just under 6 seconds. So the Jean Alesi squadron definitely on a charge here.
Yeah, they seem to be doing good, and this is what I thought would happen once they got past that Aston Martin. That like they did seem to have the pace over the Aston Martin, just not being able to pass, and now being already 1.5 seconds to the good towards P4 did show that they did have that pace, and because they're not fighting, even though they're very close together, they know they can just fully focus ahead and try and catch up to fourth and then maybe even the top three.
Yeah, definitely. So top three certainly could be on the cards for Jean Alesi today if they do get their their act together and get their head down and real focused and drilling those consistent laps to catch the leading pack. We have a question in our YouTube chat from Mr. Lindrup. Welcome in. Great to see you here as well, representing the Danish side on that one. He's asked, what is the custom BOP for this event? So, of course, the esports boys, unlike the free to enter series, do get a custom BOP. Certain teams are elected to represent their BOP opinions and obviously try and find a fair balance and a mutual agreement between everyone. So for round 2 here at Imola, we have the Aston Martin V8 Vantage on an additional 20 kilos. The Audi R8 LMS Evo 2 gained an additional 15. The M4 GT3 gained 15 kilos. The 488 GT3 Evo gained 0 kilos. The Lamborghini Huracan Evo with an additional 10 kilos, so the least of the cars that receive the weight. And Porsche picked up 5 kilos on their BOP, so 5 kilos just might have been enough to tip the scales on the straight line speed to not be in their favor, and then to try and outbalance the rest of the lap, where the car is super quick and does take the corners really well and the braking zones, but just struggles down the straight. So maybe where they've decided to rein the Porsche in, so to speak.
Yeah, if you kill them that little bit on the top speed, especially if all the other cars around already get that much more, then, you know, maybe you need to give them that little bit of weight just to not make them as fast through the corners. But yeah, they're still going to be hurting a lot, as we have been seeing throughout this race. Whenever someone's going to overtake a Porsche, they're going to do it out of the start-finish straight and into Tamburello.
Yeah, and if you're curious on who gets to say on what manufacturer, of course, the Gatto Chain Barlas Esports team represent the Aston Martin. The Williams Esports represent the Audi R8. SMP, obviously being the only Bentleys in the field, represent the Bentley. Samantha Tan Racing Esports represents the BMW M4. FFS Racing, long-time racers of RCI, of course, represent the 488 GT Evo. Jean Alesi, once again being the only Lambos that have signed up, represent them. And Kramer Racing represent the Porsche. So, of course, very fair. Nobody knows the Porsche better than Kramer does, as we see. Speaking of Bentleys, Bykov making up a position for the SMP team into the top 10 now, dispatching of Olajar, not Olajar, sorry, that was the 832, the Pass Racing Simsport car there. And just in the background, this man, George Boothby, he's been making some moves that we've not been catching, Kevin.
Yeah, he's slowly been moving himself up the field, like, after they had that little incident earlier on. But yeah, they're slowly getting themselves back up the field. They know how to do it. They did it last round at Kyalami when they went all the way back up to P3. So anything can happen with these guys. They are very, very quick. It's also my understanding that, especially with the manufacturers that have multiple teams, there's going to be like a rotation on the BOP discussion. Do correct me if I'm wrong there, but yeah, that also makes it a bit more equal if more people have a say.
Yeah, certainly so. Of course, you don't want one team having the say and kind of running away with everything in the championship. As we see SMP Esports coming down the lane to take their pit stop about 4 minutes-ish early, I would say, on stint timer from when they last came down. But Genius Esports now also find themselves inside the top 10 after a bit of a no-show at Kyalami. By the time I came into the box, they were gone. They were nowhere to be found, but a much better run from them now, and they do size up the back of Inestroja in the Porsche as well, ahead for Veloce. Still behind Castorino, still not managed to find a way past them either. So Porsche is definitely struggling to find somewhere that it can gain on the Aston, and we know the Aston's very good in a straight line, so we'd expect the Genius Esports car to be towing past them come the start-finish straight next time by.
Yeah, it does seem like they're close enough to be able to do that. So now it's the work of the Porsche, especially coming out of Rivazza, to be as close to Castorina as they can be to, get as much from the slipstream as they can to get their top speed that little bit higher and then try and defend probably on the inside going into turn one. But yeah, it's going to be a tough ask for the Porsche.
Yeah, definitely so. And Estrosia's really going to have to make the Porsche pedal down the straight, and not going to be an easy one, as now Olajars has lost the position to a charging George Boothby, sorry, in the 992. Not sure how that happened. My bets are on Tozer with the gap on how they are. That was turn one, turn two, apparently. Sorry, 2 laps ago. I'm a little bit kind of asleep here. As George Boothby is now towing himself up to the back of the 832 Aston Martin. We know the Ferrari very good in turn one on the brakes. Boothby's done numerous moves down there so far in the last just 2 hours or so since we've gone green here at RCI TV, and now down to the hill of Rivazza, the URL car. Fortunately, not close enough to probably benefit from a slipstream, although a great showing from them. And here it comes, Genius Esports on the Veloce car, straight past they go. And Lipa Esports now, look at the closing speed on that into the braking zone. Estrosian nearly got caught out by the Lipa car, which is a couple of laps down.
Yeah, I really thought Bikov would have done the move there as well, but they just had enough to stay ahead of them going into turn 1 and 2. But this is exactly what we thought would happen, where the Aston Martin would just blast past the Porsche on a start-finish straight and have it be done way before they get into the braking zone of turns 1 and 2.
Yeah, for sure. And that was Aporia, sorry, in the Lipat car just behind there. A couple of laps out of sync down in P33. So, of course, the Veloce car, the last thing they want to do is not lose a position, essentially, but have a lapped car in the way of their kind of assault up the field. And Julian Naumann still locked in a fight with another load of Astons. He's got Yaroslav Roth ahead, and he's got Orodno Rodnikov behind him in the number 14 Aston Martin as well. So again, it's one of those fights where everybody's going to have to try and find their kind of extra 0.1, 0.2 on their rival, understand where their car's stronger than the rest of them. Of course, it could be in aero balance. You could, of course, have a lot more straight line speed than the car ahead, although come the corners, the car ahead of you might be coming back past you if it's got that little bit more kind of aero grip in a sense, as they now charge down to the bottom of the hill of Aqua Minerale. Be very careful on the exit curb of part 1, and especially careful on the exit curb of part 2, because you use too much of it and traction control is going to kick in and hamper your run up into the Variante Alta. And the number 14 looking very close indeed on Ren Velton. Connection lost just with enough to kind of tow away. Ren Velton definitely going to be driving in their mirrors, and it's the worst place you want to be is in that middle pack of the guys that you're fighting with, as we're now seeing a few more cars coming down pit lane. Left hand side of your screen, Tyskovic comes down in the 696, so that of course releases the Jean Alesi Lambos essentially up into P3 and P4 provisionally before their pit stops cycle through, and the Pass Simsport car as well going into the lane, so they're dropping down a few positions. But now here we go, Ren Velton coming under attack on the Connection Lost racing car. A little bit of a rub and a big twitch, very well held by Yaroslav Roth, but that could have been race ending right there, Kevin.
Yeah, I also think they might have gone a little bit too much to the left, maybe hit the grass and then the start of the curb maybe as well. That didn't help them either. But yeah, that was very close indeed. But like the Ren Velton's esports car also had to slow down a little bit, and that made them, made them open for an attack by Ogorodnikov as they all go nose to tail through Tosa hairpin. So yeah, this is a very close battle between the three Astons.
Yeah, certainly so. And of course, if any of the guys on your screen are worthy of it that you think, of course, the AK Esports team of the race is open, and it's worth €100 per team that obviously wins it through the 5 rounds we have here for the 6-hour Esports Series, as Albin Manson there dispatches of one of the Ferraris for a lap back, and the Genius Esports car is now through on Castorino as well. Not sure how that one happened, but the Genius car definitely with some good pace on that one. But of course, we are coming up to the 1 hour break. Not the 1 hour break, should I say? The hour where we break. And of course, you can get your votes done for the AK Esports Team of the Race. And just having a race replay here of the slipstream battle of the Genius Esports car. Stewie unfortunately not catching the overtake, but did happen somewhere in the last sector. So as myself and Kevin Boss peel away for a 5-minute breather, we'll leave you with the QR code on your screen. And of course, we'll be popping a link in the Twitch and the YouTube chat in case you prefer to vote on your desktop. But remember, it is worth €100 for the team. So we'll leave you with an onboard here of Angel Inestroja in the Veloce 912 RCI entrance while we peel away for 5 minutes or so. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to wherever you, of course, are in the world. Welcome back to the RCI 6-hour challenge esports series, of course, live both on Twitch and YouTube here at RCI TV. Round 2, playing host, if you just joined us, at Imola on this one for 6 hours, of course, of top-level racing. And speaking of top level racing, here we go. Already Jaroslav Roth under pressure from the number 14 Aston Martin behind, and it's been a wonderful race so far, Kevin. We've had a bit of a mixed start. It was a lot cleaner than Kyle Army. We've had a few incidents, a few drivers getting caught up in bits and pieces. Unfortunately, George Boothby to be one of them, currently up in P8, of course, pre pit stop cycle on this one. And Kramer Racing been turned around at some point in the race as well. They find themselves out of position, and just being told in my ear, track limits violation for Kramer as well. So their day going from bad to worse.
Yeah, that's not something you want to see. It means they might have been pushing that car a little bit too much, trying to, catch back up to the guys in front, or pushing too much to try and not get overtaken as they now go into the pits for their drive-through penalty. But yeah, it's also with good racing. We did see just before we went for the break that it was that fight between the 3 Aston Martins. It seems that Van Racing had gone past to take the lead of that little group, as they've now all shuffled into the pits, looks like. Or no, that's just Jaroslav Roth of the Connection Loss Racing team. But yeah, in general, there've been some incidents. It happens every race. It's not unavoidable, but you'll see it happen every race. But in general, it's been pretty good.
Yeah, it's almost like luck of the draw sometimes. And green fronted Audi there, just behind the rear wing. Of course, Dyer McCormack comes down pit lane to take their stop for a driver timer, who's definitely going to be up on the Williams car now. So interesting to see, will Tinko van der Velde go in, or will Dyer stay in that car? West Competition Racing also down the lane, the number 1 BMW, of course, iconic purple livery. See it kind of everywhere you go in esports. That's great to see. And Riley Murdoch now in the Samantha Tan Racing esports car. Of course, Luke Southall handing the car over to him, and he finds himself on the back of the Assetto Sim Sports Fiscal red car, I believe that is, possibly of Levesque, number 46. Through the chicane they go. The Ferrari having no dramas this time. BMW looking very stable indeed. And it's a tricky one, Kevin, as a driver. When you've just been handed the car, you don't quite know, roughly what to expect in terms of handling and where to put it, but you don't quite know how to gauge the field around you. And of course, with the limited tyre sets here today, only offering 4 sets of Pirellis to the drivers, of course, some are going to be double stinting. You may be on fresher tyres in your car than another car. So it's a difficult one to kind of gauge what to do at the start of your stint almost.
Well, if you get thrown immediately into a fight, as we're now looking at Riley Murdoch going for the inside overtake on the Assetto SimSports Visceral Red team, we think, and completing that move through Tamburello up into P31, that would be. But yeah, it's especially if you get, it's P29. But yeah, especially if you get thrown right into a fight, they don't know exactly, are the other cars on ailing tires? Do you have fresh tires? Are you on maybe slightly worn tires? Anything can happen, and you probably need a couple laps to see properly where you're at. So you don't want to be fighting too hard at the start of your stint. Maybe fighting a battle where if the car behind are on fresher tires, that you completely ruin yours. Yeah, it's a lot of things to think about and to feel out, but within a couple of laps, you'll know where you're at.
Certainly so, and knowing where they're at, the Jean Lacey boys both heel down pit lane together. Trevor Wenham leads in Santoro, the 28 and 27 split, and a spin there in turn 7. The Kevin Raffier 333 virtual drivers by TX3 and Lipa Esports, I believe, coming together there. Let's see what happened from the helicam. Maybe a much better view than having the tree in the way. Lipa to the inside just doesn't give maybe enough room, or the virtual driver's car just thinking Lipa was a little bit more to the inside than he was. Contact was made, through goes virtual drivers, and back goes the car, the 42 of Lipa Esports. And this man here with a stop go 30, Nick Babin for the Assetto SimSports Visceral Red, Not sure what happened there. Possibly pit lane violation on speeding, being told in my ear on that one. Nothing to report from the stewards. So got to be very careful. We touched on it earlier in the broadcast, Kevin, but that pit line is a lot sooner than you think.
Yeah, and it's definitely something you want to practice, because here in esports you do have the opportunity to practice where that pit lane is, and especially in competitions like this where there's money on the line, you want to do as best as you can. You don't want to potentially throw away the race by speeding in the pit lane, missing your brake marker, and especially if you have the opportunity to practice 24/7 if you want to. It's something avoidable, I'd say.
Yeah, definitely avoidable. I mean, you have ample opportunity to practice the pit in and pit out sequence. Obviously, whether it be offline, online, wherever you want to do it, there's more than enough time. And sometimes a few drivers falling alier to that one. Andre Micklea for the West Competition Racing #1 BMW stays in the car after the pit cycle. Here we see some pit stop times on the left-hand side of your screen. So Micklea 10 seconds faster than the Williams car, so possibly on the double stinting of the Pirellis. A lot of cars there with the 1 minute 17, 1 minute 18s. We've got a 1 minute 4 from Bykov down in P8. We've got Yaroslav Roth with a 1 minute 3, very fast time from Connection Loss Racing. Of course, it is just a rough indication from pit in to pit out on our broadcast tool, which does allow us to see this. So it's great to see the insight. Of course, a lot of drivers coming in roughly the same time, lap 74, lap 75. We've got the 696 now of Pawlowski. Obviously, Tyskovic out of that one came in lap 68. Smoliar for SMP Racing, lap 66. An even earlier stop for them, so possibly pulling those double stinted Pirellis off a little bit sooner, just to try and save a little bit of time. But the majority of the pit stops have gone through. We've seen some drivers change. We've got Darren King in the 28 now. We've got Davide Tanitsa in the 27 for Jean Alesi. They've been split up now by Inestrosia. We saw him obviously coming in kind of nose to tail in their flying formation, which they've been in for many laps of the race now. So Inestrosia being the separator there, and Bykov on the back of that car. So Darren King's really got to kind of charge now to the back of Pawlowski, just in case they make a mistake, and obviously John Alesi can capitalize into P4.
Yeah, and we do see there with the pit stop times that Inestrosa did take the shorter pit stop, so he most likely will be double stinting. So I don't think it'll take a lot of time for David Tonitsa to get past and go back towards the back of his teammate King in the 28. Yeah, so we also see that we see there at lap 74, P2, Micklea also went for the double stint, and they took P2 because of it. So even though they now gain the positions, let's see if they're able to keep them while double stinting.
Yeah, that's the thing, isn't it? You know, if you're double stinting your tires, you really want to get involved in a battle, drive defensive, and possibly risk damaging the Pirellis even more. They already might be from the first stint. Of course, you've got to look after them if you're forecasting doing your double stint early on. You've got to leave those kind of lap one fights to everybody else. And just look at the speed of the Lamborghini, straight past Inestrosia in the Porsche. Tanitsa definitely knows where he's stronger. And now you've got the Bentley of Bykov looking up the inside as well, forcing Inestrosia nearly over to the curb to allow enough room for the big Boatley to come through on the inside of Tamburello turn 1, and move secured. No comeback to be had. And now Jonas Savalainen is the kind of let's just say the interruption to George Boothby and their comeback drive. Boothby still in the car, and they of course a lap down. They're fighting for position between themselves. Savalainen and Albin Manson there. Big sideways moment coming out of the Villeneuve chicane, but all the meanwhile Boothby is of course getting held up by these guys, so he's going to want to dispatch of these guys fairly quickly.
Or if he hasn't done his pit stop yet, this might be the perfect time to do so. Otherwise, yeah, he wants to get past as soon as he can. I think he must have had a pit stop done, because otherwise it wouldn't work with the stint timer. So yeah, he'll definitely want to get past these drivers as quickly as possible. So it's also difficult for them because you got the blue flags, you need to let them through. But on the other hand, you also don't want to lose too much time to the car you're fighting. So deciding where to let the lapping car through is sometimes a difficult choice.
Yeah, certainly. So you don't want to lose, too much time on your opponent, but at the same time, you don't want to be holding up somebody else that is, of course, on the lead lap. And just want to touch on the number 5 Williams Esports car that we saw earlier, giving the hip and shoulder check to the SMP Esports Bentley. Igor Rodriguez in our RCI Esports chat has apologized to Abdulaziz to say, sorry, I was giga lagging and didn't see you. So kind of all spares fair. Me and Kevin did speculate in the box that it looked like he almost drove through the Bentley, like he wasn't even on the racing line. So that's the news from the number 5 Williams camp. Car has not fortunately come back on that one. So I think that's the garage door down, and Day called on their charge for the RCI 6 hours here at round 2 of Imola. But of course the lead Williams, the number 55 Team Razor car, definitely doing very well indeed. Nearly 16.5 seconds clear. And Tyre McCormack out of the car. Tinko van der Velde back in to the car for his first stint of Imola. So let's see how he gets on. And meanwhile, Nick Babin, having served the penalty for the speed in the pit lane, I believe, for the Assetto Corsa Visceral red car, now finds himself on the back of Tatsvina Hacker's Audi. And Tatsvina Hacker certainly no stranger to pace, and he's just going to absorb all of the pressure put under as Noah Eder now comes under pressure from another one of the Visceral. I believe he just made the move, being told in my ear, possibly somewhere into the chicane. That's a popular place for the Porsche. Looks very stable over the curbs. The Ferrari not as stable, and hopefully the Porsche can use the Audi ahead to mount a defense on the Ferrari that's going to be charging into turn 1.
Yeah, but they're going to need a lot of pace, but we already see now they're under so much pressure from the car behind. They'll probably try and shoot up the inside, but they decide to stick behind the Porsche. I thought they would stick it alongside and try and overtake there. They haven't yet, as we still look now at Nick Babin in the Assetto Corsa Visceral red car, now trying to get past the Audi of the 85 on the start-finish straight, as we now go back to David Pertil in the Racing Point car for a race replay, as we here see them overtaking in towards Tamburello, and looks like it was job done before they reached the corner. Let's see if there's anything else happened. It was just a quick clean overtake by David Pertil.
Yeah, used the straight line speed of the Aston, slipstreaming in the giant hole that the Bentley punches in the air, and of course sailing on past before got to the braking zone of Tamburello. And now at the top of the hill, of course, Pertil is way ahead of the Bentley, as we now see the Yas Heat car on its comeback drive. The 939, of course, accidentally started from the pit lane today, just over 2 hours 20 minutes ago. Apparently one of the drivers forgetting to click drive on the grid, which in ACC terms, of course, will teleport you back to the pit lane for the start. And we did speculate in the comms box that it might have been a tactical decision, knowing the pinch point of turn 1, Tamburello, of where they're heading at the moment. And Litterscheid there leaves the door open for the Yas Heat car, although looks like he could come back towards Villeneuve if the run is hampered for Yas Heat. But yeah, just one of those that it happens to the best of us. I'm sure we've all done it. We've dozed off on the grid a little bit, kind of tried to get ourselves in that zone, and forgotten almost that we have to click drive to be able to continue on the formation lap. And yeah, just didn't go the way of Yas Heat, but an excellent comeback drive so far, up to P22 overall. And now Cody Sherat finds himself in the car of the Genius Esports side by side with Veloce in Astrosia into turn 1 over the sausage curb. Be very careful, boys. Indeed, there's a little bit of a rub, I believe, between the two, the Aston and the Porsche, and that allows a car that's a lap down, the number 474, to kind of separate them as such. And in Astrosia is going to be very frustrated at that one.
Yeah, it's not something you want to see, because you're given the room, and then because they hit the sausage curb, they just go a bit further wide, hit you, slow you down, and then you get overtaken by another car. Especially if it's a lapped car, then you're like, just give me the space back. I want to be fighting this guy who's just overtaken me and not having to worry about overtaking the lapped car again. But yeah, it's just something that happens because the lapped car doesn't want to just stay put as well, because they've got their own race to think about, and they can't just stop for any time someone goes off track.
Yeah, that's it. You know, when you're in that zone and you're trying to check up for the car alongside you, it's very tricky to do so without upsetting your own car as well. So, got to be a little bit heads up sometimes in these scenarios, and a few clever moves happen through Tamburello before. Just want to briefly touch back on the Kramer driver in the car at the moment, Noah Eder. Very young driver indeed, at just aged 19. Started sim racing a little over 1.5 years ago, and already has 1,500 hours on ACC. So he's only been with Kramer since July 22. So he's still fairly new in terms of, team kind of sync with each other. Of course, we touched on Bischoff earlier, being one of the older drivers in the lineup. So certainly a lot of experience with Mavix to kind of hand down to these younger drivers. And we spoke earlier about the kind of academy teams rising up with Kevin Galvin through the ranks. And it's almost alarming, Kevin, how quickly some of these drivers kind of spring to the esports scene, should we say. Drivers that we might not have heard of this time last year are already fighting on the big stage for big money.
It could just be that it was just a hobby and they weren't doing a lot, and then you go into one event or you go into like a qualifying maybe to get into a team, and if you've got the talent and maybe a team is willing to put some time into you, make sure you get the proper equipment and the time to practice, then the talent comes forward, and then it's a very quick rise to the top if everything just clicks together. So you can see it also in other sports, like in football. You have a player that might not be well known. All of a sudden, one person picks them up, they get put into a big side, and they flourish. Just getting the equipment, the time to train themselves to improve, then yeah, you can easily see them rise through the ranks quickly.
Yeah, so we touched on earlier, of course, you don't really have to be from any particular background or any particular nature to be able to get into sim racing. It's very open and accessible for everybody. So if this is your first time dropping into RCI TV, so wonder what is going on this afternoon, welcome in. Thank you for joining us. We do appreciate every single one of you at home, and none of this would be possible without you guys behind your screens, of course, cheering on your favorite teams and chatting to us here in the broadcasting box as we see the number 474 VDES Junior esports car making a move, I believe, on Martin Grady in the 23 FFS car. And very fun fact about Martin Grady I will get onto in a minute, Kevin.
As we now look at Nick Babin in the Assetto Simsports Visceral Red, trying to fight off Raffier in the Audi, and we now switch to Joris Appel in the Renvelten Esports, trying to get past Jaroslav Roth in the 404 Connection Lost Racing. Went a bit wide out of Tamburello. This might give the Ferrari of Joris Appel enough to go into Villeneuve, but no, he decides to stick behind him, and this is a fight that's now been going for a few laps now, though he might have a shot now into Tosa, but he just doesn't seem to be alongside. Oh, and he shoots it up the inside. That's a crazy move if he can put the throttle down, and he makes the overtake. I did not see that coming after he was behind at the first part after Villeneuve. Just wow.
Yeah, so excellent move there from the Renvelten car of Joris Appel on Jaroslav Roth for Connection Lost Racing as they head up the hill through Piratella and down to Aqua Minerale. Both cars still very close indeed, and all the meanwhile, it's allowed Hugo Melz to be able to catch up in the Jean and Lacey Esports Ferrari as well, just behind in the kind of black car that is in between the FFS and the CLR car. So yeah, great to see. Very clean driving. You can really make those dive bombs work, but both parties have to be kind of willing in order to make it work. And we now see towards the front, riding on board with West Competition Racing, of course, sponsored by BMW Romania, massive total sponsor there for them across the rear wing, looking back at Smoliar's SMP car, and believe the number one car is on double stinted tires at the moment, so they're kind of going to be lacking a little bit through the corners, and Smoliar's definitely going to be able to take advantage of them.
Yeah, we saw in the pit stop time that the number one BMW did take a 10-second shorter pit stop, so that will be the tyre change difference. And Smolia has been bombing it down the field in order to get to the rear of the number one BMW from Miclea. So yeah, it's only going to be a matter of time, I think, before it just shoots past and takes P2 away.
Yeah, definitely so. Bentley's going to have a much greater kind of braking zone into Ravazza. You saw the gap that got closed up there, and it's going to be able to put the power down a lot more reliably out of Ravazza. And we know how strong the Bentley is in a straight line, and with the wake of the BMW M4 hoping to close up into Tamburello into the first corner, although looks like it's struggling a little bit. Just doesn't have that enough latch of the slipstream to be able to capitalize this time by into turn one. But look at the braking difference there. Fires it to the inside. Smolyar through. No contact made between the two. And again, that's what we were just talking about with Ren Velton and CLR. That's just respect given. Just look at it from the helicab. You saw the Bentley closing, hit the brakes, and then just swerved to the left. And Miclea saw it coming and just turned almost right away from it. Just gave the SMP car the inside, and SMP through to second place.
Well, at least he did open up the steering that little bit. That was the little wiggle towards the right that you might have seen. As we're now also looking at the Ren Velton shooting it up Rivazza 1 on the 323 car there, with Nikita Bogoroditsky of the Simware Pro by Vides 14 also trying to get by there and continue in this race further up the field. Yeah, it's man, looking at some of the overtakes here, I just can't see, like, it's just madness that they're daring to do it, and that everyone is also allowing it to happen. It's insanity.
Yeah, this is the great thing about these guys, of course, on the top of their level. Of course, these drivers are the most respective and well-known kind of names in ACC. You know, you scan down the list and you can most certainly point a few facts out about every single driver on the field. And this is the beauty of endurance racing, of course, as well, with the pit stops coming through, drivers cycling in and out of the cars. We then have a different talent roster essentially on the grid. You know, Dyer McCormack's out for Tinko van der Velde, Smolyar's back in, Leclerc stays in, Palowski is out for is in for Tyksovic. Darren King and Tanitsa are back in the Jean Alesi car. So the whole dynamic of the field changes, where you had one guy in the car before that was a lot faster. Maybe the next guy's a little bit slower. Maybe the next guy's much faster once again. And George Boothby there leaving the door open there for Marcin Olajars in the URL number 7. So Boothby once again being very sensible and picking his fights, and knows that, you know, he's not really going to be able to capitalize on that. Maybe Boothby still double stinting the tires to try and get it out of the way, and then as soon as Malinowski gets in the car for the latter half of the race, going to have a fresh set of Pirellis in order to charge back up the order again.
Yeah, looking at the pit stop time, there was about 8 seconds difference between Olajars and Boothby. So I think Olajars is on the fresher tires there. So that they're able to go faster out of the corners does not surprise me. Though it's now up to Boothby on his double stint to try and stick as close to that car as he can. You know, profit from the slipstream, and then yeah, get him forward as far as that will allow him before he gives over the car to his teammate.
Yeah, definitely so. Yaroslav Roth now very out of sequence. What's happened here is we turn to a race replay down into turn 1. Ren Velton to the inside on that one. And they just turns in, doesn't realize Ren Velton's maybe alongside as much as they were. They bang doors, and Yaroslav Roth takes a trip to the beach, and Ren Velton goes through, unfortunately, on that one. Now we got the FFS racing car behind, I believe, a lap down. Could possibly be Tijani in that one. I'm not too sure. Maybe he's in one of them at the moment. Franca is circulating in the other. But this battle here between the 72 and the 14 still rages on, Kevin. They were in a bit of a trio when we went to our hourly break here on RCI TV, with Yaroslav Roth in the mix. And now Roth, of course, with the hip and shoulder check into Tamburello. Way off the order. You see him just rising over the hill behind, and now we see Genius Esports having a crack at the SMP Bentley of Bykov. Sharat to the outside, Bykov to the inside into Tamburello. Let's see who's going to be the last of the late breakers. Sharat around the outside gives plenty of room to Bykov. Had no need to do that, and that's hampered him through the second half of the chicane, and Bykov manages to make it work and hold on. I think that's a classic example of too much respect almost given.
Yeah, or they thought that the Bentley of Bykov was a bit closer than it actually was, and therefore giving them more space than was needed. But it's also good to see drivers err on the side of caution instead of just sending it like we saw what happened with the Connection Lost Racing and Ren Velten.
So, Eden, Luke Whitehead in the esports chat, I think a bit disgruntled with the Porsche top end here at Imola today, and Charlie Crossland offering him advice of just press the throttle harder, you know, like you used to do on the PlayStation days in Gran Turismo. The harder you push the X button on the controller, the faster your car went. I'm sure of it. And Jonas Salvalainen looking to the back of the Lipa esports car. P31, this will be for on the 43 and the 69. Grip Hacks Engineering, much better run out last time at Kyalami. Had a good comeback drive from the kind of back end of the grid, but everybody seems very, very consistent here today as Tatsvina Hacker tries to get his way through Raffia's Audi now. Audi on Audi action, and got the past sim racing team just ahead of them. I think they're quite high up the order at the moment. At least they were pre-pit stop. They were in just inside the top 10, I believe. The number 832, currently P13. So you've got P37, P38 duking it out here, and then you've got P13 at the head of them, possibly going to decide the battle if you know, the Raffia kind of checks up into the back of him.
Yeah, it's now a precarious situation for the two that are fighting there, because they might believe that they've, at the moment, got a faster pace than the P13 ahead, who's then lapped them. But they can't keep on fighting while also staying behind if they are faster. So at one point, maybe they have to decide to shoot it up the inside of P13, try and overtake them, and then to get that little bit of a gap between you and the other Audi. But yeah, then of course blue flags will be waved again, and then it becomes a whole different situation where you need to think properly, like, is it worth sending it up the inside, or am I just going to defend for my life, keeping this position behind P13?
Yeah, Stuart earlier, of course, commenting on the blue flag action. A few complaints raised where drivers weren't quite pulling away fast enough from others, and of course they got involved in a few penalties being dished out as Grip Hacks Engineering now finds its way past Lipa Esports in the yellow Aston Martin just behind, and just behind them they've of course got Martin Grady, some of you may know as Tijni, a YouTube streamer, made himself a name of course on Gran Turismo, where competing on the big stage in front of thousands. And in our kind of little driver profile notes, we're being told sometimes on his stream he dresses up and refers to himself as Tijni Spears, and yeah, gets a little bit wild on his stream, shall we say, and a little bit entertaining, and yeah, definitely one to watch, I hear, on that one. But definitely once quickly learned a new car and a track in 1 week to finish inside the top 10 of a major esports series. So you know, the talent is everywhere in this field, and Cody Sherratt still finding himself behind Bykov's SMP Bentley. Still nothing to be had on this one. We saw him move into Tamburello just a few laps ago. Both drivers being a little bit too respectful to each other, possibly giving a little bit too much room. Cody Sherratt on the outside could have definitely pinched the door on Bykov a lot closer, although we saw it earlier on with a few drivers trying that one, and it did end in tears. So it's a fine balance, Kevin Boss, between being too aggressive and not aggressive enough almost.
Yeah, but as I said before, it's nice to see sometimes drivers err on the side of caution instead of just sending it, like we see here where Murdoch sends it up the inside. The driver ahead, I think this Lita Scheidt not fully expecting that. There is a collision, there's a wiggle. You know, that's where you might want to think, okay, maybe give each other a bit more space, but yeah, then also giving too much space, you know, you're both going to lose out on that because you're both expecting something else, and you know, it's just a wasted move and wasted time, especially if you're both trying to reach further up the field.
Yeah, you've almost got to think of the bigger picture at hand. Of course, just under 3.5 hours left to go. We're not even at the halfway mark yet in this event, so still plenty of time to get moves done. Although Orlando Rates might want to get a move on with his on the back of the number 14 Aston Martin. Still no move to be had yet from Ren Velten. We did see him switch places a few laps ago. Of course, they did have the battle earlier on with Yaroslav Roth in the mix as well, but Roth unfortunately falling back 5.5 seconds on these guys now, and gonna have to use Slipstream on the Simware.Pro by VDES for Ren Velton to even get close enough for a move into Cambarello, and getting very close to the pit wall on the inside. You see the Tiger printed Aston towing up to the back, goes defensive, switches back up the inside. He goes, looks to make a move, although just not alongside enough to commit to it. Possibly just trying to push the 14 kind of out of its rhythm a little bit and misjudge its braking point and maybe outbrake itself into the gravel and almost force the mistake in order to get by. And all the meanwhile, Hugo Mel's up the road is, of course, just going to keep running away and just build that gap even more.
Yeah, it's maybe just trying to throw it off, though. It was a scary sight seeing it from the back of that Simware Pro by VDES car. See that Tiger print just trying to pounce on you there. As we now go back to Cody Sherritt in the Genesis Esports 60 Aston Martin, still trying to get past the Bentley of Bikoff, though you'd think his best opportunity would be once again try to get into Tamburello, get that slipstream out of the big Bentley on the start-finish straight, though he does seem to have lost out just that little bit on the exit of Rivazza 2. So now look at Juna Savalainen in the Grip Hacks Engineering 69 car, still trying to get past the 474 there of Rakhmatov. But yeah, just like the other battle, try and get the slipstream, maybe outbrake them on the inside into Tamburello, though they do not do so on this occasion.
Packs already dispatched of the Lipat car, of course, a few laps ago. Built a wonderful lead to them. You see the yellow fronted Aston Martin in the background, of course, Veloce just behind them in order to take a lap away from them as well. And just looking to the stewards chat, I think they've fallen asleep, Kevin. I've not had an update from them in nearly an hour. So either the racing we're seeing on circuit is very clean and fair, or somebody's fallen asleep and they're not quite reporting stuff. Last update, of course, 14:11 UK time is now 15:06. So yeah, I'm hoping all is well in the stewards.
Well, you'd think that there might be a report on like some of the little collisions and niggles that we have seen, maybe turning into a no further action. Maybe the teams decide to not report it, so it will not be looked at by the stewards. As we now see Michael Sundstrom go into the pits, and this is a very out of sequence stop. Oh, no, he's just exiting the pits, but this seems very out of sequence for me.
Yeah, Mikael Sundstrom, of course, helping us here at RCI with the things behind the scenes that we don't always see. Apparently, everything just hasn't gone well for them so far in the race. Albin Manson, of course, was in that car prior to the pit stop of Sundstrom. Of course, Mikael Sundstrom, no stranger to the big stages, did compete for Sweden in the FIA Motorsport Games that were held, of course, over in Paul Ricard in France last year. And you know, just finds himself very out of sequence at the moment with his team of Swedes. Hagström Vigersjö, of course, starting the car, but yeah, just not where they expected to be today. And busy. I'm not going to repeat the F word he's putting in there, but I've been busy up our race before even setting a foot in the car. So he hasn't kept up with a lot of stuff today at the moment, but now sets foot in the car. So let's see if Sundstrom can kind of claw back some of the positions on that nearly on pace Audi. Jonas Salvalainen now finds his way past the 474, so up into P30 he goes. And the Porsche still behind the Lipa Aston in the background. And drive through for Yaroslav Roth at the top of your timing board. See him tumbling down.
Yeah, that, you have to think that is for speeding into the pit lane as he's just entered. Oh, apparently it is a penalty. I thought it would be for speeding into the pit lane, but it is not. If we have a look into the report, yes, so it is for a lap 81, turn 7, involving the 42 and the 404. Drive through for the 404 for taking out the 42, position not returned. So, yeah, that's the drive through that they just took. And yeah, that's going to hurt them because they were quite far up the field, and now that's going to throw them quite back.
Yeah, definitely so. And Marcin Olajar's trying to shoehorn open the door down into Rivazza on Angel in Astroja. Dab of the brakes as he came around the right hand turn just to try and back out of it. Of course, if he's driving a little bit smart, he's going to sit behind him, going to pull into the slipstream of this Porsche Here we go, the giant nostril BMW M4 gaining. Inestrosia knows the fight is lost before turn one even happens. Pulls to the right-hand side just to try and set themselves up the best they can into turn one. And the move is signed, sealed, and delivered. As Darren King now has to do what his teammate did all those laps ago. Get past the Racing Point car of David Pertile ahead there. Darren King, of course, we know him as Dolking on YouTube. Needs, again, no introduction. Very passionate and has been around RCI for quite a while. And he has one of the track records for having the most spectacular accidents you can have on ACC. Collided while exiting the pit lane and ended up in the catch fence, tumbling end over end. And Dolking, of course, a big name in ACC from the beginning, and is, of course, one of the quicker drivers on the grid. So keep your eyes on what he can do behind David Pertile. A couple of bits of traffic ahead. I believe I saw Kramer Esports' Porsche there. I did indeed, and his teammate just ahead. So possibly could use the Porsche to maybe put the Aston Martin offline and find a way through.
Could be, but we already saw in the previous stint how difficult it was for both Lamborghinis to get past that 95 Aston Martin of David Pertile. So it's going to be a tough ask for him to do it all alone, though we have seen that it is possible. Maybe the Porsche can help out here, because he does want to get back to the back of his teammate so they can once again work together to try and get past and try and get that P4 again.
Definitely so. And Luke Whitehead in our chat, just confirming he's just got to push his throttle harder in the Porsche. That's all he's got to do. Inestrosia just got to do the same. And Kramer, of course, you boys push your throttle harder, and all should be well in the Porsche camp. As Cody Sherratt now finds his way past Bykov in the Bentley, finally, after about 3 or 4 laps of staring at the back end of that thing. That's not going to be a pretty view to get in your way. Of course, the Bentley, one of the bigger cars in ACC, can really block your view into a lot of corners and a lot of obstacles coming up. You can't always analyze the situation where you need to position the car on that one, so very tricky indeed. And just seen a drive-through flash up for Yas Heat in the 939, Kevin.
Yeah, that's going to hurt them, and it's really sad to see, because them starting from the pit lane and then getting their way back up to P20, that's already quite the charge back. So I believe when we started qualifying, there were 47 cars, missing out on 2 there. But yeah, then getting the drive-through now after that perfect fight back, all the way back up to 20th, that will hurt them.
Yeah, definitely so. And of course, endurance racing, kind of want to spend the least amount of time in the pit lane that you can. So you're, of course, forever turning miles and laps and trying to eke your way ahead on every single lap that you do get. And of course, trundling down the pit lane at 49 kilometers an hour when every other car is hitting their top end down the main straight, like we see here with Strankinov for the Crazy File Racing Team, the 777, picking up the slipstream from the back of Levesque's Assetto Simsports Visceral yellow car, the number 46 Canadian driver on board this one, looking very good on the defense into turn one. Not upset at all by the Aston Martin's presence, and all the meanwhile behind, Legion of Racers is kind of within that earshot window of, if a move's made, then Legion of Racers might be able to capitalize as well.
Yeah, we've seen this happen a couple of times already. The middle car trying to overtake, not working, and here they almost did it up into Tosa, though they were able to avoid contact with that Aston Martin. But yeah, we've seen it happen a few times already where you're the middle car, you want to overtake, and then a car behind just goes ahead of you because you went in too hard, had to go wide or go offline, and yeah, then you actually lose a position instead of gaining one.
Yeah, up in the background here, Cody Sherratt coming through Aqua Minerale just behind the Legion of Racers car. Is he going to be able to make an impact on this fight? Legion of Racers over to the right-hand side. A little bit of a bad exit out of Aqua Minerale. Look how much ground they have lost to the battling cars ahead of the 777 and the 46. So maybe Cody Sherratt can get the Aston Martin in alongside the Ferrari and kind of affect this battle essentially. And of course, if he brings Bykov with him, which he will, he's not going to want to lose a lot of ground to Bykov's Bentley, because we know that car is very strong in a straight line as well. And Bykov, a very confident driver behind the wheel. A little bit of a wiggle there from Strikanov coming out of the last turn. Flash of the fog lamps in the bumper, maybe to say, get out the way, I want to get a move on here, or possibly just to say, I don't think what you're doing is fair on your defense. Although into turn 1 they go, still not close enough to make a move on the brakes. I believe stalemate in here, but look how much the Aston closes up on the brakes. Definitely more confident than the Assetto car as we ride on board now, flicking it left up to the Villeneuve chicane. Look in the mirror though, you have got Cody Sherratt coming up fast in the Aston Martin, and he's not going to want to get hindered either. So these guys, big bounce over the anti-cut. This is what we were talking about earlier. You've really got to be careful on them, and Sherratt has really closed up in that last chicane.
Yeah, and the more mistakes you make, the closer they will get, and the sooner you're going to have to give away position for these lapping cars. We can already see maybe a little bit of flashing, though it might just be the flicker from the reflection. But yeah, with them fighting like this, we saw this same situation like half an hour ago when it was the two cars fighting for, I think, 30th, and they had a faster car coming up. I think it was even the leader. But yeah, then you don't want to give up your position to the car you're fighting, but you also have to consider the blue flags. So it's all in all, it's a very difficult position to mentally focus and decide what you're actually going to do.
A few drivers reporting in the chat. The number 69 Grip Packs engineering car apparently teleporting a little bit weirdly. Only happens in certain turns, so not sure what's happening there. But Grip Packs willing to pull the driver in if needed on that one. So we are aware for watched it on the broadcast or are in a team listening to the broadcast here as Cody Sherratt flasher the fog lamps in the bumper once again, and he is holding on to that flasher down the main straight. He really wants to try and get past the 777, and Joris Appel now looks to the back of the 832 past Simsport car ahead and slipstreaming down into turn 1. The move could be on here, Kevin.
Yeah, as he tries to stay in that slipstream of Dominiak in the 832 Aston Martin to try and shoot it up the inside or outside into Tamburello. Though it does seem like that Aston Martin had a bit more speed, though he might get them on the brakes. He elects to stay behind as we now go to Jonas Savalainen in the 69 Grip Packs engineering car, very close to the car in front, and we're now with Moreno Pratama, the one in front of Jonas Savalainen. So yeah, they're getting very close together there. So now go to Piratella towards Acqua Minerali, and I'd say the biggest place to make a mistake is Acqua Minerali, because you can lose quite a bit of time, especially if you mess up the exit of the second Acqua Minerali corner.
Yeah, we saw it earlier, didn't we, with the first part of Acqua Minerale, I believe, an FFS racing car running a little bit wide onto the curbs, hit the brakes, and it just kind of went straight on for the second part of the 69, getting very close to the back of the Legion of Racers car through the chicane. You can see how confident the Aston Martin is over the curbs versus the Ferrari. Legion of Racers maybe taking a little bit of a cautious line as such, and now we see Cody Sherratt is past the 777 on that one, so that's given the Visceral Assetto car ahead a little bit of breathing space, and Bykov has come through with Cody as well. So Cody's got to be careful that the SMP Bentley doesn't make a move down into turn 1 with the slipstream, but I think the Aston is just about strong enough in a straight line in order to mount a defense if needed, as Jonas Savalainen now still behind the Legion of Racers car. Nothing to be had here into turn 1, just not close enough to make it, and all the meanwhile the Yas Heat car, the 939, is towing on to the battle as well.
Yeah, we see now with their drive-through penalty, they've dropped all the way back to 30th, but having seen how they were able to pull back already to that position, it would be good to see them, good to see how far they can actually fight themselves back up the field after the second setback of this race. But good that they're continuing, and it's still very close between Mikhail Bykov in the SMP Racing Esports Bentley trying to catch Cody Sherratt in the 60 Aston Martin. Very close throughout the whole lap, especially with the back markers, though you'd think that Sherratt might be able to drive away just a little bit once they pass that last back marker of the Assetto Simsports Visceral car.
Here we go, replay with the Grip Hacks engineering car. Curse of the commentator strikes right there. That's exactly what I was saying with the FFS racing car through part one. You run that a little bit wide on the exit curve of part one of Acro Minerale, hit the brakes and you go straight. Your opponent goes up the inside, and Bykov with a flash of the lights on the Bentley on Sherat, trying to distract him down into Ravazza to say, hey, I'm here, I've come with you, and we're going to be fighting this out for the next few laps, he feels.
Yeah, definitely, at least until they start falling back into the pits for the end of their stints. We've already seen a couple of cars go out of sequence a little bit to try and get themselves maybe some fresh, a clean bit of air, though it seems like they fell away a bit there.
Yeah, definitely the Bentley dropping back quite considerably down the pit straight there, and just want to turn your attention to the Jean Alesi team. I believe they've switched places again. Darren King not finding a way past the 95. However, David Tanitza in the 27 Lamborghini definitely finding a way past the Racing Point Aston on that one. So Tanitza up into P5, and John Alesi now separated by Racing Point, but their race is going very well indeed, as Joris Appel still looks to the back of the 832 past Sim Racing car ahead of him into the Villeneuve chicane. Of course, the Aston very confident over the curbs. The Ferrari a little bit wobbly as it kind of drops off the curb and kind of compresses back to the floor. It has this weird kind of bounce element to it that can kind of really upset the rear end, especially of the Ferrari, but looks very confident through the hairpin, and then the Aston just kind of gets the legs on it up the hill. Fellow Aston ahead as well for lapping. Don't believe that's full position. That's the 911 Aston Martin ahead of them as well, and move could be here into Acro Minerale. Past Simsport goes defensive on the first part, allows Ren Velton to close right up, and if they're not careful on the exit, Ren Velton might be able to out drag him down into the third chicane, essentially. A little bit of a weave from the tiger printed fronted car. Over the curve it goes. The Aston a little bit greedy, and a mistake, runs wide, and through goes Ren Velton past Sim Racing team down to P14.
Yeah, it was quite the overtake, though it was already the two Jean Alesi teams were already split by the Aston Martin after the pit stop, so they'd been going that way already for a little while. As we now look to Riley Murdoch in the SDR Esports car, they're trying to get past the Delibus in the 163 Aston Martin, getting very close to the rear. They've been having quite the charge up the field these, last 30 minutes.
Yeah, Samantha Tan racing Esports, number 39 car there. Very colourful kind of art car livery, quite iconic now, as one of the first customers in real life, I believe, to pick up an M4 for racing purposes when they first launched themselves onto the grid just last year. But yeah, been on a real hard charge. Luke Southall, I believe I saw him down as low as 41st at any given point in the race. So definitely big gains from the Samantha Tan crew there. Definitely one to keep an eye on, as the 939 here, the Yas Heat car, comes up to the back of the Legion of Racers car. And again, you have this kind of stalemate Ferrari fight about to form, and they've managed to get themselves back to the rear of the 777, who has as well got themselves to the rear of the 46. So this battle is very much still alive after Cody Sherat and Bykov managed to split it up for a few laps, but back together they are, and yeah, this could be a big one.
Yeah, and there's still quite a couple of cars behind them not too far away, so this could become a very complex little situation, especially if it all starts to get a little bit closer together, and maybe a few lapping cars are coming through. That's like we just had with Sherat and Bykov. Then it could be very interesting to see how they maneuver this driving roadblock.
Yeah, definitely so. It's going to be very tricky indeed to find the way through, and lap traffic really having an effect on some of the battles here. As you look at the background, the 69 Grip Hacks car definitely with a few connection issues out of that corner. Looked like it was almost drifting through the exit of the first chicane of Tamburello, as we head to hairpin now of turn 7 of Tosa. Excuse me, still nothing to be had on the Visceral Aztec East car ahead for the Crazy File Racing team. And I want to have a quick mention of our partners here and our sponsors here for the event here at RCI, of course, AK Esports a leading Italian company in esports management and organization across the world, as we see a move into Aqua Raleigh, possibly Legion of Racers bounding over the curb, and Yas Heat sticking very, very closely indeed to the back of them. And all the meanwhile, the number 7 of Olajars in the M4, fog lamps ablaze behind, wanting to get a move on, wanting to try and get through this fight as fast as he can, because he's got Stroja somewhere behind him as well in the 912 Porsche, as Yaroslav Roth finds himself down pit lane very early once again on the stint timer. And Grip Hacks Engineering now wanting a piece of this fight. Just look how much he's gained in the last lap or so in Savalainen. And just back to quickly to our partners, of course, AK Esports, also sponsoring the AK Esports team of the race. More on how you can get involved in that one later on, as we see more cars peeling into the pit lane. Of course, Fanatec, one of the leading brands in dedicated sim racing hardware, needs no introduction from us, but we do have an affiliate link here at RCI down in the description below, who are looking to pick up any hardware in the next year. So, and of course, Go Setups, formed to be, of course, one of the premium esports setup stores for ACC, with their primary aim to create setups for all levels, whether you're esports ready or looking for a safer alternative. And I did see somebody in the chat earlier mentioning there's no love for Jaguar. Go Setups do have a Jaguar pack. So if you are looking to try and be competitive in that car, then do head on over to their website as well. And they are, of course, sponsoring our pole position award, where you can net yourself €100 each round if you put your car on pole. And Williams Esports Team Razor have done just that 2 rounds running now here at Kyalami last time out, and Imola this time as well. And back to the action here quickly. David Pertile not losing the back of Tanitsa, and they've got a Team 1FF Ferrari ahead of them that could be the changer on this fight.
Well, it's actually surprising, because it used to be that Tanitsa was quite far ahead of that 95 Aston Martin, and he was being chased by the Lamborghini of King. But now he seems to have pulled away from King and is now challenging Tanitsa near the end of this stint. So it might have been that those Lamborghinis might not have been too kind on their tyres, and might be what David Pertil would be looking for to maybe get himself back into P5 where he was before the end of the last stint.
Yeah, certainly so. Ground to gain for everyone at the moment. Of course, pit stops are imminent on us in the next kind of 10 minutes or so, depending where you last came in. Of course, the clouds are starting to roll in here at Imola. It's looking a bit dark, although forecast in the top right hand side of your screen. I urge you to keep an eye on that if you're watching at home. Of course, currently cloudy stroke sunny for the next 10 and 30 minutes, although that can change in the blink of an eye. Not a lot of wind speed here today, Kevin, still quite neutral, so conditions might be a little bit fixed.
I will say it has become a little bit sunnier since the start of the race, though. As I say, it turns to a bit more cloudy. It was, let's say in the last hour or so, it was a bit sunnier, but now the clouds have slowly rolled back in. So it does seem to be a little bit the same weather throughout, though you never know what might happen in 2.5 hours time. It would be a very spicy end to the race if maybe there was a little bit of rain at the end.
Yeah, certainly could provide a little bit of a spicy kind of twist to the end. Like you say, as soon as you started talking there, Kevin, the forecast did change to cloudy for the next kind of 10 and 30 minutes. So drivers kind of in the pit lane, and any engineers and kind of people that run these esports teams behind the scenes, of course, are going to be staring intently at the weather report, wondering what will happen with it and wondering what they will be doing in case it does, of course, go on the change. Are you going to, hang out your dries as long as you can? Are you going to try and gamble on a set of wets and try and save your dries as much as possible? Of course, if you pit early, Legion of Racers there, off to drivers right in the second chicane of Villeneuve. Not sure if the 696 ITB esports car had anything to do with that one, but a very weird scenario indeed as we head to a race replay here. Pratama there into the Villeneuve chicane, flicks it over one curb, has a bit of a weird bounce, and no, ITB esports completely innocent. Very heads-up driving though to back out when a car is having a moment like that in front of you.
Yeah, it is a shame to see, like, they just turn in a bit too early or a bit too sharply, hit the first curb, and then you just don't have the time to try and avoid that second one. And we now go back to David Pertil, very close to the back of David Tonitsa. closer than they have been in the last few laps. Trying to first look on the inside of Variante Alta, not doing it here. Just staying very, very close to the back of him, is almost touching. You'd think like after Rivazza 1 and 2, he'll try and give it a go in towards Tamburello, but we'll just have to wait and see for that one. First, they need to safely maneuver through Rivazza 1 now. Little straight, Rivazza 2, and if they can get nice and early on the throttle, he'll have a very good run to try and do this up towards Inter Tamburello.
Yeah, we saw the Lamborghini super good in a straight line earlier on in the broadcast, but that was with a slipstream, and now the other way around. Patel has the slipstream on Tanitsa, the 95 on the 27. We've heard of the battle of David and Goliath, and this is now the battle of David and David, and no move to be had into turn 1. Of course, we are having a little bit of a stalemate on this one, but the Lamborghini very good in a straight line, even without a slipstream, and the Aston just not close enough to make a move, although lights ablaze behind for Darren King in the other Jean Alesi car. If he was close enough at the moment, of course, he could put some immense pressure on to the back of the Racing Point car to try and put them off their line as such. And of course, we now tick to just under 3 hours to go. We are, of course, going to head to another break in the broadcast, just for 5 or 10 minutes or so, just so we can switch on over. When you come back, myself and Kevin Boss will be departing the commentary booth. We'll be handing the mics over to Tim Peck and Les Stevenson to take you through the latter half of the race, and we will have casters change on the hour with Tim as well. So quick fire broadcasters coming to you, RCI TV. I'd like to thank you all for joining me for the first half of the race, and Kevin and Kevin as well, with Kevin Boss and Kevin Galvin. And just on the bottom right hand side of your screen at the moment, you see a QR code. What is that QR code for, I hear you ask? And it's of course the AK Esports Team of the Race Award, and it is worth €100 per race. So every hour, of course, we'll flash the QR code on the screen. We'll be posting a link in the chat for people to vote on who they think is the team of the race, whether or not it's greatest comeback, hardest charger, most passes, favorite livery, or you just want to support your favorite team from behind the scenes of your sofa, then anything is possible. Head on over to the link, scan the QR code and get voting. But from myself, John Dalton, it's been a pleasure and an honor, and I'm sure Kevin Boss alongside me will say the same thing. We'd like to thank you for joining us, and you'll see Tim Peck and Les Stevenson in 5 or 10 minutes or so. But for now, turn up your sound, enjoy the onboard of David Patel's Aston Martin V8 Vantage as he chases down the back of Davide Tanitsa.
halfway through the second round of the RCI 6-hour esports tournament. We've got 2 hours and 52 minutes left on the clock. You've just watched the onboard from the John Alessi Team 2 car, driven by... Oh, actually, that was not the John Alessi Team 2 car. But you were just watching on board from one of the drivers there. And now we're going down to watch a fight low down the field. This is for 27th position. The Armentario car looking to fight their way through. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the race. I'm RCI Tim Peck, joined today by Les Stevenson for the next hour or so. And Les, welcome into the booth.
Thank you, Tim, and what a race it's been so far. I mean, it's been fairly quiet on the instant front. I mean, hopefully that's not a commentator's curse, but certainly it's been a good race, and we've got the Williams Esports team out there leading the way with Tinko van der Velde in storming away by the looks of it.
Absolutely, they've had a brilliant start to the season altogether. Of course, they won 2 weeks ago back at Kailami. They were the team that took the first place trophy, and already in this race as well pulled themselves a good lead going into round 2. So in terms of the start of a championship, there's not much more you can ask than that. Race win on day 1, already looking at possibly a race win on day 2 as well. So we'll see how that continues. And of course, there's 2 hours and 50 minutes after this race there, so in that time anything can happen. But with the lead that they pulled already, it's definitely looking good for the Williams out front.
It certainly is, and like you mentioned already, still a long way to go, just over halfway through. Anything's possible, but and a track like Imola, I mean, I do love Imola myself, but a track like Imola, it's so easy to get those drive-throughs, the track cut limits, and once you get those 3, you're really on tender hooks to make sure you don't go over one more time and give yourself a drive-through.
Absolutely. Well, the Armamentario car there managed to get past fairly quickly the 121 Audi, pushing themselves up into that 27th place. We're now going to watch the RCI car started this race from the pit lane after a driver forgot to click the drive button. So they accidentally started from the pit lane. They're now all the way up into 23rd and climbing fairly fast through the field. The Ferrari, definitely not one of the strongest cars at Imola compared to last week, where it was very good at Kailami. But still a good all-rounded car and a favourite in this championship, Les. If you actually look across the field, there's a lot of Ferraris here today.
It certainly is, and like you've already mentioned, not the strongest car on this track, but which is a shame, being one of their home tracks, Beza. But yeah, it's I mean, it was still looking at what's that? We've got a few Ferraris up there in the top of the field, but yeah, certainly not the strongest. But yeah, they're still getting through the pack. I mean, the 939, like you've already mentioned, unfortunately having to start from pit lane. Let's be honest, a bit of a rookie mistake, but they battle on, and we're now up to now P23, so and also serving a drive-through, I believe.
Yeah, definitely struggled in this race so far, and it's funny that you mentioned some rookie mistakes. It's definitely something you wouldn't expect these drivers to do. However, can be one of those things that just happens. But I tell you what, if there's any team that I'd want to be on in that situation, it is a Yamaha car. You just know that all of those drivers there are going to be super fast on that team, and they're the group of drivers which you can expect to climb back through the field very quickly as well. It looks like we've got an overtake happening right now. The Pass Sim Racing team making a pass on the number 72 Aston Martin, going through the first set of corners here, and they've got that done nice and cleanly there. No rubbing of the cars through those corners. So a pass for the Pass Sim Racing team, and already back into the action after we've just come back from our break here.
Yeah, it was great move, and some lovely liveries today, Tim. We've already heard John mention about the tiger print there on the Aston Martin behind, and certainly looks quite scary as we watch from the rear view camera on some of these cars. When you see that tiger print coming towards you, sort of roaring towards you, as we'd say.
Absolutely. I think the liveries in this season altogether are some of the most exciting things about the cars. I mean, you've given all of these teams their own custom liveries. They've designed them themselves, put their sponsors on them, and it's been so interesting seeing the liveries that have come out of this. I'm a huge fan of both of these drivers right now, the white and black livery, and then the orange and black one behind, like you mentioned, the tiger printed one. So I think it's definitely been good to see the liveries that have come out this season. Of course, that's one reason why you may have voted for a team to win the team of the race. The QR code still on your screen. Of course, we'll mention every hour that you can vote for your team of the race for a multitude of reasons. It doesn't have to just be based on liveries. It could be based on how many places they've taken, whether they're your favourite drivers on the track. But that award is sponsored by AK Esports, and the winning team of the team of the race win €100. So be sure to get involved with that. The QR code is on the bottom right hand of your screen right now, and that's just a nice little addition for you to be able to help out your favourite team in the race.
Yeah, it's a great little addition, isn't it? You know, for the team to be able to win on each race, and you know, it's all down to the fans at the end of the day, and viewers and team, you know, letting us know who is their favourite, and for a multitude of reasons, whether it's just their favourite team or whether it's you know, the particular race they've done something that raised eyebrows, and maybe they vote for them for that reason. But it's a great addition to have to each race.
Yeah, it's a great award to have at it. I mean, €100, that's quite a lot of money. You can do a fair bit with that. Of course, not last week, sorry, 2 weeks ago at Kyalami, the opening round, the winner, I believe, was the Veloce Esports car, the one that started high up the field, got crashed out, fell all the way to the back and then some, and throughout the entire 6 hours of the race managed to climb back up and finish on the podium. This is the car on your screen right now. George Boothby, currently in the pits for the Veloce 2023, just switched out to Malinowski, but they were your winners of the Team of the Race award last week. Had a similar start this week, actually. Started higher up the field, instant going into turn 1 that forced them down the field yet again. But, I mean, I said it about the RCI car. I'm going to say the same about the Veloce. We saw it 2 weeks ago at Kyalami. If there's a team that you can guarantee will be climbing back through the field at speed, it's these guys. And Malinowski, now behind the wheel, I'm sure is going to be looking to climb a good few spaces into that top 10.
Oh yeah, there's no doubt about it. And like you said, if there's anyone you can put money on is going to climb back through the field, it's going to be the 992. But Malinowski now behind the wheel, and you know, George Boothby's done a great job so far to get them back up into well, close to the top 10. But you know, proving Ferrari is definitely not the fastest car around here. You know, it's really, you know, we're sort of got 2 and 3/4 hours to go, and been able to get up to P14 at the moment. Obviously, with pit stops still rearranging the field, but yeah, it's still proving difficult to even get back up to P14. So, but no, fair play. You know, they're back up to P14, like we've already mentioned, and let's see how far they can get up.
Absolutely, and their other teammates, the other Veloce car, is just ahead of them, the 912 Porsche, currently driven by Luke Whitehead. Of course, they were in the chat earlier on mentioning how bad the Porsche is in the straight line. I mean, I think everyone who's driven the Porsche will be feeling a little sorry for them at Imola's Day. It's just a notorious track that once you get onto that start-finish straight, you can't do anything to defend. Every other car around you is going to have a huge advantage. But the Veloce Esports cars now driving in 13th and 14th respectively. See if there's any helpful team tactics there. Maybe the 992 will help out the 912, or maybe the 912 will let the 992 through. We'll see when the time comes. Here's the Aztec Sim Sports Viscera Red driver, Aidan Walsingham. They're driving the number 44 Ferrari here, trying to defend currently from the 911 from behind, going down the start-finish straight. And Darren King for the Gianolessi Esports team pulls into the pits here in 2nd place.
Yeah, now as you were talking right at the start there, we had a bit of almost an incident there, actually going through the chicane as Darren was trying to get past the Veloce Ferrari through the chicane, lapping them to get in that pit stop as fast as they could, and very, very nearly an incident.
Yeah, very nearly an incident indeed. Well, here is the provisional race leader on your screen right now, the Williams Esports 2023 Team Razor driver, Tinko van der Velde, up into 1st place after pit stops are out the way. Of course, it's the Gianolessi teams that are currently chasing down that front row spot anyway. And you've also got the 888 Bentley, which is the SMP Racing Esports team. They are up there as well, fighting for that podium. So an interesting mix of cars up there in the top 3. Not the same as we had at Kyalami 1 round ago, but other than the Williams Esports team, of course, which just seems to be dominating in this tournament so far.
Yeah, it certainly is, and with the lap times that Tinko, for example, is putting in on every lap is just outstanding, and you know, you can see why they're at the top of the field. But isn't it great, Tim, to see a Bentley high up there at P2, Smolia, at the wheel at the moment in the SMP Racing Esports team.
I thought you might like the Bentley being up there. Of course, the Bentley, one of those cars that not everyone's favourites. There's actually 2 in the top 10 right now. We're watching the SMP Racing Esports car at the moment as they try and push themselves up into 8th place here. The Genesis Esports car just ahead of them, the number 60 Aston Martin. They're looking towards the inside here. Maybe the Genesis made a bit of a mistake there that's ruined their acceleration, but Daniel Tilk is trying to get through here, going up the hill. Does the Bentley have enough power in the straight line? It looks to be the case here. And on the inside, coming around the next corner, the SMP Racing Esports car able to push their way through there. And that will promote them up into that 8th place position. But yeah, Les, it's great to see the Bentley get a bit of love. It's one of those cars that you either love it or hate it. And I know there's a lot of lovers in the audience right now that love to see the Bentley up in the top 10, especially up in the podium as well. But
Yeah.
it's a good car. It's just sometimes I feel a bit underrated in what it can do.
Yeah, it is a good car, and it's great on the brakes. It's just with a lot of updates that games had over the years, it's sort of fell out of love a little bit just purely because it hasn't had as much of an update as other cars have. But with the custom BOP that we run here at RCI in this esports event, it allows people to use these other cars that maybe a lot of people wouldn't have picked before. But no, it is great to see, and such a mix across the field, to be fair.
Absolutely, there is definitely a mix. Of course, there are 2 cars winning the favourite so far. That is the Aston Martin and the Ferrari. Well, it's no surprise to see the Aston Martin up there. We talked about the custom BOP already, just mentioned it, Les. And it is one of the cars that has received a bit of a BOP change, but still, there's only so much you can do to that Aston Martin. It's just a great all-rounder car, and I'd say it's probably most people's favourites in sim racing at the moment, just because it's good at everything. It's not necessarily the best at any particular thing. Of course, a lot of other cars are better than it in a straight line, round corners and braking. But it's so good at all of those things all round that it doesn't need to be the best at any one thing, because it's good at everything, to put it bluntly.
Well, you've hit the nail on the head. It's a good all-rounder. It's a great car to start out in. It's notorious with it being a front-engine car, a little bit on the easier side to get used to. I wouldn't say it's the easiest car, obviously. What car is easy? But unless you're in the hands of obviously someone like Tinko van der Velde. But yeah, no, it's a great car to start out in. It's popular at the moment. It's great on the straights, and it's not too bad around the corner. So, like you said, it's a good all-rounder, and hence why it's a popular choice.
Team 1FF driver Shay is now trying to look through a way through the VDES Junior Esports team. We're watching from the rear view of the 474. Now the Aston Martin, we've been talking about them actually, and how good of an all-rounder it is. Well, the Ferrari as well, it's another good all-rounded car. It's actually been named one of the best for endurance races, and now it looks like the number 51 there going to make quick work of the 474, coming through nice and easy round at the final 2 corners. They do have to hold on now though up the start finish straight, but it looked like the 474 picked up quite a lot of dirt on the outside of the final corner there. That would have really compromised their exit, Les, and you could just see that Team 1FF in that 51, they're able to pull away despite the Ferrari not having the best top speed, especially compared to the Aston Martin, but they're able to pull away just because the 474's exit was badly compromised there.
Yeah, well, I mean, it was a bit of a cheeky move, but why not if you can? If the opportunity's there, take it. But yeah, forced them out a little bit wide, which obviously meant they went on the slight bit of the gravel there, which obviously compromised the exit. So down the straight, they just weren't able to sort of stay on the back and then maybe get a switch back. But no, otherwise a great move.
Yeah, and sometimes you do just have to get your elbows out a little bit and have faith that the other driver isn't going to push back too hard, let's say. So we'll see how that turns out, whether the stewards are going to pay attention to that or not. Like I said, though, sometimes with these cars, and often something you see in these sports, is you do just have to get your elbows out a little bit and have faith that the other driver's almost going to not push you back too hard, because that's something that they're all good at here. And actually, the 474 has just picked up a drive-through penalty. I imagine that's going to be a track limits case coming through Aqua Minerali there. That's a shame, because Imola, one of those tracks where it's not easy, I'd say, to pick up a drive-through penalty. Like, it's not the easiest track to pick up those track cuts on, but definitely one of those tracks where there's certain corners, Aqua Minerali being one of them, where you can just go that little bit too wide. So I don't doubt that that is the only drive-through we're now going to see till the end of the race, but the 474 there will now have to serve this drive-through. We're going to serve it instantly, actually. You can see them already pulling into the pits. That's just an unfortunate end to that small battle that they were having there.
Yeah, it certainly was. And mentioned Aqua Minerale. I mean, another popular place, unfortunately, where it is easy to do to get a track limit is at Piratella, where you could just push that car a little bit too wide, and unfortunately, the left-hand side of the wheels will just cross that white line, and either you back off to try and stop yourself from getting a potential drive-through if you've got too many limits already, or you just hope you didn't get far enough over the white line that you don't pick up the penalty. But yeah, no, shame to see that battle come to a quick stop and serving the drive-through straight away. But I mean, talk about pit lane. I was just looking through the list, and it looks like the Triple Eight had a lot quicker pit stop. So I'm wondering if they had double stinting the tyres late on. I thought by now we'd be looking at most teams on single stint tyres now, but maybe the Triple Eight taking a slightly different strategy.
Yeah, well, of course it is different strategies across the field, and they do only get, I believe it's 4 tyres across the race, which means across the 6 hours you will have to double stint twice. And like you said, you'd have thought by now most drivers would have opted into taking that double stint at some point already. The only thing that I think will be playing on my mind in particular, I'm interested to know your thoughts on this, Les, is that if we're due rain at some point in this race, of course it's not on the radar yet, but you'd almost expect that it's a possibility that you could actually avoid having to do the double stint because you could just take the wet set of tyres instead. So I think maybe I'd be tempted to leave one until the end, just in case you could avoid having to double stint a pair of tyres. But I agree with you. I do think most drivers will have gone for it early on. Now we can see the Ren Welton Esports car go down the inside into the second to last corner here. Going to be neck and neck going into the final corner, and just having that inside advantage will put the Ren Welton Esports car ahead. That pushes them up into 16th place. And Hugo Morales now will need to try and stay as close as possible. As I believe those are 2 cars not in a fight right now. They're just having their own race down there. That's an FFS racing car, I think, looking at the pink livery. And yeah, there you go. They're fighting for 34th, 35th, and 36th behind them. So it's a three-way battle, which is currently being held up by the car driven by Hugo Morales and Rates. But number 72, the Don Alessi Esports, no, never mind, that's the 29. The Ren Welton Esports team, the number 72, they're able to capitalise and push them up into 16th place, just down the inside. And I mean, that's one of the ways you've got to overtake it, Imola, right? Down the inside through the final 2 corners, and then you've got the nice long straight to give yourself a little bit of an advantage before the other car can really capitalise off it.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, great place to do it. Like you mentioned, then you've got that nice long straight, or almost straight, should we say, that nice long run down to turn 2, where you can hopefully have enough of a gap to prevent the switch back, sort of get that place back from the previous car. But we just had in our ears told to us that the 912 now, Luke Whitehead's now got a drive-through.
Yeah, they have also picked up a drive-through penalty. I believe, again, that is... Oh, no, actually, I'm not sure if that is for track limits. So I'm just going to have a look at the thing quickly. But, yeah, the 912, the other Veloce Esports car, I was talking about them earlier, and how both teams, they've got a Porsche and a Ferrari. So not the best cars for this race. And Luke Whitehead was mentioning earlier in our chat that actually the Porsche really struggling out there today. That drive-through is definitely not going to help them out.
No, definitely not, and it's unfortunate. And but for the sister team, gives them another place up the grid, in the order. And they're now up to P11. But going back to you're on about tyre strategies, and it's interesting you say about the weather. Is that what's been playing on people's minds in regards to maybe taking single stint on each set of tyres, like you mentioned already? They're only allowed the 4 tyres for the race for the 6 hours. But are they hoping that maybe there's a sprinkle of rain towards the end of the race where the tyres then won't be as much of an issue, where the wets then come on?
Yeah, absolutely. It's an interesting thing to think about, and like you said, I think it's playing on everyone's mind right now as to what the best strategy is. And of course, it's one of those things in endurance races is you just don't know until those final few minutes which strategy pays off the best. Of course, we had some interesting ones 2 weeks ago at Kailami, and that's how the cars got so muddled up throughout the field. But either way, I think I'd be glad to have a whole team behind me. That's one of the beauties of this race in particular, is that you've got a whole team behind you. You're not just being forced to come up with the best strategy on your own, and you can focus on the driving too. So we'll see which strategy works out better. I was just looking at the reports coming in. We have not had a report of a drive-through penalty for that 912 Veloce Esports car, so that was down most likely to a track limits warning too much. We do though have an incident on lap 113, turn 14. This is involving the number 27 and the 992 car. So that's the other Veloce Esports car, and that was no further action. There was no blue flag infringement found. The 992 lets the 27 pass within 2 sectors. So maybe some questioning there from the 27. That's the Jean Alesi Esports team number 1, I believe. Currently on the screen, they probably felt like they couldn't get through quick enough on the 992, but stewards found that actually the 992 did let them through. But as for the 912, that's again, it's another drive-through Les for track limits, and I expect we'll probably see quite a lot of them coming out now, because you're about that point throughout the race where you've had that time to pick up those track cuts. And I'd expect now we'll see more in the next 2.5 hours. The Jean Alesi Esports team are under pressure from the inside. The number 95 doing the classic move here, just pushing them to the outside of those 2 corners. And now the Jean Alesi Esports team just got to try and keep it as close as possible to the number 95 ahead. That will be Castorino bringing their team up into 5th place.
Yeah, that was a classic move there by Castorino, and Tanitza unfortunately wasn't able to get as good an exit, and the Lambo really couldn't gain much on the Aston there to try and make another move back into turn 2. But yeah, great move. I mean, you could see it coming for a while, but yeah, it could be tyre strategy coming into that. I mean, it already looks like they're starting to pull away a little bit already, so it could just be down to tyres. But yeah, just going back to the weather, Tim. You know, you mentioned that obviously there is a possibility of rain. We all know that, but at the moment we're sort of cloudy. So it has been sunny already. It's now gone in sort of a real cloudy state. So there isn't a lot of wind. So it could be a while yet before we do see a sprinkle, if we do see a sprinkle. But I'll tell you what, though, it'll bring a completely different sort of dynamic to the race, wouldn't it?
Oh, absolutely. Rain always a thing to shake these situations up in races. It means you can't take the curbs as much on some of these cars, because the Aston Martin slightly better at just adapting to the rain. And again, that's going to be a huge advantage if it does rain. The Aston Martin's just one of the cars that's notoriously known to be better at dealing with wet weather than others. We've got a car here flashing, trying to find their way through. I imagine it's because the 2 cars ahead are blue flags. The problem is that they're currently battling for position, and we saw just now that Sinware Pro team was alongside Appel ahead in that number 71 Ferrari, so they probably don't want to move out the way quite as fast, but unfortunately they are going to have to if they want to avoid picking up a penalty for this. I imagine what their strategy here, Les, is to do it in a place where it's safe for them to then stay close to the blue flag car and hopefully come through. But yeah, going back to your point of the rain, it's getting darker, and I know if I was in the race right now, I'd be looking up at the sky thinking that's the darkest and cloudiest it's ever been. I think rain's due, to be honest. So we'll see what happens in the next half an hour. Of course, it might be that in a couple of minutes you'll see in that 30-minute mark that we've got a bit of drizzle due, and that would, like you said, really shake things up, especially in the final parts of the race. Oh
yeah, no doubt it would. And again, another sort of tick to the box for the Aston, really, isn't it? With it, like you mentioned, it sort of is that you're able to sort of, it's a little bit one of those easier cars to adapt to wet weather. You can run a pretty decent dry setup to run in the wet, you know, even on most tracks. So yeah, no, it is a great all-rounder car, really, and hence why a lot of these teams have gone for that car. But no, it definitely would add you know, a different dynamic to the race. And you know, let's see what happens. We've got plenty of time to go, just under 2.5 hours to go, and the number 55 really putting those laps in. And I'm just been watching on board for the last couple of laps, and yeah, Tinko's really putting those laps in and keeping them in the low 141s.
Absolutely, and that is exactly what they need to continue to do if they want to lead this race a bit further. I was looking at the number 44, which was the car that was flashing the 2 ahead, trying to get through, and you can actually see now on your screen it's that one of the it was one of the Assetto Sim Sports Viscero cars, and they're down currently in that 29th position, driven by Aiden Walsingham. So actually not trying to get past on the blue flag. You saw Killian Ryan there making a mistake that sent them off the track through turn 1. Never mind, I've just been told that they were bumped off the track there. I missed that bit slightly, but Killian Ryan for that FFS racing car, not how they wanted that to go, because of course if you go off the track here, Les, especially into the sand like that, it's a lot of recovery you have to do, and it can set you back a good couple of places.
It certainly can. I mean, you lose so much more, so much momentum. But also, you're going to spend a lap just trying to get the tyres cleaned up again to get them back into that optimum window. But yeah, it's that's why I love Imola. It's one of those tracks where you really, to be fast around here, you're on the edge all the way around, and the smallest mistake, these anti-cut curbs can really throw the car offline and potentially off track. And when you do go off track, there's a nice little gravel trap there to catch you, which of course, like we said, really does slow you down.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. I think Imola's just a great track all round. Of course, it's got 22 corners and well known to just be a good all-rounder track. We always seem to see good racing at Imola. Like we were saying earlier, there's quite a lot of potential around the track to pick up a track cut warning, this corner being one of them. None of those cars, of course, going across that white line, but the white line you saw there, like you mentioned, Les, is across that, then that's one of the easiest ways to pick up the track cut warning here. But Imola is an all-round track. I mean, it's got a bit of everything. It's got some nice corners, some nice fast corners, got a chicane, a very tight one at that, with some curbs that you really do just have to throw yourself over, and it's got a nice long straight on it too, so a good variety of corners. Imola really brings out the best, I'd say, in a lot of these drivers. And actually going to watch right now is the West Competition racing car driven by Sebastian Postel, the #1 BMW. They're trying to chase down Moya ahead in that 888 Bentley. You mentioned earlier it was good to see the Bentley in that second place spot, while the BMW is one of those cars that's just obviously another car that's good all round. And Sebastian Postel here looking for a way through of Smolya ahead. Not going to be able to find anything just yet, but BMW, it's one of those cars, there's that when you come to that long straight, it's going to be hard to defend against. However, the Bentley, probably one of the other cars that's good at doing it.
Yeah, certainly. Yeah. I mean, it's got a monster of an engine in it. We've just been reliably informed by a lovely broadcaster, Stewie, that the 888 has double stinted on these tyres, so not as grippy as maybe the as #1 car behind, as we're on board now. But you can just see in the corners and the braking zones especially, the gap does close up, doesn't it? But now we're going to see the might of the BMW trying to catch up with the Bentley in this nice little slipstream. So let's see how it goes, Tim.
Absolutely, and I just mentioned that the Bentley, one of the cars that can perhaps slightly hold its own, but you can see coming down to the end of the straight here, that BMW really closing ground with the 888 ahead, and 888 still going to be quite nicely ahead of them going through that first set of corners, but that gap a lot smaller than it was at the beginning of the straight, and the West Competition racing driver here needs to use this to their advantage. Of course, you just said, the broadcaster mentioned that 888 is now double stinting tyres. Last stint that was the other way around, and #1 that was double stinting on the tyres. So this time around we know that that #1 BMW is going to be a lot faster here, and it's Apostel's job right now to get that car back ahead. You've got the advantage, you know that you have the advantage in this situation. You have to use it to your you have to use it basically as soon as you can, because if Smolya here can defend for long enough that they get back into the pit, the #1 car loses the entire advantage they had, and that the moment to overtake's gone. So the BMW, they need to do that overtake quick if they want to secure that second place slot.
Yeah, but again, we've got 2 hours and 23 minutes to go, so there's plenty of time to get the move done. But isn't it great, Tim, to see this late on the race? We've still got close battles that's quite far up the field, and battling for P2 at this time of the race is just great stuff to see. But going to have a real chance now. They're coming out the final corner. They've got a lap car in front as well, in the way. Yeah. But then now laid with the Bentleys, with the slipstream, should I say? There we go. Got the words out eventually as they're getting past the lap car now.
Martin Lawrence currently driving for Connection Lost Racing on your screen. Well, here's actually Apostel going for the move on the 888 Bentley there. They managed to pushing their way through. I'm not 100% sure. I think that was not it. They were clearing the lapped car on the track. There was a lapped car that was the white one that you see now behind, but Postel there had a lot of speed going down the start-finish straight. Thought maybe that they could get the move done. We're back now to the fight between Martin Lawrence and Riley Murdoch here. The STR Esports racing car. You can see Martin Lawrence in the Connection Lost racing car trying to fight their way through. Right now, they've got that move done on the number 39, but they're in a train, and like you were saying, it's good to see battles this late on in the race. This is the battle going all the way up into P20, and all the SCR Esports car there looking very unsettled. Coming through the corner, that's going to push them back behind the number 55, which is not in this fight, but Martin Lawrence here trying to fight their way through this train of cars. Like I said, going all the way up to P20. This was a 4-way battle 3 hours into the race, and I mean, that is something that is just great to see, Les, is cars still fighting in rather large clumps throughout the field, even after 3 hours of the race.
Yeah, no, it is. It's great. It's great stuff to see, and I'm just thinking to myself, actually, it's quite unusual to see Martin Lawrence in the Aston. He's so accustomed to seeing him driving the Bentley, but with that colour scheme. But, no, it is great to see, and look how well those Astons take that massive curbs at the chicane there. But we've got a flash of the lights from behind as well, from what looks like a lapping car. But yeah, it's good stuff to see, and it looks like they're really trying to battle their way back up through the field.
Yeah, absolutely. The Aston Martin's one of the cars that is just much better at taking those curbs than others. I mentioned earlier the Ferrari, another popular pick in this championship, but unfortunately not quite as good at taking curbs at all. They will be really unsettled if they do so. I believe that's the number 95 that was flashing their lights just now. You see Martin Lawrence from Protection Lost letting them through. Simware Pro by VDS though under pressure now. This is for that P20 position. The 163 looked towards the outside, they couldn't quite get it done. Now is going to have to yield to the 95, which is trying to fight their way through this blue flag mess. And here's Martin Lawrence capitalizing off letting them through earlier on in the lap, not quite able to get quite alongside there, but it looked for a second like the Connection Lost racing driver there had let them through at the perfect time, but 95 able to finally navigate through these three cars, really shaking things up, and a tap there between the drivers of the 17 and the 163. It's going to be a drag race down to the left hand at the top of the hill. Martin Lawrence is going to watch how this unfolds. Looks like the 163 on the inside here is going to benefit the most, and another tap that's going to send one car looking slightly wonky. I don't think they made contact at the wall there, but oh no, and now another connection between two cars, the 163 and the 404. The 163 is spun, is now facing the opposite way. Luckily, the Connection Lost racing driver managed to get away, but the 163 there, driven by Fidibus, now facing the wrong way on the track, and that'll be them out of the race for P20.
Oh, it really was, and such an unfortunate sequence of events, really. But yeah, it was such a shame, obviously, getting the tap on the rear end there, and coming round, and obviously getting collected by the next car. But yeah, I must stress that me and Tim are not Aston Martin salesmen here. We're just really mentioning how good it is of an all-rounder, especially at a track like this.
Yeah, I do admit we've been talking about that Aston Martin a lot, but like you said, it's a great all-rounder car, and I think that was a good showcase of it, is how they managed to navigate that situation. Now, of course, a bit of a messy battle unfolding. The problem for all of those drivers there, though, was 95 trying to fight their way through. They're all the way up right now in P5. That's Castellino driving the 95 car. So the drivers that were fighting for P20, they had to let through the 95 as quickly as possible, and because they were trying to let through the 95 and fight for that P20 at the same time, that's why you see it get a little bit messy coming through the corners there. Well, here's Malinowski going for a move on Shirat ahead. They've got that done and dusted way before the first corner comes into play. We mentioned that the Veloce car started a bit further down the field than they'd like to, got caught up in an instant. They pushed themselves up into that P10 position. Like I said, Veloce Esports, you can always count on them to do a comeback drive.
Certainly can, and it did look a little bit of one of the easier moves. I do wonder if Shirat sort of thought better of it and just backed out a little bit just to let them through into the chicane. But yeah, they're certainly making their way back up, and I think it's up into P10 now, isn't it?
Yeah, up into P10, that's good. I did miss, actually, on to Stewie, our broadcast, and I've just noticed it now. I do apologise for this. I missed that the number 1 Beamer made it up into P2. Of course, we were watching that West Competition racing car. They were on a fresh set of tyres whereas the 888, which is the SMP racing car, was doing a double stint. So the Beamer able to make it up there into that P2 slot. They've got that move done and dusted, and as I was saying earlier, Les, yes, it's an endurance race, but they did have to do that fairly quickly whilst their advantage lasted, because now that car has so much open air. The West Competition Racing, they've got open air ahead of them, they've got a fresh set of tyres, they just need to blast out as many quick laps as possible and put a good gap between them and the 888 behind.
Well, it's certainly made a good start, because already they've got a gap of over a second already. So proving that the tyres weren't just the only factor in this in their speed, but yeah, they're certainly 1.5 seconds now. But yeah, they've got a 35-second gap to the leader. Whether they can do that in the next couple of hours, we'll have to wait and see. But yeah, good move, and unfortunately we missed it, like you said, Tim. But hopefully everyone else back home didn't.
Yeah, I believe it was on your screen, so eagle-eyed viewers would have caught that there. Here is the Team 1 FF racing car there, looking for a way up into that P25 slot, being held off currently by the 977, driven by Ida here. And again, so many cars clumped up, not necessarily fighting for position here. There's going to be a couple of blue flags mixed around in it, and it's at this stage in a race, you've got 49 cars out on track, Les. It's at this stage in the race where you've got to be really careful with how you navigate the field, because you're not just being aware of the driver you're fighting for position here, you also have to be aware of blue flags that are navigating their way through. You've also got to be aware of cars that you're trying to lap as well. There's a lot to be paying attention to, and it's this stage in the race where it becomes really apparent that there's so much happening on track, it can get quite fiddly very quickly for a lot of these drivers.
Yeah, exactly. It can get very hectic, and it's not the largest of tracks. It's not somewhere like Spa where you've got a long track, so that the field could really spread out at times. But you can see, actually, we've got the nice graphic there of the track map, where we can actually see there's not an awful lot of gaps. So there's a lot of cars clumped together. So yes, you get that dynamic of you've got people racing each other. You've got another couple of cars racing each other, but actually they're on different laps. And yeah, you've really got to be wary of those blue flags. But at the same time, you've got your own race to battle.
Absolutely, two drivers that don't need an introduction here. Hugo Morales and Luke Whitehead. Whitehead driving the Veloce car that's the other car in the field. There are two Veloce teams right now in this tournament, and of course Hugo Morales in that Jean Alessi Esports number 3 car. The other two a lot further up the field, you can see in 6th and 7th respectively. But Hugo Morales here trying to defend from Luke Whitehead. Luke Whitehead looking for a move down the inside here. They're going to be neck and neck going through turn 1, and Hugo Morales just on the outside there, not wanting to put up too much of a fight to compromise their race, and that helps the Veloce get back up into P16. Thought earlier they served a drive through, which is why they are a lot further down the field, but Luke Whitehead now climbing back through the field.
And who was saying about the Porsche being slow in a straight line? No, as you can see, the draft there really working, and able to get into the slipstream and use it to their advantage, getting a good exit out of the last corner, down into turn 1 and then into turn 2, make the move and get it done.
Yeah, absolutely, and a good deal of respect from both drivers, used to each other on the racetrack. I said they need no introduction. It's because they are two drivers that sharp a lot in RCI, both have a good couple of championship wins under their belt here, and you can count on them to always understand each other, I would say. That's the thing with a lot of these drivers on the field right now, big names that you've all probably seen and heard of in esports races before, in RCI races as well, in the other championships. These drivers, they understand each other, they've raced with each other before, so you can almost use that to your advantage, Les, because you know where particular drivers are strong and particular drivers are weak as well. So you may be sizing up your opponent thinking, okay, this is Hugo Morales ahead of me here, maybe I'm a bit better, I feel like I'm a bit better on the brakes than them, I feel like I'm a bit better around Imola as a whole, and Luke Whitehead may have used some knowledge like that to their advantage. And I think that's a great thing about these drivers, that a lot of them, they know each other, they know who they're dealing with.
Yeah, I mean, it's part of teamwork, but also part of racing with drivers that you race with week in, week out, and trying to get to know them and how they race. But that's how respect is earned, isn't it? Is on track, and it's been clear today. We've seen a lot of respect, and thankfully not an awful lot of incidents. Yeah, no, it's great to see. One thing I will also mention is although they're not on screen at the moment, we've got the number 1 car that we mentioned earlier had made that move on the 888 to get into P2, and that gap has really opened up now up to 3 seconds, I believe.
Absolutely, yeah, you can see now 3.3 seconds is the gap between the number 1 and the 888 car, so they're really pushed in their advantage now. Like I was saying, it's exactly what they need to do, especially at this stage of the race, because we've talked about the tyre strategy. One of the things about having to only use 4 tyres in these races, having to do those 2 double stints, is that you've got to do them at a decent time. It's going to make the field a lot more split up in sections where you wouldn't have assumed they would before, because if one team takes a double stint earlier on and then the other takes it later on, those cars are naturally going to be apart for a good period of the race. They'll then come back together after they've both completed their double stint, but it's all about how you manage your tyres during the double stint here. And it looks like there's about to be an overtake on track. The 832 car going down towards the inside of Joris Appel for the Ren Welton Esports car, and the 832 able to push their way through there. That was for the past sim racing team. Not them, I believe actually earlier, these guys have been fighting out on track now a good couple of times. Those liveries probably look a bit familiar as well, because I think that's the second time so far we've seen Les at past sim racing team has made the pass on the Ren Welton Esports teams.
Yeah, it's a great little battle, and we just saw we're getting a replay of it. The number 69 going off track. Just getting the right wheels there on the grass in the braking zone, and obviously taking them off into the gravel. But yeah, to get themselves back on track safely and not involve anyone else, that was the best thing. And and now they go on and try and clean those tyres up.
Absolutely, and you do have to be careful when rejoining the track there, because as you saw, 3 cars in the small train passed actually along the outside when they were trying to rejoin. You do have to be that little bit more aware that you don't suddenly swing back onto the track when one of them decides they want to go for an overtake as well. So good awareness from all drivers, the 3 in the train noticing that there was a car on track that was going to want to rejoin as quickly as possible, and then the car for just rejoining safely after the train had passed. And again, it all comes down into the respect and awareness between these drivers as well. They're at the top of the sim racing level. They are the best drivers that you have in sim racing, and it shows with just their basic awareness of what's happening on track at all times. It almost feels like they know what's going to happen before it's even happened there. And I think that there was a good showcase of drivers just knowing how to navigate through a situation that could have turned out sticky, especially if you saw it at a public lobby level.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and no, like you said, ultra respect and sort of good clean racing. One other thing to mention, we did briefly see it on the screen there. We see the 888 has finally come in to get those old knackered tyres off, and they've got a nice fresh set of boots on now to try and go up. But it's amazing as Abeladze's now taken over, how far down the field they've gone down in the field just by taking a pit stop. So it just goes to prove how close these cars are together.
Yeah, like you said, going all the way from that 3rd place position down to 14th, it's not something you almost expect in an endurance race. I mean, a lot of these drivers will be used to seeing a lead pulled so far by now that when you pit, you lose maybe a couple of positions, but not that many. But the field's still so close that you're losing 10 or so positions in a pit stop. It does mean you have to slightly time your pit stops. Don't get caught up in too much traffic here. The good news is that it looks like most cars still pitting around that hour mark. It's a strategy you'd expect to see in these races, is to hit as close as you can to the hour. So for the car now driven by Abeladze, the 888, not going to be too much of a problem having to navigate back through the field, although could get caught up in traffic if they close that 7-second gap quite quickly. Here, the 2 drivers ahead of them is the Simware Pro by VDES car, number 14. Took the fight there to the number 71 ahead of them, couldn't quite find the traction they wanted coming out the final corners, got a bit pushed out to the edge there, and unfortunately because of that, just not close enough coming down the straight.
Yeah, well, actually, I think the 71 actually made the move and pushed them out wide. But yeah, like you mentioned, unfortunately got onto the gravel, wasn't able to get that position back. But now we're on board now with the FSS racing Ferrari, the number 23, getting that slipstream, going on the outside, hopefully on the grass, and we get the move done. Now gets the inside of the next corner, Oh, it gets loose, and now the Aston's now on the grass, and that's the move done.
There was, I think, 2 taps there from the FFS racing driver. I'm sure the 43 flashing their lights right now is not going to be happy with how that one turned out, because although they were slightly ahead going into the corner there, I don't expect they're going to be too happy that 2 contacts there made the number 43 go off track. So Tomsky probably feels like they've lost out quite heavily there, and will want to try and claw back the FFS racing driver right now. Again, it's hard to judge who was in the wrong there, Les, because I think the FFS racing driver was slightly ahead going into the corner, but it did look like there just wasn't enough room coming out of the chicane there for the other car to really keep their position on track.
Yeah, no, exactly. And see, is that number 14 coming to pits? But I've missed that one. But yeah, no, sorry, I was too busy looking at the track time. Sorry, Tim. But yeah, we go back on board now with Killian Ryan Meenan now in the FFS Racing Ferrari in the 1-2-3. Now coming on the back of the CLR car, I think. Was it? No, Light is on the back of Romenko.
Yes, this is the FFS racing driver closing in on Romenko ahead. The CLL car getting a little bit of a mention for being on track, and there's number 14 off the side of the track after slight contact, rejoins just ahead of another car. There was almost contact, but luckily the other car able to just swerve at the last minute. I believe that was the number 69 driven by Polke, so they're able to avoid the Simware Pro VDS that was rejoining the track there, but definitely not the situation that Bogoroditsky wanted to find himself in there. And we've seen now, Les, that's what, 3 incidents around that corner in the last couple of laps that we've just seen. So maybe drivers, as they come towards the end of their stints here, really struggling with the tyres, and it's just causing those extra little incidents that we're seeing now with 2 hours to go.
Well, end of the tyres and maybe end of energy for the driver. You know, with that concentration for a lot of these drivers, double stinting and some more. But yeah, certainly maybe tiredness and tiredness of the tyres starting to show. But seeing a nice little battle here. Well, being done, should we say, is the 163 does get round in the end. I do wonder if they're going to end up in the gravel, but no, that is it. Sundstrom ahead, yeah, Sundstrom's now ahead. So yeah, it's a great little move. But yeah, no, it's interesting to see that some of these drivers. I mean, some of these guys doing triple stints. I mean, for me, a double stint's enough. To do a triple stint is unheard of for me, that's for sure.
Yeah, a lot of these drivers choosing to do the triple stints, and like you said, for a lot of us, that is unheard of. But just received a message in my ear that this car right here, the Attempto Racing driver, serving had a drive-through penalty due to speeding in the pit lane. So that's unfortunate for the number 85 there. Would have just been serving their stop most likely. And of course, picking up a penalty for speeding the pits, not an ideal situation. Not something you almost expect to see in a race like this, but it can happen. We've seen it a couple of times, and I think it was only 2 weeks ago we saw it at Kailami as well. So as the race heats up, you do see small accidents starting to unfold as well. Well, we're coming close to the 2-hour mark, so it's a good time to mention the sponsors that have helped to make this race possible and the events. We've got AK Esports. They are sponsoring the Team of the Race award that I mentioned earlier. We'll talk about that in a little minute, but that is the QR code that you see at the bottom right hand side of the screen. AK Esports sponsors that award. Go Setups are sponsoring a pole position award. So the pole position driver, which would have been the Williams Esports car yet again, the Tico van der Velde, who's leading the race for them right now, Go Setups will be paying them €100 for having that pole position award. It's called the Go Setups pole position. And also Fanatec, our other sponsor as well. We all know about Fanatec. They don't need too much of an introduction, but you can get some great sim racing equipment off them. And also we have a RCI code that you can use to purchase sim racing equipment from them as well. But Fanatec also helping us by sponsoring this championship. Those are our sponsors. And coming up to that 2-hour mark, a lot of cars now going to be looking to try and get themselves towards the pit lane. We've seen a couple of drivers pitting already. Some would have pushed their stints to the max. I believe the max time here is 1 hour and 5 minutes you can be in the driver's stint for. So there will be some cars pitting after the hour mark, but Killian Ryan Meenan, that FFS Racing, looking to try and get a move on the 164 ahead before peeling into the pits here.
Yeah, exactly. And you know, I think I don't know how much of an instance that the FSS racing cars had today, but it's unusual to see them so far down on the order, making a nice climb back up. Though I did see them a lot further down before. So, but you know, in that Ferrari, in the hands of other people, you know, they've got quite a lot close together now. So maybe this Ferrari, like we were saying before, is a little bit hampered on this track. But no, they're having a good race. I mean, I've not seen any incidents myself, but I don't know what happened at the start. I slightly missed that, unfortunately. 1, 2, 3. But yeah, it's good to see them coming back up through.
Absolutely, the FFS racing team, notoriously known for their pink livery cars. Again, like you said, you don't expect to see them that far down the field, but are starting to climb back up. They've got 2 hours as well to try and make something else happen, so definitely not over for them. 2 hours, of course, is a standard race time for some of these drivers. They'll go into races that are 2 hours long from start to finish. So a lot of these drivers out in the field right now probably looking at that time thinking, okay, here's where we've really got to kick things up a bit. We've had the first 4 hours that have sorted us into these positions. Now we've got 2 hours to climb back up through the field as high as we possibly can. Here's the SMP Racing Esports team driver. And we're going to cut up further to the field. This is a fight for the podium. Racing Point driver Castorino now looking at the 696 Audi ahead. A gap of 0.2 between them right now, coming down to the chicane here. Of course, the Aston Martin going to have a bit of an advantage. They can just clobber those curbs that little bit more. You saw coming through there, the Audi being a lot more careful and then the Aston Martin. So again, Les, coming into the final parts of the race, you've got cars that definitely show an advantage here, and it looks like the Aston Martin, one of the cars that just a lot better at handling the conditions around Imola.
Yeah, it certainly seems to be soaking up the curbs, shall we say, and able to deal with a lot of these high curbs on this track. Lots of twists and turns, not notorious for, but so of course we've got the long straight to sort of help it along its way as well. But yeah, like we've already mentioned, you know, we've got a lot of Aston Martins that are really enjoying this track, but we've got a couple of Audis at the top with along with the BMW. So as we see a bit of contact now into the chicane for this podium position.
Absolutely. Well, we have come now to the 2 hour mark, just an hour and 59 minutes left in this race, and that means it is time for a break here in the booth. We'll ride on board with a driver, so make sure you turn your sound up and have a listen to the drivers as they navigate round through the lap. Of course, whilst we're on the break, you can take an opportunity to vote for your driver and team of the race. Sorry, it's sponsored by the AK Esports team. They are sponsoring the driver of the race, and the winning team will receive €100, and you can vote for whichever team is your favorite based on a multitude of things. Maybe they've got the best livery in your opinion. Is the SMP Racing Esports driver, sorry, making a quick overtake, pushing themselves up into 12th on the number 14. But yeah, going back to the team of the race, sorry, you can vote for a team based on who, for whatever reason you fancy, whether they've got the best livery, whether they've done the most overtakes, or just had a good race all round. Support your favorite team by voting for them. The QR code is on the bottom right hand of your screen, and also there will be a link in the chat if you want to use that. But coming up to our break now, and Les, I believe you will be leaving us, and we'll have Sarah Stanton in the booth. But it's been a pleasure to have you here today, Les.
Thank you, team. Tim, even not team. Well, thank you, team, as well. But no, thank you, Tim, and it's been a great hour that's absolutely flown past, and I will definitely be doing a little rain dance just to maybe spice things up, so ready for the end of this race. But it's been a great race so far, and long may it continue. And I'm really interested now to see what happens at the end of this race.
Absolutely, and we're going to watch quickly as there's a race for that P3 position. It looks like the Racing Point driver was originally in P4, now up into P3. Castorino pushing that car back onto the podium. Wolowski there, you can see, still very tight behind, looking for an overtake. Here's the SMP Racing Esports driver a bit further down the field. They're going to be coming up to the rear of Darren King, driving the number 28 car. We're now going to go onto an onboard though and take our break. We're picking to ride on board with is Daniel Tutlik, in the SMP Racing Esports car, the 878 Bentley. Turn up your volume, enjoy the sounds of the race, and let's see if they can overtake the number 28 ahead. 1 hour and 52 minutes left of round 2 in the RCI 6-hour Esports Championship. We are coming back into the booth. It's me again, Tim Peck, for my second round in the booth today, and joining me now is Sarah Stant for her first time in the booth in this Esports Series race. Of course, we've already got action on your screen here as Simware Pro by VDS driver Ogorodotov has just pushed themselves up into that 16th place position. But Sarah, welcome back into the booth. How are you feeling today?
Oh, feeling absolutely great. Super glad to be able to get back in the booth, and thanks for the really warm welcome, Tim.
No problem. We've had an exciting race so far. Of course, we're 4 hours in. A lot of cars throughout the field have had up and down moments throughout this race. We saw the Veloce Esports drivers, they fell down quite early on, so they're yet again doing a climb back up. They are the 992 car that has just fought their way back up into the top 10. Current P7 with Malnowski behind the wheel. Of course, we had the Yas Heat car as well, starting from the pit lane, which we first assumed would have been an interesting tactical decision based on the first corner at Imola being notorious for instance. Later finding out though that actually it was due to driver error not clicking the ready to drive button, and that way they then started from the pit lane. Gryfax engineering team here, the number 69 car looks towards the outside of Dimitrov in the number 46, not quite able to get alongside though before turn 1. And here is Marco Bischoff serving a drive-through penalty. But yes, Sarah, a lot of up and downs throughout this race. A couple of cars on a comeback drive right now, cars that you're used to seeing in that top 10 that are just trying to fight their way back up. And yeah, we've got a race replay here, seeing what's going to happen to Dimitrov ahead in that 46. Is there contact here between the two drivers? No, Dimitrov just catching the inside curb there, throwing the Ferrari off a little bit too much, and that's just going to help the Gryfax car come way back through. That's what they were looking to do, but unfortunate that Ferrari gets very unsettled very quickly. And Sarah, bringing me back to what I was going to say, it's an exciting race so far. I don't know, I know you're a driver yourself, but I don't know, do you have a lot of experience in endurance races? Is this your forte, endurance racing?
I absolutely love endurance racing. I actually just came off of the Sebring 12 yesterday. There's just an entire different element when it comes to endurance racing. A lot of people don't realize that sometimes driving cleaner and safer is the better choice on these long slogs of a race, because you're dealing with a lot of people who might be pushing right up to the edge, and when you push up to the edge, mistakes can happen, and all it takes is one driver spinning in front of you and you've already gained a place.
Exactly, and that's the thing. You've just got to keep with it. We talked last week, not last week, sorry, 2 weeks ago at the opening round in Kailami, when you saw the Veloce Esports drivers, George Boothby and Malnowski, fell right to the back of the field and further despite starting the race in P3. They fell all the way to the back of the field and climbed back up. But one of the things that we were saying the whole way through the race is it's not over. It's an endurance race. You've got time to remake up those positions, of course. With only an hour and 50 minutes left to go, you are now running out of that time at this particular part of the race. However, a lot of these drivers will have been up and down the field already. And here's Malnowski. We saw them earlier fighting a lot further down the field. We're going to have a race replay here involving Malnowski coming up to the rear of the Jean Alessi Esports car. Never mind. Oh wait, hang on. What's happening here? Looks like there's a car just ahead coming out of the pits, almost making contact with Malnowski, but that is the number 1 BMW. We were talking about them earlier, and that's the 992 Veloce car now up into that P4 position. But Sarah, to catch you up on the drivers, George Boothby and Malnowski behind the 992 Veloce car. Very used, I'd say, to dealing with driving from further down the field up into the top parts of the field. They are drivers you can count on to do a comeback drive.
I mean, that sounds right. Sometimes the people you expect to do a comeback drive are some of the fastest on the grid. You never know what you're kind of dealing with. When you're a driver in those kind of higher areas of the thing, you can get bumped off, and the rest of the race, you can just end up just slamming back through the numbers.
Exactly, and it shows the racecraft as well of all of these drivers on the field, knowing how to pull off those overtakes. Well, we've got on our screens now the last pit stop lap and how long they were in the pits for. So a lot of information you can gather from this little graphic that you see on the left-hand side of your screen next to the deltas. First of all, you can see when the cars are likely to come into the pits. Of course, Apostle, who is highlighted right now, just came out of the pits on lap 144. Their pit stop time was 1 minute and 8 seconds. You can also get extra information though, like Malinowski just above them. They pitted on lap 111, so they are about to have to serve their pit stop now. And their pit stop back then was 1 minute and 18 seconds. So what that's suggesting is that Apostle in that number 1 BMW right now, not taken a fresh set of tyres, and probably is going to be one of the cars double stinting. We mentioned earlier that already the West Competition Racing team had done a double stint. It looks like this is going to be their second double stint of the race. That's another thing Sarah is, oh sorry, just a race replay quickly. Marco Bischoff here on the outside of the turn 1 corner. What can they do in this situation? Looks like almost making contact with the number 39, but just managing to avoid it there. Slotting behind instead for the 977 car. But yeah, Sarah, one of the interesting things about this championship, I think, is that across the whole 6-hour race, you only get 4 tyre sets, and that means twice in the race you have to do a double stint, and that means the tyres could get very, very old towards the end of the 2 hours.
Especially on a track like Imola, this track's incredibly abrasive on tires. With the amount of curbs you're constantly taking, you're going to put a lot of wear on singular tires instead of a nice even wear around the whole thing. And this is going to result in spinouts. It's going to result in drivers maybe ending up a little too close to other drivers when they don't expect it, especially in places like Aqua Minerale, where we've already seen a crash today.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you just mentioned, Imola, notoriously known for being a track that can chew up tyres quite quickly. Luckily, the track temperature right now, this is going to sound weird, only 25 degrees Celsius. Of course, people familiar with the track will know that that's actually quite cool for an Imola race. It's usually very high temperatures out on track, can tear up the tyres very quickly, and with the track cooling down this afternoon with the clouds overhead, that is only going to help these drivers to make those tyres last a little bit longer. Ren Welton Esports been on our screens a couple of times across the past couple of hours here, coming back up to the rear of the 832 car. I think we've seen these two drivers battling it out now for a good hour or so. On burnt do in this situation. Well, you can see that the Ferrari very uncomfortable on those curbs coming through the tight chicane there, whereas the Aston Martin pulling a little bit of distance. They're just, we talked a lot, Sarah, me and Les in the last stint about how the Aston Martin being one of the favourite cars of today, so good at just being a good all-rounder car, but one thing it really stands out with is being good at handling the curbs. The Ferrari though, which is the other top pick of today, not so much, and that's why we're just seeing the Aston Martin get a slightly better end of the stick here at Imola.
I mean, I have to agree with that. When it comes to cars, especially when it comes to taking curbs, Fred engine cars like the Aston Martin, the BMW, and the Bentley are all really great cars over the curbs because their center of mass is basically directly over the front tire, and you're able to take that kind of skill portion so quickly. When it comes to where the engine is in the middle or the back, you're going to end up having a bit more of a spin issue because your contact with your rear tires, which are your power source, is suddenly lost as you go over it.
And we've just seen an overtake on the screen. That is the Genesis Esports driver, Luke Addison. They push themselves up into that 15th place position, passing Luke Whitehead, who's in the Veloce 912 car. We've seen Luke Whitehead a couple of times throughout this race so far, notoriously in the chat on YouTube not long ago saying that the Porsche really struggling in a straight line. Well, just entering the booth now is our first interview of the race. It is Pran, the team manager of Aztec Sim Sports and Viscero Esports. They have 3 teams on the field today. They had a couple yesterday in the Saturday series. And hello, Pran, welcome to the booth. How's the race going for you so far?
Well, as well as it can go for the Ferrari in Imola. I think we had struggles in qualifying. Things just didn't go our way. Drivers just couldn't get a solid lap down. And in the race, it was about getting a recovery drive down. Unfortunately for our car number 45, we got a disconnect. And yeah, from there, we were 2 laps behind and no real chance of getting points or getting any sort of position. So we decided to retire that car. As for car number 44, we were properly going at it. Our drivers, Aiden and Nick, were superbly quick. But unfortunately, in pit entry, we got a stop and go. So that wasn't exactly ideal. And as for car number 46, we are very much trying to keep on track and keep on pace. It's difficult considering how much traffic there is. We're losing a lot of time. However, we're all doing the absolute best we can given the scenarios that have been dealt with us.
Absolutely. It looks like you guys have had a bit of a rough race so far, but like you said, you are trying to keep it on the field. I've noticed that number 44 driver is coming into the pits now, but Walsingham currently up in P20, and then your other team, the number 46, still in the race, driven by Dimitrov, they're P29, so they're in that top 30. They're definitely going to be earning points today. Is that what your strategy is now leaning towards, is just bringing in as many points as possible, seeing as you've had setbacks early on?
Yeah, I think for right now, we want to get into the points. It's about getting as many points as we possibly can because, yeah, this championship is very tight and there's a lot of competitors that want those points that you're getting. So we have to really stay sharp and stay consistent, and that's been our target for this entire race, pretty much.
Absolutely. And the other thing I just wanted to ask you about quickly is a lot of different strategies throughout the race. Of course, your teams only get 4 tyres each for this race, which means they're going to have to double stint at least twice. Was there a particular plan for those teams going into this race? Was it the same for all 3 teams, or did you try different strategies for all of them as to when they take those double stints?
I think with the strategies for our team, we based it solely on feeling. You know,
Okay.
the grip would change throughout the time. Temps would change. So we have different strategies for each of our drivers and teams. But yeah, we managed to keep it fairly consistent, and both car number 44 and 46 are around level pegging. Aiden slightly getting an edge over car number 46. But yeah, I think double stinting those tires, it's so tricky to double stint tires in the Ferrari, especially under so much traffic. And in this track, you really don't get much of a break in terms of corners. So the drivers are out there pushing to the absolute core. So it's going to be quite stressful behind the wheel. As a manager, I could not be in their position. No chance.
Well, it seems like all your teams have been doing a good job. You did mention that, of course, a lot of difficulties have been thrown your way. You're all dealing with it brilliantly. And like you said, the Ferrari and Imola, not a pair that really go hand in hand with each other. So based on that as well, you've got a lot of struggles just on the track alone. So been doing a good job at just keeping it in those points for now. Sarah, did you have any questions for Pran before I wrap up the interview?
When it comes to really pushing with the Ferrari, what's the thing that you guys found to be its actual, like, the thing it was strongest at on this track?
It's a fairly difficult question because there aren't really many.
Very understandable.
I think just on the back of the setup that we had, it made it a lot more difficult for other cars to pass us because even though they'd catch us up in the corners, you know, we were running maybe like 4 or 5 clicks less wing, so we could just sail past them in the straight and defend to the absolute core. But yeah, it was fairly difficult navigating through, especially Acqua Minerale and just the chicane, because the car just bounces in a really weird manner. So yeah, we're trying our best, and the Fezzer's coping well. It's a mighty beast, considering how much we've had to, ring it around in Imola, and yeah. I mean, hats off to the drivers doing this because I could not. No chance.
It really shows the strengths of these drivers, though. Being able to just take the wing down, 4 or 5 clicks is not something the average driver could really comfortably do in a race. So hats off to them.
Yeah, and at the very least for next race, Ferrari is very strong in Indy, so we hope that we can progress further in next race and have a bit more luck, because this race has been fairly unlucky for us. But it's about damage limitation today, and that's what we're setting out to do.
So yeah, like you just said, it's about damage limitations today. I take it for your last comment then, you guys are looking now towards Indianapolis as a track that will hopefully pay a lot better for you guys.
Yeah, exactly. And we'll be working very, very hard, as we always do, to ensure that we get the maximum out of the car. For Imola, we practiced a hell of a lot in order to bring out every bit of pace that we possibly could have gotten with the Ferrari. And yeah, it would have paid off had luck not have been in our favor. But yeah, it's how it works, and it's racing, and we'll come back stronger.
Absolutely. Well, thank you very much for joining us for an interview in the booth, Pram.
Thank you
Of
very
course,
much
good
for
luck
having
with.
me.
Yeah, thank you. Good luck with the rest of your race as well. We wish you the best, and hopefully things will start to look up for you in the last hour and a half of this race. Well, everybody, that was Pram, the team manager of Aztec Sim Sports, Viscero Esports, and of course they had 3 teams on the field today: the 44 and the 46 car still in this race. The 45 car, unfortunately, as we heard, had to retire earlier due to a driver disconnect as well that put them just outside of the fight. Well, we're cutting back in with Luke Southall in the STR Esports number 39 car. They are now trying to overtake Valentin Barrier, someone who needs no introduction as a threat on the field in the 939 Ferrari here. But Luke Southall looking to try and showcase what they can do as well. Another brilliant driver looked towards the inside there, but Valentin Barrier just a little bit later on the brakes, able to defend that P25 position. And with that, the STR Esports team is just going to have to look for maybe a better way to overtake. They do, of course, have a 5-second penalty on that car as well, which they do have to think about, and they'll most likely serve at the pit stop. But Sarah, yeah, we've got an interesting race unfolding here. Is actually again Kalashnikov going neck and neck down to the final, the first corner. Sorry, with Maulana will be ahead by the time they get through. But Sarah, an exciting race so far, and it seems like from the past half an hour which we've had, it's been very close combat racing, even in the later stages of the endurance race.
It just seems to be non-stop back and forth. It's just, we have cars just right backed up against each other. So much traffic at every corner. It's absolutely crazy.
Absolutely. I've got a couple of penalty reports to make note of here. An incident on lap 120, turn 18, involving drivers, cars, sorry, number 27 and 95. No further action taken. Number 27 turned in on 95 and it was deemed no further action. Incident on lap 129, turn 6, involving the number 60 and 51. 5 seconds for car number 51. Overtake with contact, and there was no position return, so the 51 picking up a 5-second penalty there. Incident on lap 127, turn 12. Got 2 incidents here. One was involving the 404 and the 163. That was deemed a racing instance. Both cars were at fault. And an incident on the same turn, same lap, that's 127, turn 12. This is involving the 39 and then the 163 again. 5-second penalty for car number 39. They did not take enough caution to see the incident that unfolded ahead. It was deemed a racing incident and therefore caused avoidable contact with the 163 car. Incident on lap 134, turn 19, involving the number 14, the 71. Is a warning for the number 71, avoidable contact. Incident then a lap later on turn 1. This is lap 135, involving the same cars again, number 14, 71. No further action taken. 14 dived into turn 1, causing contact with the 71, but they end up taking themselves out anyway. Incident on lap 134, this is turns 1 and 2, involving the car 43 and 23. Racing incident, there's minor contact between the two into turn 2. Neither car is deemed at fault though. The contact into turn 3 that then ensued afterwards was caused by the 43 squeezing the 23 onto the apex curbs. So it's been deemed as a racing incident there. Well, that catches you up on the penalties so far. we're still watching Luke Southall for the STR Esports car right now find a way through Valentin Barrier, who is driving in that 939 Ferrari. That is the Yas Heat team, which we mentioned started from the back of the grid. And what can Luke Southall do? Coming down the straight here in the BMW, is going to have a lot faster straight line speed. Looks towards the inside here. Can Valentin Barrier do anything to defend this position? It looks not. And with that, the Yas Heat team will just tuck in behind, but Valentin Barrier not willing to give this one up.
That was absolutely amazing watching them go through that corner there. I thought we were watching NASCAR for a second there.
Absolutely, some very close racing from the tour race replay involving the 832 car here. Again on the start-finish straight, leading down towards the first corner. The 832 looking towards the inside here, and contact made between the two drivers. It looks like the other car just able to avoid picking up some further contact behind, but we just saw the 832 there with a little bit of contact. That is, of course, the past sim racing team, and with that, they will be up a position. Well, actually, maybe it looks like they may have given the position back. No, they've lost 2 positions, never mind. And that's what you can see just ahead of them, the 832, now led by the 60 and the 14, just looking to try and cover those positions back. Now, over 30 minutes left in this race. A lot of cars now most likely looking to try and make some late sort of strategy calls, try and push themselves out of the field. Sarah, you mentioned that you loved endurance racing. If you're one of the drivers right now, if you're even just one of the team captains, what's your plan for the last hour and 30 minutes?
I mean, at this point, your strategies are locked in. You really just got to stick to the plan, work your way through the corners, and just make sure you're managing those tires, because you're out of tires at this point. Either you're running on that last double stint tire, or you're trying to stretch what you have left, because everything is on the line at this point, and you just got to kind of get out there, take those corners, and do your best.
Absolutely. We actually talk a lot on this channel and through this race as well about strategy decisions, and what do you do if maybe a car comes out with a different strategy to you? Do you change your strategy to try and fend them off, or do you instead try and stick to your strategy? Well, actually on your screen you've got an infographic of the most expected tyre strategies of today. You've got the early short, where you pit just after 35 laps, and that will be your shortest 35 minutes, sorry, not laps, that's 35 minutes, and that will be your shortest stint right at the beginning there, and then you push all of your next stints to the absolute limit. It's an hour and 5 minutes of driver stint time that you can take in one go, and that means that you will then use your full tyres until the end. You've got the late short, which is the complete opposite of that strategy. From the beginning, you push your stints to the absolute limit, the 65-minute time you can see there, and then for the very final stint is the one where you take just a 35-minute stint, low fuel, fresh set of tyres for a lot of cars, or maybe even one of their double stint tyres. There will be a low fuel stint, and then hopefully you can pick up some positions later on the race. Then you've got the alternative strategy, which is where rather than doing the short stint at either the beginning or end of the race, some cars may opt into doing it in the middle. Usually we see this decided by instance that usually outside of that team's control, forcing them to pit around them. But either way, that is another strategy you can go for there. Of course, within that, it's best that most drivers take their short stint and use that as one of their double stints for the tyres as well. You can see on those strategies the little tyre icons above the lap. That suggests when you take the fresh set of tyres as well. So a couple of different strategies that we might see out in the race today. I think I'll be interested to know what your thoughts on this, Sarah, but I think for me, I believe a lot of these drivers probably favouring the late short, where they do the short stint at the end here.
I have to agree with that. I mean, most of these drivers, we have a race replay here. We're having people coming through corner 2 here. It looks like a little, definitely a bit of a bump there coming through the corner, and a re-entry that almost results in a crash. Great avoidance from the driver coming through the corner there.
Absolutely. And yeah, sorry, just to throw you back in straight away again, what are your thoughts on the late short stop? I know that's what a lot of these drivers are probably thinking right now. It's probably what my team would be thinking if we were racing too. What about you? Is a late short something that you'd stick to, or are you more of an early short person, or an alternative strategy?
overall, from looking at those strategies, I think I might lean more myself into the alternative strategy, getting just that last hour of just really nice solid tires. But I feel like if you're a driver that's at this level, you could definitely take advantage of the late short one where you have the last 100 minutes with the tires, because you're able to better understand and feel what that car is going to do. Because these drivers, they have perfect understanding of the vehicles they're driving. They can understand every little extra bump, every bit of road feel. They know, oh, we had a little bit of, oh, two little bit of a bumps there. I'm going to let you take over, though.
That is Luke Southall in the number 39 car, making contact with Shea in the number 51 Ferrari. Luke Southall ending up off the track there, picking up a lot of dirt. That's just going to slow them down, and now a second behind the number 51, which originally they were fighting. Probably not the best situation for Luke Southall there. Will not be happy with how that has unfolded, and it's allowed Valentin Barrier as well to catch up. Now the M2 competition Aston Martin car on your screen, and Ufriev looking for a way through the number 23 Ferrari ahead. And again, it comes back to the race between Ferrari and Aston Martin. It's been the talking point of the day is which of these cars is better suited to the track, and I think undeniably the Aston Martin is just the car of choice for Imola. We heard earlier from one of the team leaders of the Aztec teams that actually they were really struggling with Ferrari, and I imagine a lot of drivers in that same boat. The Ferrari just not a car that deals well with curbs, and because of that, I'd say that's why the Aston Martin just getting the better of the stick here today, and the Ferrari maybe not quite able to do a lot to really combat it. That it's just raw pace and setup at this point, isn't it, Sarah?
Absolutely. Being able to kind of manage less aero to get more top speed while still kind of keeping the car under control through turn 2 and Aqua Minerale and the chicane is going to be really what kind of sets these drivers apart today. It's at this level, these drivers are all so similarly skilled that it really just does come down to the difference in cars and the skill in which they set the cars up for the race. Because a lot of people don't realize that car setups are just as much as an art of driving.
Absolutely, setups can change so much about the car, and it can be the difference between being on pace with the cars around you or being miles off pace as well. So we'll see a lot of these times a lot of these times the setup determines where a team is most comfortable out on track. You can see there the Jean Alesi Esports team just navigating through the blue flags on the field. They're trying to chase down the number 7 BMW ahead of them, and they're currently up in that P9 spot. Been around about these Jean Alesi Esports teams were the 27 and 28 at some points have been up on the podium, some points as we see now down in 7th and 9th, so across the field in places, but still in that top 10. Well, we've got another interview coming in for you. This is Alex Vitero, he's the team manager of the Jean Alesi Esports team. We've also got David Tunisa. They are the driver of the Jean Alesi Esports number 27 car. They weren't in race 1. Jean Alesi, though, 3 teams in this series. And let's hear from you first, Alex, as team manager. How do you feel today is going for you?
Good evening to everyone. Today is a little bit better than Kelami. We know that in this track we have one car that is the Ferrari that could struggle a little bit more. But the other 2 cars, the Lamborghini, are doing very well. Great qualifying for the car and the BOP. And our drivers, David, Danilo, and also Darren King, and Trevor did amazing stints.
And what about you, David? How do you think today has gone so far? I see you are one of the drivers in the Lamborghini, so as Alex just said there, having a bit of a better day than the other team in the Ferrari.
Evening everyone, first of all. Yeah, I mean, I didn't participate in the first race, so today was my first race in this championship, and I think qualifying, as Alex said, it was very, very good from us for all the 3 cars. Maybe in the last lap we could have done just slightly better because, you know, the qualifying started with green conditions, so we literally just had 1 lap to be the fastest car on track, so something to improve there. But still a very good position in qualifying. Then in the race, I struggled a little bit in the first stint. I was lacking a little bit of pace after 30 minutes, I would say. But in the stints that I did later on, so my 2 consecutive stints, the car was better, was feeling better, and I managed to push more. Now there is Alberto on track, which is doing a very good job to bring the car till the end. I think and I hope we will manage to get that 6th position back and finish at least in top 6.
Absolutely, you've been doing a great job so far. Both of you guys in the Lamborghinis, the 27 and 28, as I just mentioned, are up in that top 10. Unfortunately, the Ferrari struggling today, down in 18th right now, but still a decent result for them. Alex, back to you. In terms of strategy today, would you say that with the double stints being quite a big thing at Imola, would you say both teams on all 3 teams, on the same strategy here, or are you more leaving it down to the drivers and what they feel like is best in terms of strategy?
No, every team have their engineer they are following. So, like team manager, I let them free to choose what are their best strategy for them. I'm in person following the car 27, and we, for example, we try to go longer as possible every stint. So we manage to 5 minutes every stint. But for example, the other Lamborghini, it was with only 80 liters in the double stint with used tires. So I think that you have always to split with more cars in the strategy, because if there is something wrong, for example, for the rain that was expected, if you have all the 3 cars in the same strategy, it could be a top result or a carnage. So it's always better to, in my opinion, to let the driver control it with an engineer.
Absolutely. And David, of course, your team currently the highest out of the Jean Alesi esports teams here. Would you say that just overall on pace, you guys are all feeling good today? Of course, you've got, I believe, 3 of you in the car at the moment, Garcia in the car right now. Would you say that in terms of pace, you're happy with how it's gone today, especially seeing as you're in the top 10, by this being the first race in the championship for you?
Yeah, I think so, definitely. Also because, as you saw in qualifying, we were very, very, very close to each other, especially our Lambo, the number 27 and the 28. I think it was 5 milliseconds in qualifying, which means that we were pushing very, very hard, because if you get a very minimal gap, it means that, of course, you are pushing till the very limit. And in practice, I mean, we were matching more or less the pace that we were doing in practice, which was very nice, very good. So looking at the BOP, the track, and everything, I'm pretty happy with the race pace. Everyone, I think, is happy. I see the 28 car that has been close to us literally from the start of the race, and now I think it's just around 10 seconds. So I think all of us is actually happy, because BOP, every time you get in a track, it's different. So you have to adapt, and you don't always have the fastest car. Sometimes you have, sometimes you don't. The important thing is to build the car, and today I feel like we are driving a very nice car.
Well, actually, one of your drivers, the number 28, has just made an overtake on track, so they now are the car directly behind you. Alex, with several teams out on the track right now, as just mentioned by David as well, quite close together, if that 28 and the number 27 catch up to each other, are there any thoughts of team orders, or are you still on the basis that, these teams, they decide what they do between themselves, or would you consider, knowing that the 28 has already been in one race in the championship, is there any team orders there, or would they help each other out? What happens when your drivers come towards each other to potentially fight?
Like we did in the previous part of the race, when the 2 cars were closed, we didn't look at the number of the car and the fact that the 28 in the first race in Kyalami was in front, but only the fact that to take the better result for the team as possible. So if the car are in different strategy, they let them pass each other. In any case, not depending from what car it is. So I want to preserve the team order in case to fight for the championship or something bigger, not for the top 10, for example, because I think that is not always a good message to the drivers. Also, if they approve to part of the team and to take the most points as possible. So there will be no order that will be directly for one only car, but the only order will be for the best of the team, the three cars together.
Absolutely, that's a great way of dealing with it, I think. Sarah, do you have any questions for either Alex or David?
Yeah,
before we let them go?
definitely. One of the questions I think I had the most is why do you feel that the Lamborghini is having a bit of a better performance day than the Ferrari? Do you think it's down just to the weight of the vehicle, or do you think it's more that it's a naturally aspirated vehicle over something that uses a turbo?
I leave this question to David because he drove the both two cars, so he know better than me.
Yeah, so Imola in general it's not that fast with Ferrari, mainly because the suspension it's very stiff. So in corners like Variante Alta, it's very hard to get it right. Even if you do so, you're still lower than the Lamborghini. In this track, I would say that it doesn't suit that much the Lamborghini, but on the curbs it's very easy to control, and that's where you gain time. So for example, in the qualifying as well, we were running with a very nice setup that we just changed a little bit slightly for the race, and we were able to attack the curves both on qualifying and on the race. With the Ferrari, they were able to attack a bit more on the qualifying. They even finished in front of us. I think it was P7, P8, I don't remember, of Ugo. But then in the race they struggle a bit more because they cannot attack that much as they were doing in qualifying. So that was the main difference between Ferrari and Lambo.
Yeah, and also considering the fact that with Lambo you have a little bit more horsepower in the engine than Ferrari, so it's easier to have speed also with maybe the high wing on the rear.
Exactly.
Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you guys. It's brilliant to get in touch with you two and hear your feelings on the race. We've got a replay happening on screen right now, which is George Boothby actually overtaking your number 28 car here. So they've been climbing back up. I actually, just quickly before I let you go, are there any teams, of course, Alex, you've had two cars in the first race, and David, you've just entered this race, but from your perspective, Alex, are there any teams that you're sort of watching right now as the ones to look out for across the championship, or are you treating everyone very much the same as the same sort of threat to you?
Yeah, I can consider, of course, looking at the race pace of today, the Williams Esports car, the McCormack team 55 is very strange in every track, and also the SMP because they are able to let go this Bentley in a very fast way. But I want also to say that for us this was not the target to win the championship, but from the start it was to understand the best way possible the car. So I'm not considering our team in the fight for the championship because our target it was to doing well, but in the end of test for the car more than for the win the championship.
Well, thank you very much to both of you. It's been an absolute pleasure having you up here in the booth with us. For those of you at home, that was the voices of Alex Vitero, the team manager of Jean Alesi Esports. They have 3 teams in this series. The number 27, the number 28, and the number 29 cars all currently driving in this race. And David Teniza, the other voice, is the driver of number 27, currently the lead car of all the Jean Alesi cars right now, up in P7. With the number 28 just a few places behind them. So thank you to both of you for your thoughts in the booth. It's always great to hear from both team principals and drivers as to what their feelings are towards the race. We're coming back now, though, with Wild Things Racing Patrick Sodicart behind the wheel here, going down towards the chicane. They're trying to chase down the 899, Audi ahead of them to fight for P38. And again, you can see the Ferrari today just really struggling on the track, unable to close a good enough gap here. And Sarah, I think it's undoubtable that across everyone's opinion right now, the Ferrari today just a struggling car.
Absolutely. We can see so many of them just bogged down near the back there. It's unfortunate to see, especially given the name of the track.
Yeah, absolutely, Ash. I've just made that connection as you mentioned it as well. That it is the Ferrari Autodrome, of course. So, yes, a track that you'd sort of assume at first hearing, I guess, would suit the Ferrari, but definitely not the case. Another car that does not really suit well to this track is the Porsche. Watching the Kramer Racing esports driver Marco Bischoff right now. They're trying to fight their way through the field on the rear of the 911 Aston Martin here. Porsche, though, notoriously known for just struggling in a straight line. So, although they're really close to the rear of the Aston Martin right now, coming down the final two corners, the Aston Martin can hold it ahead, then they're going to have a huge advantage to the straight. However, that is not the case there. Bischoff, with a huge move down the inside, pushes himself ahead of the Aston Martin, and coming out, they've got a bit of better acceleration as well, which will help. The top speed of that Porsche does lack quite a lot compared to other cars, but they've just given themselves enough room on the exit of that corner that the Aston Martin can't quite steal that place back immediately.
So the big thing with the Porsche to understand is that while it lacks in top-end speed, it's a really, really fast accelerating car. And on top of that, it is the best braking car on the field. So he's able to pull himself up right behind that Aston Martin and be able to basically time his braking to be able to just scoot right on past and get that fast exit like that.
And Marco Bischoff just capitalizing off what they could do with the Porsche right now. You mentioned that just now, Sarah, the Porsche struggles. Well, it's definitely struggled across this race. All the teams that are driving the Porsche have vocalized that it's just not performed well, but you can see now just trying to capitalize off it and hopefully use this as an off race for them. Coming back up into P17, this is the fight all the way up for P14 here. It's a train of 4 cars. The Armamentario car 121 right now at the back of this train, looking to try and climb their way back through. We've had these guys on our screen a couple of times, looking towards the inside now along the straight, had a better exit than the 832 ahead of them. And we're going to see what can the number 121 Armamentario car do right now. It looks like they've already cleared the other car in this situation, so they've just got to try and close the gap now. 912, of course, Luke Whitehead able to just give himself a 1 second gap as the 832 and the 121 battled out there. But Nazarov up into P16, turns their attention now towards P15 with Luke Whitehead in the Porsche, and then you've got Norman in the number 72 leading this pack right now in P14. Looks like Armamentario climbing the right way in the final stage of the racing era.
Absolutely. Got to keep pushing. Try to see if you can't get back a few positions before the end of the race and get just a few more of those points. Because at this point, like it's been said several times already, it's a points game. So try to, finish the race with as many as you can and then recoup where you can on the next race.
Absolutely. Of course, the top 30 teams in this race will score points. The top 20 at the end of the championship will then receive a part of the prize money pool as well. So just because you're outside of that top 20 doesn't mean you should just give up, because you can still earn points all the way down to P30. And as we see, it's still competitive late on in this race. So a lot of drivers, I just heard from the John Alessi team and also from the Assetto team earlier, just going for points finishes in this race. Bringing as many points as possible. Watching from the rear of FFS Racing here, they are under threat from the 977 behind, driven by Marco Bischoff in the 977, which I believe is the Yasuhika. Is not, never mind, it is the Kramer Racing Esports team in the 977 Porsche. They're looking for a way through here, but FFS Racing just able to defend so far. FFS Racing, we were saying earlier, Sarah, a team that you expect to see maybe a bit higher up the field, definitely been struggling to stay in the Ferrari, which is to be slightly expected. But They are in that P30 slot. They are earning points. We're going to have a race replay quickly of the number 42 here, coming down, not looking too close to anyone else. It's because they didn't make contact. They just hit the curb a bit too hard and spun. Able to recover, though, without being hit by another car. Very dodgy position there to recover from, but luckily just able to keep it out. And now we've got a neck-and-neck fight between the VDES Junior Esports team of Kalashnikov, and I believe that is a Nufriev in the 911 car that is battling it out with them. It looks like another car in the mix as well. Let's see who that is. That is Pertile in the 95 Aston Martin, getting caught up in that, being held up a little bit by the other drivers as well. They want to find their way through this battle quickly. But yes, Sarah, got an hour left in a endurance race. Are you one of those people that would say now is the time to really get your head down and just try and climb back up some positions, or are you very much on the sort of theory that, okay, this is probably where you're going to finish, just try and keep the car in a good condition till the end of the race now?
I think at this point, this is when you're going to have the most driver fatigue, you're going to have the most damage on the car. I'm strongly in the mindset, this is the time to keep the car together, keep your spot locked in. If you see a spot open up, go ahead and take it, but at this point, you know, the pushing's been done. It's more about surviving now.
Absolutely. Survival is key. You don't want to throw away any amount of points because you got a bit more careless going into the last hour, of course. So that being said, the drivers that are on the late short stop strategy, maybe this final hour is where they can really capitalize it. It all depends on how they have driven across the race so far, what tyres they now have available to them as well. A lot of drivers that will be on that short stop strategy are doing their final double stint now. But of course, some drivers may have taken 2 long double stints with the hope that with a fresh pair of tyres and lower fuel, they can maybe capitalise in the final hour of this race. So we'll see what unfolds there. Luke Whitehead driving the Veloce 912 car, trying to come round into P15 here. Further up the field, though, this is the fight for second place on the podium. The 888 Bentley back on the rear of Apostle in the number 1 BMW. We've seen the SMP Racing Esports car and the West Competition Racing BMW battle out a couple of times already. I believe the number 1 BMW here is on old tyres. They're currently running a double stint, coming to the end of it, albeit, but still running a double stint with the 888 Abeladze driving right now. SMP Racing Esports car, they are on a fresh set of tyres. They're going to have a huge advantage here as they try and pass. They're onto the start-finish straight here. And actually, SMP Racing Esports peeling straight into the pit lane. This will be their final stop of the race. Instead of trying to go for the overtake on track, they're going to see if they can get a lasting advantage now in the pit and maybe, just maybe, be ahead by the time that they come out on the field. And hopefully for them, they'll be able to hold it until the end of the race. So an hour and 4 minutes left in the race. Going to take a quick moment to mention the companies that have helped sponsor this event. They're the ones that help keep us running. AK Esports are sponsoring the Team of the Race award. That is the QR code that you can see on the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. You can vote for your favorite team of the race, and the winner will receive €100. Every hour we will show that QR code. I know it's been there for the past hour, but we'll also post a link in the chat as well. And you can vote for your favorite team depending on a variety of reasons, whether you think they've performed best on track today, whether you just like the team because you're a long-term fan, or if you've seen their livery out on the field and thought, hey, that's a pretty good livery. You can vote for the team and help them win an extra €100. Sure, they will be very happy, as that's quite a good amount of money to go towards their total prize pool. Go Setups are sponsoring the pole position award today, going to the Williams Esports car that is still currently leading this race. They, again, for every pole position, Go Setups will award the winner €100 per race as well. So they've also helping sponsor this event and keep us running. And then our other sponsor is Fanatec. They don't need an introduction as a company. I'm sure most of you have heard of who they are and what they do. They, of course, provide simware and sim racing equipment. And you can go and check out them, buy wheels, wheel bases, and pedals, all sorts from Fanatec as well. They sponsor this event, help us to put it on too. We are going to now enter another break in the race here. With an hour to go. This is, of course, the leader of the race, the William Esports Team Razor car, lapping P6. That is how far ahead the number 55 is so far. They've had a stunning race from start to finish. But yes, we have an hour and 2 minutes left. We're going to take a quick break here. Riding on board, I believe, with the number 55 car. So make sure you turn up the volume and have a good old listen to the sound of that engine as they navigate their way through the field. When we come back, it will be myself joined by Jesse Lee in the commentary box. Thank you very much, Sarah, for joining me today. I hope you've had a great race so far. Any final words before we cut off for a break here?
Absolutely. I just had a wonderful time. I'm really glad to be able to kind of get into the booth here, just really be able to give my side of this sort of big, long story we're telling here. I hope everyone has a wonderful day, and make sure you have a little bit of water out there. Probably thirsty.
Absolutely. It's been a pleasure to have you in the booth, Sarah. Well, turn up your sound, enjoy the racing that you see on your screen right now, and we will be back in 5 or 10 minutes, me and Jesse, to bring you to the end of the race. Don't forget, you can vote for your team of the race, the QR code on the bottom right of your screen, or you can use the link in the chat to vote for your team of the race. They'll win €100 courtesy of AK Esports. But for now, enjoy the break, and we'll see you in 5 to 10 minutes. 55 minutes left in round 2 here at the RCI 6-hour Esports Championship. We're at Imola with an hour left to go in this race. I'm Tim Beck, yet again joined by Jesse Lee now in the commentary box. Jesse, it's been a very exciting race so far, and with an hour to go, you be sure that things are only going to get more exciting. As I've said, that Gato chain trying to make a move around Grady there in the number 23 Ferrari, not quite able to make it stick, but looked to have it for a minute. Jesse, hopefully this last 55 minutes is going to be very, very exciting. This is where for a lot of teams, it's time to get your head down and race.
It certainly is. You kind of know where you're running at this point in the race. You kind of know what you have to do. You know where your battles are, whether they're coming from behind you or you're taking the fight to somebody else is rather beside the point. You know what you have to do. You've got to execute your final stop. Several cars already in the pit lane or are in the pit lane at this stage, taking on what should in all likelihood be their last stop. Connection Lost Racing's in there, the 17, I believe, in with Kin and Licky in the pit lane as well. And huge fighting here all over the track. 40 plus cars, Tim Peck, and they're still fighting for positions outside the top 30.
Absolutely. Something me and Les was talking about a couple of hours ago is just how brilliant the field is right now. We've got a race replay coming in here. Here is Andre McLee in the number 1 BMW car. Looks towards the inside of the Jean Alessi Esports team, number 28, and goes round and through very easily there, showing how an overtake is done. The number 1 car has pitted already, whereas the Jean Alessi number 28 hasn't gone into the pits yet. So number 1 on a fresher tyre set there, and likely on a bit better of a run so far coming out of the pits. But back to the fight for P34 here. Martin Grady trying to hold off the 164 Gato Chain Esports car, doing a good job of just holding it together, but unfortunately just losing out there. Slight contact between the two after the 164 picks up dirt on the outside of the second to last corner there. And that, yeah, going back to what you're saying, Jesse, me and Les are talking about it. The field so competitive, even late on in this 6-hour race, and you just got to hand it to these drivers. This is 6 hours of being in close proximity to each other, and for some teams, it has been constant fighting all the way throughout.
Well, it's a type of racing it is you're always fighting somebody. There's too many cars involved in this RCI 6-hour esports challenge to not be fighting someone. And Imola is not a small racetrack, and we've got cars pretty much the entire way through. It doesn't matter if you're fighting somebody for position or if you're fighting to stay on the lap and stay in the battle that you're in, or you're having to deal with lap traffic. You're always around somebody. Qualifying pays off for one quick driver doing one quick lap. Race smarts, racing ability to race around other cars pays off here. The two are very separate skills. You get these little groups, don't you, that form throughout the race, and these battles go on for hours and hours at a time.
Absolutely, and it just goes to show, like you said, how good the racecraft is between all of these drivers. Here is Jaroslav Roth on your screen, driving for Connection Lost Racing right now, trying to hold off Bischoff in the 977 car behind that. 977, of course, the Kramer Racing Esports team, no stranger to the Connection Lost Racing team. They've already fought a couple of times throughout the race today, and now Bischoff's next target is Roth ahead of them, looking to see if they can do anything here. Of course, the struggle for them is that it's a Porsche versus an Aston Martin. And, well, to bring you up to speed, Jesse, with the ongoing conversation that we've had throughout the day, everyone so far in the booth has agreed the Aston Martin, just the cars suited for Imola, whereas the Porsche, the Ferrari, some of the other cars on the track, really struggling out here today.
Yeah, it really is. And certain cars are going to struggle at certain racetracks a little bit more than others. And it's going to be certain teams, too, that will shine at different tracks as well. You do tend to lean on the manufacturer brilliance in some cases throughout the race and throughout the championship. And there will be places where some of these cars that struggled today won't struggle in the future as well. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. Well, man, battles all up and down the field. This one, for the final spot inside the top 10. There is a caveat. Ogorodnikov has a 5-second penalty on that number 14. Statsenko knows that in the 696. I believe that's is that ITB or 1 terabyte? I'm not sure. Either way, they're fighting for the final spot inside the top 10. Statsenko has to get through here and gain enough time to maintain that position. Actually, why did I say that? That's backwards. Statsenko doesn't have to do anything. Statsenko already would automatically have that top 10 spot. And look at this, the number 7 BMW Trafka into the pit lane.
Absolutely. You mentioned the 5-second penalty for car number 14 there. That was an instant on lap 155, turn 1. It involved the 832 and the 14 car. 14, of course, picking up the 5-second penalty for overtaking with contact and did not return the position. So that is why you saw the car with a 5-second penalty there. Checking in on FFS Racing to see how they are doing. Of course, we mentioned a bit further down the field than they probably like to be right now, but when all the pit stops roll around, are fighting towards that P30 mark. Currently, Philippe Simard in the 1-2-3 car, closing in on Bouquet ahead in the 333 Audi. Check in with them later, see if they can climb some positions. And here comes Marco Bischoff now, the 977 Porsche for Kramer Racing Esports into the pit lane. Not going to try and take Rov and 404 Connection Lost Racing car on track. I think that's a smart choice, Jesse. The Porsche pitting here. 1, it gets the pit stop out of the way. 2, they probably were not going to be able to take a car on track with the top speed of that Porsche.
Alaric has yelled at me, rightfully so, in the YouTube chat. It says, shame on me. It is ITV. Hey, I said it's either ITV or the other thing, but cheers on the corrections nonetheless. ITV, as it were. The Fat Stig, Les Stevenson, was in the booth just an hour or so ago, says their rain dance hasn't worked, as it has been green or sort of clean throughout the entire race, I should say, with just a small amount of cloud cover. Will mention, I'm sure you saw this as well, Tim, whenever we went to race day, there was rain in the practice session, but of course the light rain in the practice session and the race day are 2 different days. It's just been about perfect conditions.
Absolutely, and I was talking to Les earlier. They said they'd definitely like to see that rain. Think it would spice the race up a little bit, but I'm sure a lot of the drivers are just going to be glad that they're not having to deal with the rain today, because it can really throw some strategies completely out of order here. Of course, our broadcaster Stewie mentioned earlier that the wind, there's absolutely no wind on track. That's been the case for the past 3 hours now, at least, Jesse. And usually with ACC weather, it's said that if there's no wind, the weather probably isn't going to change too much. You're not likely to see any rain at all as well. So that could be why we see it. That being said, we don't know what's going to happen. In 30 minutes time, there might be a sudden downpour. There probably won't be, but you never know. So you do have to keep that slightly in the back of your mind. On your screens right now is the number 69 car, Griphax Engineering, looking to try and push themselves up into P29, which is where Bischoff has come out in the Kramer Racing Esports car. Of course, top 30 teams here will earn points in this race, and although both these teams are already going to be earning points for the bottom 2 spots, I'm sure both of them would like to earn a little bit more, Jesse.
Yeah, Timo Karppinen and the entire Griphax Engineering 69 team, they have had a day. They are going to be one of the teams that are going to be thankful to see the checkered flag come out here in 46, 47 minutes from now. It's been adventurous, but it's been interesting. They've never fallen out of competition for the top 30 in points. And of course, that's huge. Top 30 get championship points here, mind you. Anybody that finishes outside of that, looks like Vasily Anufriev in the 911 would be the first car right now, at least, to not get championship points for this round. So this is a spot not for getting points, but for getting more points.
Absolutely, and like you said, it's what you want. Okay, a lot of these teams have had struggles today. We heard in the team interviews earlier that a couple of teams unhappy. Yes, Tech Sim Sports teams in particular, not particularly happy with how the race has gone so far. Definitely struggled with having Ferraris out on the field, and one of their cars, of course, retiring due to a disconnect. However, their goal on their minds right now is, let's see how high up we can finish and just bring in as many points as is possible. And I think that's what you got to do, Jesse. For all the teams that have struggled out here today, and there's been quite a few that have had unfortunate events and unseen causes happen to them, it's now in this final 45 minutes, it is all about how many points can we manage to scavenge up so that we're not completely out of the championship fight going forward from now.
Yeah, you got to get whatever you can get. And if that's 29th in points, that's fine. You get that position. I talked about Vasily Anafriov in the 911 a moment ago. Well, oh, I just saw a car disconnect. Didn't quite clock what car that was. Believe it to be the 44 car. They had pulled over. They have retired that car. Unknown issue there that has caused that car to retire so agonizingly close to the checkered flag today. Pit stop still ongoing, and what I was mentioning about Anafriov is they're now in 30th place. They are the last car that would get championship points if it would stay like this. That is so important. Getting some versus none, as you were kind of alluding to, Tim, all important. Would you rather get 1 or 0?
I mean, I'd rather get 1. I'm sure pretty much everyone would agree with me there, Jesse. I think, yeah, like you said, you want to bring home some points altogether, even if it is just 1. That's definitely going to help. And who knows, it could be that in the final stage of the championship, you and one other team are split up by just 1 point. So, of course, you will then credit that 1 point for just helping out, even though it was probably a 30th place finish that you weren't too keen on at the time. It can pay off in the future. It's unfortunate the number 44 there is the car to disconnect, because I was just mentioning that the Assetto Sim Sports for Skill esports teams, it was the 45 that disconnected earlier on the race and retired their car. Now it looks like the 44 is retiring too. That is 2 out of the 3 Assetto teams now out of this race. They were already struggling with just being able to handle the Ferrari. It's not the pick on track today, and to have 2 out of their 3 cars now now out of the race, it's an unfortunate situation, isn't it, Jesse?
Yeah, it sure is. It's not what you want to have happen, and you get this close to the end of the race. Speaking as a driver myself, you just want to get to the end. It doesn't really matter. I mean, do you want to get points? Yeah, but you spend 5, 6 hours of your day, of your life, working on something, especially in a team setting. You're working with some folks that you're on a team with. You don't want to let them down. You want to get to the end and then get that close, and then it all comes crashing down. It's not how you expect your day to go. It's not how you want your night to end.
Absolutely. Definitely going to hurt in the long run. There, Legion of Racers driver, the 889 car, Dama here, looking to push themselves up into P32. Between them, though, stands Martin Grady in the number 23 team. We'll see what the Legion of Racers can do here, whether there's going to be an overtake happening on track. They don't have any sort of car advantages, both drivers in the Ferrari right now, unlike this situation here where we're seeing Karpinen in the number 69 Aston Martin. They're trying to overtake the Kramer Racing Esports team, Marco Bischoff in the Porsche. And it all comes down to this again, Jess, is that the Aston Martin just looking so strong today out of the field with the Porsche. A lot of teams commenting that they've struggled a lot of it. Luke Whitehead, one of the drivers that mentioned in the YouTube chat earlier that they were very much struggling in the 912 with that Porsche as well. You can see them in P70, just at the top of the standings right now. But yeah, Marco Bischoff here for Kramer Racing Esports have a bit of a task to defend here if they want to keep that Aston Martin off their tail.
Certainly do. You know, there's certain cars, as I mentioned earlier, that will probably struggle a little bit more here with the custom BOP and everything. I think some of the Porsches taking the brunt of that today, a clear and obvious choice as well. As again, still fights going on. You can't tell how important this would be for the Legion of Racers driver Pratama if they can get by Grady. Vasily Anufriov has a drive-through penalty as well. That will take them out of what is right now 31st place and should promote these two, Grady and Pratama, up a spot. So you never know. You go from 33rd, where Pratama is now, you get 1 spot back on a drive-through penalty for a car in front of you. On top of that, you get by Grady, get that spot. You're only 1 spot out of championship points.
Absolutely. So like we were saying right at the beginning of the hour, Jesse, head down. This is where a lot of the drivers are going to be really pushing out the best laps possible, because it is their final opportunity now to do the overtakes that they've been trying to for the last 6 hours. Here is the Armamentario car looking for an overtake on the number 1. Sorry, they are the number 121. They are being overtaken from behind their slight contact, sending the Armamentario car to be unsettled at the side of Aqua Minerale there. Unfortunately for them, they will lose out in that situation. Here is the Racing Point car, David Pertile, coming into the pit lane now, the number 95 pitting in second place. We'll see where they come out in a minute. A couple of cars, especially in that top 10 though, Jesse, yet to pit yet. So we'll see. It's in that moment where anyone that's on that late pit stop strategy that we were talking about an hour ago, now is when they're coming in around the 40 to 35 minute mark is when a lot of these drivers will be peeling into the pits. And then from then on forward, it's just push out quick lap after quick lap after quick lap and try and climb through that field in a very little amount of time.
Yeah, you're probably not changing tires here. I wouldn't suspect you're going to do that. And on top of that, too, if you had to come in earlier, as we saw many of the drivers inside the top 10, inside the top 22, you had to take more fuel than Bertile has had to do for Racing Point. The 95 here had a quicker stop simply because they have to take less fuel to get to the end of this race. They probably didn't change tires too much, but even still, the lighter car, because that is calculated in ACC, the weight of the car and the fuel on board, that car will be quicker nonetheless because it is a lighter race car at this stage. All these things are calculated. Some of these teams will have started calculating this, would have been running the race backwards. Others would have got to the halfway point, changed up their strategy. Some are just going with the flow. They got put in a position where they had to make a decision. They've made that decision. They're living with it now. Anybody that pits this late, I think, is the right call because you're going to have a lighter car. You're going to have a shorter pit stop. You're going to get a little bit extra time out on the racetrack versus the pit lane.
Absolutely. I was mentioning to Sarah earlier, I think it was going to be the most popular strategy of today, Jesse, is the late pits. So we've got a move happening here. This is the Simware Pro by VDS car looking to overtake the 939 Valentin Barre behind the wheel of the Yas Heat car right now on track. And unfortunately for Valentin Barre, just looking like they're losing out there through the corner. A slight tap between them sends Valentin off the track. They managed to recover just ahead of a car there, avoiding contact, but that pushes the Simware Pro VDS team up into that 21st position. Valentin Barre, of course, driving the 939, which is the Yas Heat car, Jesse. They started from the pit lane. Of course, this was due to driver error. They forgot to click drive, and therefore the team started in the pit lane, which is what ACC forces you to do. But for a team that started in the pits, to be all the way up in 22nd is a fairly good recovery drive for them.
It certainly is, isn't it, really, that it shows your strength of your drivers and your team, as we might be going 3 wide. Cooler heads and wiser driving prevails there as they get it back down to single file. Karpinen thinking about going in down the middle 3 wide, ends up not having to do so, and cars in the picture there quite slow indeed. One of the cars giving way. Ferrari not wanting to be involved in an incident here, rightfully so. All these cars in the points want to stay that way. Got to have a little cooperation at the time of the race where maybe you're a little bit frustrated. You're a little rattled. It's been a long day's racing, but just a little bit tired as well. It's time where your judgment is the cloudiest. You're having to make the toughest decisions.
Absolutely. You have to keep a level head because you've been now racing for 6 hours. Your whole team has been here putting in their effort as well. You don't want in this final 36 minutes for everything to go wrong because you didn't keep a level head and you maybe got a little bit frustrated behind the wheel as well. So all these drivers, it's about a mental game as much as it is a physical one here, Jesse. They've got to be in the right mindset to finish this race off. And like you said, frustrating getting into that final hour. It's where the stakes are at its highest and you're getting quite tired behind the wheel as well. You do just have to try and keep a level head and keep it together. Ren Velton, Esports driver Julian Newman here, looking to try and climb up into 14th place. They've got the 121 Audi ahead of them. Seen the Ren Velton car a couple of times out on track here. We've seen them doing overtakes, looking very comfortable in the Aston Martin today. Is this going to be another position for the Tiger liveried car? I mean, Les mentioned it earlier, Jesse. That can be quite striking to see in your rearview mirror.
It's a lovely car. I like how Ren Welton has painted up their cars. It's very striking as well. Reminds you of a World War II era something another. And for that reason, can be quite intimidating. Lovely to look at. And we've been doing pretty decent today, I would say. Angelina Stroza in behind the 912 Veloce car. That Porsche, one of the highest, if not the highest Porsche in the field today. Got a windscreen full of Naumann and Nazarov in front of them, fighting over that 14th place position.
and the Veloce car, that they were the one that mentioned earlier. Luke Whitehead came into our chat and said they're just struggling so much in that 912 Porsche at Imola today. But now coming into the pits, the top 3 teams right now, the number 55 Audi, the number
I wonder what their pit
27
strategy is.
Lamborghini, and of course the 992 Ferrari. That's the other Veloce car. But yes, Jesse, you would assume that this is definitely on strategy at this point. Of course, some drivers may have had incidents early in the race that have caused that to not be on strategy, but yeah, they're going for the late pit stop. I think it is undeniable that that is the case there.
I joke, but I guarantee that was a premeditated strategy and not a knee-jerk reaction by some of the other cars. They were probably going to come in there anyway, but that just shows you a general consensus among the top teams of, yep, this is the right strategy. This is what we're going to do. This is what gives us the best chance for success. Mikhail Statsenko for ITB Esports able to get another spot there in the 696 Audi. That puts them up into P4. Keep in mind, they came off of turn 18. They were down in, what, 7th or 8th place. So that was a fantastic run there. And I don't think at 960, that 696 team, rather, I don't think they have to come down pit lane again.
Assuming everyone's still on the original strategy they were planning, Jesse, I don't think it is possible for any team from this point to need to pit. Of course, teams that are slightly off strategy now because maybe they had to pit at a weird point in time do still have a pit stop to complete. But assuming every single team has done their strategy to perfection, Jesse, that is now all pit stops out of the way. We've got a race replay coming in here. This is Marco Bischoff in the 977 Kramer Esports car. What happened with them? It looks like contact with car ahead. I can't see that. Is that the number? I didn't manage to catch what number that was ahead of them. It's the number 69, driven by Karpinen at the moment. The Aston Martin just ahead, but yeah, slight bit of contact there.
That was odd. I mean, it's not a straight, but for all intents and purposes, Tim, it's a straight. What happened there? It just looks like they ran into each other. Let's see.
I think it's just a bit of lag, Jesse, to be honest with you.
That is definitely netcode related. That is an odd incident. I thought there was no way the 977 wouldn't take a run on a car, especially on that turn. You can very easily make a pass on the subsequent couple of turns. So there's no reason to run to the back of somebody, and it was a bizarre incident because it was one. Absolutely unintended and nothing they could do there by my man.
Another car peeling into the pits there, so clearly some cars still do need to come in. Nearly on pace, the 899 car here, looking to try and navigate their way through the field. There's currently 3-4 cars surrounding them right now. They've cleared the number 42, which is for position, and that puts them up into P38. But you can see a track like Imola, Jesse, and definitely in endurance racing as a whole, it's very easy for cars to get bunched up into these groups, not necessarily all fighting for position as well. So in the late stages of the race, you don't just have to be aware of who you're fighting directly here as the Kramer Racing Esports driver goes for a little look down the inside there, decides against it as the number 69 covers that well. But yeah, Jesse, you're not just worrying about the cars that you're directly fighting around you, you've also got to worry about traffic that's trying to navigate through you, whether they're a lap up on you or you're a lap up on them. You have to work together with all of these teams on track to make sure nothing untoward happens in the final 31 minutes here. So a lot to deal with for a lot of these drivers. And as you said, it's a stressful moment. Stakes are high. Maybe they get a little bit tired. It's a lot to weigh on your mind after 6 hours of racing.
Nobody wants to be the driver that ruins the entire race for the team, because let me tell you something, you spin early into a race and you rebound from that, you get a good finish, all's forgiven and all's forgotten. You come into the final 30 minutes of an action-packed, heated race against the best in ACC sim racing like this is, and you have an incident inside the final 30 minutes, it's all you think about until your next race. It is all that encapsulates your mind. Replay it a million times. Talk about it with the team. It is like a living nightmare. You don't want to do that. You got to have calculated moves, but that being said, you can't just lay back either and let it happen, Tim. You got to be on it here. If there's positions on the table, means there's points on the table, it means you got to go for it.
Absolutely. And I was saying earlier, it's one of those things where you're coming into that final hour, realistically, mentally, you're probably thinking to yourself that okay, I just need to try and keep cool here. Let's just take it easy, bring home the points that we've got already. Realistically, though, you're probably thinking, there's a car just ahead of me, I can catch up with them, I'm going for the move. So whilst you probably want to be the person that says you're just going to take it easy for the final hour and secure the points, every race, I'm sure, has that mindset of, let's climb that little bit further, let's get those last minute moves done. You're always going to be looking to get extra points, and that's what's happening here. Watching from the rear of the Growfax engineering car, the number 69 at Marco Bischoff behind the number 977, fighting right now for P27. But like you said,
Oh
Jesse,
my goodness.
only a couple of points in it, but those couple of points matters. Both cars there absolutely clattering the curb.
Yeah, this is what I was reacting to. Just, it didn't look as dramatic as it actually was. I can tell you from experience, that is not fun driving that Porsche over those curbs like.
Absolutely. It's one of the things that the Porsche struggle with today as well, is those curbs, notoriously known going through that tight chicane there to really unsettle the car. That is the Armamentario car pulling up into P13 now. They just overtook the number 60 behind them. But yeah, Jesse, the Porsche, the Ferrari, both cars that absolutely hate curbs. And they're unfortunately having to deal with Imola, the two very notoriously high ones going through the chicane there. Unsettles the car very easily, and that's why the Aston Martin just looked so much more powerful coming through the final sector of the track.
There's a couple of cars you could probably argue that with. I know back in the day, the Mercedes, I think it was even the Evo as well, when it first came out, it could absolutely eat curbs. It did not matter at all. You could run the car on the curb just as well as you could actual asphalt. It was an absolutely insane thing to see, knowing so many other cars don't particularly like curbs. Ferrari, some places like curbs are a bit of a problem. The Porsche just gets pushed around by curbs on some of the racetracks. But the reason I reacted the way I did was they straight lined the chicane, they nailed it, and it didn't upset the car at all, though it was airborne. Look at this move. Angelina Stroza looking down to the inside, contact down into turn 18, and that is going to spin around. Naumann in the 72. And Astroza gets the position for now, but with contact.
And that's unfortunate as well, because that's contact, and they can't exactly give that position back easily, because of course they'd have to wait for the number 72 to recover there. So looking like that could be a late penalty for the Veloce Esports car. Not what they want to have put on them right now, especially after a hard race too. But we'll see how that one turns out. George Boothby in the other Veloce Esports car, though, currently in P8. It's where they came out of the pits, just behind the Jean Alesi team number 27, who we had in the interview earlier. Garcia behind the wheel of that car right now. Can George Boothby make an overtake on them? They've got 27 minutes left in this race. Jesse Lee, the 992 car, 2 weeks ago at Kailami, fell to the back of the pack, climbed all the way back up to the top of the field towards the end of the race, had a really good result on the podium. Again, didn't quite fall to the back of the pack this time round, but did fall down the order, did find himself a lot lower than they wanted to be after lap 1. Now George Boothby in that Veloce Esports car, trying to climb back up into P8, looking at P7. Again, another great recovery drive from that team.
Great recovery drive. Well, that's what they do. George Boothby, the man, the driver that is known for going into public lobbies, for doing league races sometimes by starting in the back and seeing if in 30 to an hour they can drive up to the front of the grid. Most of the time, George Boothby can do that with his absolutely freakish pace that he has. And it's just so fun to be able to do that, to have that amount of skill, go into a lobby and start some 30 seconds from the pit lane, 30 seconds behind the field, and in 30 minutes or so, be the race. That's how he trains and has fun some of the time. And it's just interesting to watch him do stuff like that. Today, though, probably wouldn't have wanted to have to do that in this field.
Absolutely not, of course. All the drivers around him are the top of the game right now. George Boothby has managed to help his team recover up to P8 alongside Malinowski, who also had some great overtakes out on track. But like you said, it's not the sort of field that makes it easy to climb back up through. Of course, all of these drivers at the top of their game right now will be looking to hold off the Veloce Esports. car coming down though towards the first turn. It looks like George Boothby too far back there to really make anything happen. Here's the other Veloce car, Angel in Astroja, looking towards the inside at the top of the hill there. Just able to get that inside line, pushes their way through the number 60. That will put the Veloce Esports car up into P14. Angel and Astroja making some late moves in this race, but climbing up the field, every single point is going to make a difference in the championship here, and that's just what they're trying to solve now, is Angel and Astroja bringing back as many points as possible.
Keep in mind the way this championship works. It's a 5-round championship. There's no drop round. For those of you that watch RCI on a regular basis, you'll know that our weekly championships have a thing called a drop round, meaning your worst finish of a 5, 6, 7, 8, however many race season it is, your worst finish, your worst single finish, points finish, doesn't count. It gets omitted from the results. Only your best finishes count, and that keeps the championships nice and close. That's not on offer here. Everything you earn, you are going to earn on merit in this series. No drop round, no special anything. It's all about where the final results lie. And again, it's going to be close. With this amount of teams, this close, it's just going to be a few points when we go into that final round. I guarantee most of the spots inside the top 10 are going to be hotly contested in that last 6-hour race.
Absolutely, and it also makes it very scary though for all of those teams, in that with our drop rounds that you mentioned, Jesse, in the weekly championships, if you have an off race, you get into an instant penalty to the back and you don't score points in a race where you usually would, that's your drop round done there and then. You don't have to worry about it. Now though, if you get into an accident, you find yourself at the back of the field unable to recover as well, and you just can't seem to find all the points back, you end up not scoring any. That's scary, because that's a whole round now down the drain for you. It gives all of your competitors a chance to get a massive edge of points on you as well. So for the Veloce cars, which have struggled in both the races so far, we talk about how great it was that they did these recovery drives. They had to do those great recovery drives. They didn't have a choice. Because otherwise, that's them basically out for the count at the top of the championship. So the fact that with that added fear of, okay, if you don't do this recovery drive, that's it, you've now lost a whole bunch of points, it is that much more impressive that they're just able to keep that calm level head. But yeah, like we were saying, Jesse, you don't have a choice. You just have to get on with it and climb back through the field.
It's a stressful way to live your life, having to climb through the pro field, the esports pro field, mind you, of the best every single week. And it's probably not how you prefer to live your life, though I'm not going to put words in George Boothby's mouth. Maybe he enjoys this. Marco Bischoff for Kramer Racing Esports trying to make up a spot here in 7th. I talked about how a normal series, a weekly series, has a drop round, how it keeps it close, and they said something counterintuitive maybe to some of your ears. How is it possible that this is going to be closer without having that? Well, this is kind of the point I'm making. Kramer Racing, who finished 4th in round number 1, well, they are outside the top 20 here. They're going to get minimum points today. There's several teams like that, and there's also some teams up inside the top 10 and even on the podium that didn't feature at all. West Competition Racing finished 25th in race number 1, and we cannot forget about the 888. They were absolutely nowhere in round number 1. They're looking like they could finish in P2 today. That's going to jumble up the standings for everybody, and a result in a lot of ties coming round 3.
I mean, the only difference with this, though, is that the number 55, the Williams Esports race car, they won race 1. They're currently in the lead with quite a significant margin, Jesse. I believe it's about 38 seconds in race 2 here. Looking like they're going to take home both the wins in the first 2 rounds of the championship. So they're off to a great start. I mean, that is the dream, right? Win both the first races, it sets you up really well. But like we were saying, the problem is they don't get a drop round. So if at any point in the next 3-4 races, their car ends up falling to the back of the field, that's it. They've used up the entire lead that they've got themselves in the first 2 rounds. And that's why, again, I have to agree with you. In this case, it makes the racing a lot tighter, a lot more interesting, because although they are going to have that huge points lead going into round 3, it could all disappear in a second. And with a team filled with esports drivers that are all at the top of their level, you can't guarantee that you're just going to be out the front every week.
You can't. You have one bad race if you're the 55 Williams Esport Razor team, and all of a sudden you find yourself in the middle of the championship. And one DNF in this series, I think, is championship ruining. I don't think, without a drop round, I don't think that you can claw your way back in. I don't care how good you are. I don't care how much you win. I genuinely don't think it would be enough. So it's all well and good for Williams Esports Razor winning the way they are. It's been a dominant affair, it has to be said. Just a clinical, surgical drive for the second race in a row. But they know as good as anybody, it only takes one to go wrong, then everybody else is right back on top of them.
Absolutely, but you said it there. They know as well as anybody that that is the case. So they will be very tuned to that in the coming races, making sure to always bring home the best results possible. And you can't deny that winning both the races at the start of the season, it's the exact way that you want the season to go. I mean, it's the perfect situation. So number 55, the Williams Esports Razor team there, going to be very happy with how this has all unfolded so far. Of course, though, like you said, could all turn south very quickly should they have a DNF in a future race. So they do have to be aware of that. We're currently watching, though, from the rear view of the Jean Alessi Esports team. This is the number 27 car, one of the ones driving the Lamborghini. We heard from the one of the drivers of this car earlier, and of course the team leader as well for all of the Jean Alessi Esports teams. And they were saying that the Lambo today definitely had a much better time of it than the Ferrari, which is down in 18th. It's the number 29 Ferrari is the other Jean Alessi Esports team. And then, of course, the number 28 Lambo in 9th is a Jean Alessi Esports team as well. But they said they've had a good race with the Lambos so far. Of course, 27 didn't participate in round 1 either, Jesse. So they automatically scored 0 points for that. And that's almost the same as having an accident that sees you DNF a race. They've now got to spend the entire championship playing catch up. That being said, to come into your first race 2 weeks late and finish P7, potentially P8, depending on how George Boothby deals with it here, but also they could gain places as well. It's a good thing. To finish in the top 10 in your first race, it basically says, okay, I wasn't here 2 weeks ago, but now I'm here and you should be worried about what I can do.
Absolutely. Nobody's going to overlook any of the Jean Alessi Esports teams. They're certainly not going to overlook this one, the 27, Alberto Garcia and the like driving on that team. David Tenizo, we had an interview with them earlier. They're a formidable team. They're battle-hardened esports regulars. They know how to get it done. And though their championship, they're probably not looking too much at the points. They're just looking for finishes here, quality results, so to speak. And beyond that, I mean, I think they're going to accomplish that today, looking like a top 10 job. But George Boothby and the 992 Ferrari are beating down the back door here late into the race. Final 18 minutes, 17 and a half coming up now. And the Veloce driver looming large in the rearview camera of that Jean Alessi Lamborghini.
I do apologise. The Jean Alessi Lamborghini, the number 27, was actually in the last round. It was the driver, Teniza, that didn't drive in the last round as well, so they made their debut today.
You got me with that, track. Tim. You got me with that.
Well, you got me with it earlier. It's you who fed me that information. But
no. Listen, English isn't my first language.
You're American.
Yeah, I know. I speak American. Moving on, George Boothby for Veloce trying to make that move happen in the final 17 minutes of the race. And what a day it's been for them. An uphill battle all the way. And you could have said that, and we did say that, about round number 1 at Kyalami as well. And what can you say about McCormack and group leading this thing? They have the fastest lap of the race. They've led pretty much the entire way. They've been unrivaled for the second week in a row. It looks like the sky's the limit. And you know what, Tim? Talking to a lot of the teams, this is not unheard of for them. They sort of expected that 55 Audi to be the class of the field.
Yeah, I know, talking to some of the teams 2 weeks ago at Kyalami, they said that they weren't surprised that the number 55, the Williams Esports Razor team, was going to be out at the front. And that a lot of the teams also said that going through this championship, the main threat that they saw was, of course, the Williams Esports team. That they were the ones to beat, and that they've certainly made it seem that way as well. George Boothby for Veloce Esports still looking for a way through the Jean Alessi team, but they were one of the people that spoke up 2 weeks ago, Jesse, saying that Williams Esports Razor team, they are the biggest threat on the field right now. Of course, not only are they likely to win this race, they won last week as well, but they also would have picked up the fastest lap in qualifying. They were on that pole position, which means they were entitled to winning the Go Setups Pole Position Award, which is worth €100 as well. So that will go into their final prize pool. I believe they got it, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe they also got that 2 weeks ago as well at Kailami. So picking up a lot of prize money already early on in the season just for the pole position. That Williams Esports Razor team, I mean, when you're dominant in qualifying, Jesse, you're dominant in the races as well. That's pretty scary. And going forward, they're going to have that as like their team appearance. Every time a car sees them approaching them, it's going to be like, oh gosh, that's the Williams Esports Razor team. They're fast. We need to fear them. And just having that extra bit of like mental fear, being able to get inside other teams' heads like that, that is just going to help them hold on to this lead in the championship.
Sure is. A couple other things I want to highlight. The SMP 878 team, they had that pretty nice finish after what was a they were in the battle all day long at Kailami inside the top 10 virtually, and they got that really nice finish. And I was wondering if the 878 were going to be able to replicate that here in week 2. They have, of course, the 888 who had the unfortunate fate. I believe they had a disconnection or some major malfunction. That's also an SMP car. Well, how have they responded to a terrible race 1? Well, they've just come up and put the car in P2. Did not really do too much better than that. What a response from the 888.
Absolutely, 888 doing phenomenally well today. Been battling it out with that number 1 car throughout the race. Basically down to tyre strategies between them, of course. One team has been doing the double stint, and then the next team takes the double stint on the next stint, and then there's another double stint after that. And now George Boothby going for the move on Garcia in the John Alessi sports car. Contact between the two of them, though. Is that the John Alessi car, I think, that went off the track there? I believe it was, and George Boothby will be ahead for now, but not the clean overtake they were looking for there. Rather unfortunate situation, of course. They're now going to be at the steward's eyes going forward into the final 14 minutes of this race. But yeah, going back to the fight at the front, Jesse, AAA and the number 1 car, completely different strategies throughout the race. One car always had an advantage of fresh tyres, whereas the other one was struggling on the old tyres. And they've just been swapping places back and forth. But now it looks like the AAA, the SMP Racing Esports team, they've got the better edge of the stick. And looking at it, there's only a 1.3 second gap between them, but they will be the ones defending going into the final part of this race.
That's another good point you bring up too, though, is there's more than one race strategy that can work. Well, there'll always be an ultimate strategy that is the best, but there's several different ways to get to the checkered flag of a race. As you see a pass done here, putting the 696 through, are on a different lap, of course, up in P4. That's Statsenko behind the wheel. Was Angel Nostroza not wanting to be involved in an incident here. Now, what Nostroza is going to want, they're going to want Statsenko to go up there and get Nazarov and maybe claw them back and maybe keep them held up just a little bit longer so they can get a look in. But what I was going to say was, talk about the 888 and the one of West Competition Racing. Didn't have a particularly great round number 1 either, but they have responded today. The 888 and the 1 having 2 very different strategies here. They've both worked. The 888s has just worked a little bit better, and I use that very literally, a little bit better.
1.4 seconds a bit better, to be exact, as it is right this very minute. Of course, neither team is going to give up until the end here. It would not surprise me, Jesse, if in 10 minutes time when the final lap rolls around, these two are neck and neck with each other again. Right now though, Angel Nostroza second off Nazarov ahead in the 1-2-1 Audi. What can the Vloche driver do here? Well, they're in a Porsche, so again, they've mentioned already they've struggled a lot. Whether they can catch up to the Audi is one thing. Whether they can then get the overtake off is another. That being said, Angel Nostroza, a driver which, if you see in your mirror, there's already fear in you. That is one driver, Jesse, who you can be sure is going to put up one massive fight right to the end.
Got to load up for one here. If there's positions on the table, got to take it. You also have to be wary of the dreaded post-race stewarding. Of course, the teams, as I understand it, they have 30 minutes to report incidents after the race is over, especially if it happens inside the final 10 minutes or so. So that is always a possibility. You don't want to run afoul of that. On top of that, you cannot leave positions and points on the table here late. See something, the opportunity, you're going to have to take it. That does mean that you've got to be very careful indeed. Several of these positions guaranteed to change hands here in the final 10.
Absolutely, you can see a lot of the drivers on the field right now sizing up the cars that are just ahead of them. A lot of gaps only within the second of each other up and down the field. One in particular that we're looking at right now is the Wild Things Racing team, just 3/10 off the 911 Aston Martin ahead. You can see as well, though, at the back there, another car. It's the 164 looking to try and find their way through. They are, of course, in P40, but still finding themselves at the back of a fight is not where they want to be. Angel and Stroza in the Veloce car, just 10th, they are 2/10 basically off the 121 ahead. And yeah, Jesse, even with less than 10 minutes to go in the race, there are so many cars still battling out this close on track.
Couple things before we get into the meat of the final few minutes, the final laps of the race. First of all, I just want to say thank you to everyone watching today. It's been a enthralling 6 hours, and it's been better having you all with us in chat. We appreciate everyone liking and subscribing over on YouTube and following over on Twitch. We've got a bunch of new followers on Twitch, so thank you for that. We've gained 30 plus new subs on YouTube today. We're over the 4,300 subscriber mark on YouTube. Folks, that's absolutely mega. And as the guy who runs the broadcast department here at RCI, I personally thank you on behalf of everyone that works inside this department. Seeing people engaging with us, seeing people as the 911 of Anafriev goes off the racetrack there, will likely lose a spot and has done, gives way at the very least. And as I was saying, your engagement with us, your willingness to stick around, your kind comments, and of course your clicks mean absolutely everything to us. It wasn't just 6 to 8 months ago. We were at 4,100 subs on YouTube and sort of stagnating a little bit, and all of a sudden already over 4,300 and well on our way to 4,400. Tim, great time to be alive.
Absolutely, and for those of you that speak English as a first language in the audience there, what he's trying to say is thank you, of course. I do apologise for Jesse being American and apparently not having English as a first language. No, I've not
I
let
get
that
it. You're
go,
making
Jesse.
fun of me. All right. Okay, I'm with you. I was going to say, didn't I say that? But I got you.
No, well, apparently it's not the same language. But anyway, going back to the race at hand, Engine shows you still chasing down the 121 car ahead here. Hang on a second. Oh no, that was the car they were facing before. The Armamentario car, the Audi, driven by Nazarov right now at P13, holding off Engine shows. This fight, Jesse, has been going on for, I'd say, at least the last 10 minutes. I feel like it's been going on a lot longer than that, though. It feels like it's been basically the whole last part of this race. But either way, two drivers here, Nazarov versus Inestroza. Very equally matched. You can't really fault either of them. Engine Inestroza, they've been looking for those overtakes. They've been sizing up the car ahead, trying to find a weakness, but Nazarov just not showing any weakness at all. There's not been a single window open for the Veloce Esports driver here. So both teams here, as we go into the final 6 minutes, on the top of their game. Neither one wants to be the one in P14. Both want to be finishing in that 13th place.
Certainly do. Nazarov trying their best. They're not really defending. They don't really have to, because the Porsche is not a particular threat off of the corner. But of course, if that Porsche is able to get a little bit closer, it is going to be very tenuous coming down into the braking zone. The Porsche should be able to outbrake the Audi, if just by a little bit. But off of every corner, the Nazarov 121 car does leave. Inestroza, a very, very correct and smart chatter in YouTube has just reminded us of the history between Inestroza and Martin Brady, both, of course, GT Academy drivers at one point, and now racing each other in ACC. They just can't get rid of each other. And bragging rights, as the chatter says, on the line here today, looking like it's going to definitely go the way of Angel and Astroza.
Absolutely, and Stroza's had one of those just good all-round races. I was going to say amazing races, and I'm thinking back to when the 912 car said that they were struggling a lot. So it's not an amazing race for them, but I'd say for a car that has struggled throughout this race, all the drivers have been very vocal that the Porsche is not the pick for today. They've done a good job at minimizing that damage. It could have been a very bad result for that car, but able to be still fighting in that top 15 slots, Jesse. That's a good amount of points for the 912 to take home. Another Porsche on the field, the Kramer Racing Esports team, currently behind the wheels, Marco Bischoff, in that P28, looking still to try and get up into P27, has been chasing the number 69 Aston Martin for a while now. Earlier on, Jesse, we saw alongside Carpenter looking to try and get the overtake done. Couldn't quite make it hold around the outside. Again, the problem with the Porsches, but on this track, very easy coming out of the final corners to make the overtake happen there. The problem with the Porsche is you can't do that, and you also can't rely on that as well, because you come out onto the straight, maybe you got ahead on the final corner, instantly you're very vulnerable to the car behind, just because the Porsche can't get up to that top speed that a lot of the other cars get up at. So slow along that start-finish straight, you basically lose the position straight away. So for both the Porsche drivers now that find themselves behind their opponent directly, they have to find the perfect place to overtake, which probably is not going to be the final set of corners, because like I said, it just leaves them too vulnerable to being taken back instantly.
Second and third place getting a little bit closer now, 1.5 seconds thereabout. They were 1.4, 1.5. They're in amongst them right now. If anything happens with that battle, we'll show you what the outcome of that's going to look like. I don't know if they're going to have time to get there. Meanwhile, all these fights going on in the pack still. There is Marco Bischoff trying to get by Karppinen for 27th spot. That's a few more points that could be huge for teams in the middle of this pack fighting for points.
Your team of the race so far. You'll get another opportunity after the race is over to use the link that will paste in the chat, and also the QR code which will pop up on the screen to vote for the team that you think has been the team of the race, and the winning team will receive €100 prize money. Of course, last time round, Jesse, 2 weeks ago, that money went to the 992 car, currently driven by George Boothby, the Vloche sports car. It was George Boothby and Malinowski in the car 2 weeks ago. They received prize money for what can only be described as a perfect comeback story, starting high up, falling down to the very bottom of the field, and then finishing up on that podium, and that earned them the team of the race. So a brilliant drive from them. Going into this week, though, I know I said this 2 weeks ago, but it's the same situation. It could go so many ways. I mean, so many drivers today, so many teams have done absolutely phenomenal things across the field. They do make it hard to pick a favourite.
Yeah, it really does. And of course, I would prefer if chat voted for the team that they thought was most deserving of it. And certainly last week, I found it hard to disagree with the 992 selection. They drove through the field, got an excellent finishing position because of it, and were certainly one of the more exciting teams to watch. Look at this. How's this for exciting? Inside the final couple of laps, Inestrosa trying to hold their position and get by Nazarov. Nazarov defending, but not heavily here, just has a way to put that 121 Audi exactly where it needs to be on corner entry and through the middle of the corner, and that does everything to block Inestrosa off to keep them from making the run. Inestrosa is going to have to do something different. They're going to have to find a way to get a better run out of the corner to stay a little bit closer so they can use those better brakes down into a braking zone.
And they're running out of time to do it, Jesse. They only have a couple of laps left to make this move happen. So Inestrosa here in the 912 has to think, okay, that move did not pan out. What do I do now? You're running out of time. There's 50 seconds left in the race. Of course, the leader is just behind them and will cross the line with enough time to do one more lap, which means they'll get to do the extra lap as well. But I mean, this is a lot of pressure on Inestrosa to find something here. What do they do to get through Nazarov? They've tried all the moves in the places where you'd expect to see them, and they've just not panned out. The defense coming out of the 121 Armamentario car has just been outstanding in the final parts of this race. So no matter what Angel Shows has does, they've just not been able to find their way through here. But keeping it as close as possible, I mean, this is what they've got to do, right? They've just got to keep as close to the rear of that car as possible. And the second a tiny little window appears, they just have to go for it and not hesitate at all. Looking towards the outside now, actually coming up towards the top of the hill. It's not where this shows is going to want to be in terms of advantage. It's going to be an advantage here to the 1-2-1 car, but this shows are maybe looking towards a switchback as they get to the top of the hill now on the outside, heading down towards Aqua Minerale. Can the shows do anything from here? Again, braking slightly earlier, looking to see if they could get any sort of switchback on the Armamentario car ahead, but just not able to find a way through the defense here. Again, maybe looking to try and do something as they approach the double high curb thing. And hang on, what's happening here, Jesse? Someone's coming into the pits.
Danella Sherapinen in the 888 for SMP Racing. They've had to come down pit lane. Why? They've got to reset the driver stint timer. Coming into pit lane does that. Unfortunately, it means that they've had to come down on what will eventually be the white flag lap. I don't think they have to pull that driver out, but they do have to come down the pit lane to reset that timer. They don't have to stop. They've just got to roll down at pit road speed, which the 888 is doing. This, of course, is the final lap of the race. And here is McCormack for Williams Esports Team Razor. They're going to go back-to-back. They're going to win 2 in a row here at Imola. What a brilliant drive.
That is a second race within the championship for the Williams Esports Razor team. An absolutely phenomenal drive from them today. Here's the West Competition Racing driver driving the number 1 BMW. They will be securing that second place after the 888, which you now see on the screen for the SMP Racing Esports car, has to do a late drive-through to reset their driver's stint timer. Can Angel and Estroza, though, find their way up into P13? They've been fighting now for the last 20 minutes to find a way through the Armamentario car. Can they do anything? Again, looking towards the outside, coming up the hill, not able to find anything. Go down towards Aqua Minerale now, getting very close to the rear of the 121, but again, just not able to find a way through. Nazarov in the Armamentario car right now, just able to hold it together. They've only got to defend for a couple more corners, Jesse. What can they do in this situation? Going through the chicane, the Porsche again unsettled, but able to keep it as close as they can to the Audi ahead.
This is good.
Shows in the Veloce car. Can they do anything coming into the final 2 corners?
I think they're going to take a look here. This is about as close as they've ever been. Doesn't take a dive down into 18. Might they look to get a run off of 19 by going as wide as possible, then cutting it close? They do, but they just don't have the gap. They don't have the room. They just about had a look at Aqua Minerale, but that wasn't enough. Inestrosa is going to finish 14th, and Nazarov, his defense of his life, will net them 13th place. Thrilling scenes here at the end, just confirming Sherapinen did in fact have to reset his stint limit. He wasn't over his drive time limit, just the stint. You can only have 65 minutes. They would have, because of the extra lap that the Williams Razor team was able to do, they would have been in violation of that, Tim. So they had to trundle down pit lane to reset the stint limit, and that knocked the SMP off of the podium. The number 1 for West Competition gets promoted to P2. Statsenko and the 696 team is credited with the final step of the podium.
A phenomenal race, all round, especially in the final moments there. Big handout to the Williams Esports Razor team for getting their second race win now in the championship. And there is the rest of the standings, the final finishing positions for all of these cars. You can see a couple of the stories of the day able to find themselves in positions where they wanted to be. Valentin Barrier and the rest of the team at Yas Heat there. You can see P22 after starting at the back of the field in the pit lane. Of course, Kramer Racing Esports able to pull themselves into 28th there. Not able to secure 27th towards the end either, but still a points finish for many cars out in the field today. Jesse, what a change of pace it has been from 2 weeks ago. I mean, 2 weeks ago, we had a very we had the exact same team on the top, but then the top 10 after it. Completely different teams in both rounds now. So going forward from here, I mean, you can only expect that we get more and more shaken up finishing positions.
By the way, all credit to the 969 team. That's the Into the Breach team. That's Pavlovsky, that's Mateus, and that's Statsenko on that team. And they somehow, after finishing in 44th place 3 weeks ago, they get a podium here today as well. And a shocking into the race. A couple of things as we're trying to get some driver interviews and reactions post race today. Just want to mention a couple of late stewarding calls that happened before the checkered flag flew tonight. 5-second penalty for the 163, forcing the 51 off track. A warning for the 163, an additional warning for dangerous driving. NFA, no further action for an incident between the 27 and the 992. And a warning for 121 for very late defending move on car 121. That's all we have for the penalty situation. Of course, always pending post race penalties in this endurance series. Tim Peck, what a race we had here today that just came down to it to the wire for many of the positions. Late strategy down the pit lane, also a huge factor here. Your thoughts?
I mean, it's just been a phenomenal race. I tuned in halfway through, of course. That's when I came into the commentary booth. But even before that, it was absolutely great racing all around. A lot of ups and downs for a lot of the teams there. And what a photo finish for some of those drivers, being able to cross the line just a mere tenth of a second behind the driver ahead. You're going to watch some of the replays right now. Jean Alessi team, of course, the number 27 got a decent finish. The same with the number 29. It's all about the Lamborghini teams today, as the Ferrari just not quite up there. But Jesse, I'd say across the whole 6 hours, it's just been a phenomenal performance from several of the teams. One team that I think we can all be ready to talk to now they come into the booth for an interview here is the winners of the race, the Williams Esports Razor team. We're now joined in the booth by Tinko van der Velde and Dare McCormack. Guys, I mean, you won the race, so it's definitely gone well. But how would you say this race has gone for you? What would have been the ups and downs in your eyes?
I don't think there were any downs really. Everything action. I can't really think of anything. So setups was good. The pace was really good. Tara drove amazing. Pole position. Fastest lap. Yeah, I don't know. Everything went perfectly.
And yeah, you guys' second race win in a row in this championship. I mean, it's the perfect start to the championship, right? You've got a huge points lead. Um, Going into round 3, Indianapolis, are you expecting a similar result? Do you feel confident that you can be at the top yet again, even after 3 rounds?
Yeah, we always feel like we can win no matter what car. I mean, depends of course if your car is strong on the track and stuff like that. But we're going into 1.9, new update of ACC, so it's gonna be a new area for everyone. And yeah, I think if we have the car, we definitely will be up there again.
And Jesse, what about you? What sort of questions are you hoping to ask the winners of the race?
Yeah, I've just got one, and it's the obvious question. Do you guys ever get sick of winning these events?
No. I'll be honest, no. Yeah, this one went perfectly. It was a little bit of a late call up for me, because Charlie couldn't race this time, so just came in and started practicing with Tinko. Pretty good setup they had. So yeah, it was just kind of smooth sailing for the whole race. Yeah, congrats to Tinko, and unfortunate for the Bill Bloss car.
What's it like, guys? Tell me, walk me through this. What's it like knowing every race you're in, you're likely the team everyone thinks they have to beat? And to be fair, they're absolutely right. You're the team with, I would argue, the most success, the biggest target on your back, and that you go out there week after week and you dominate races, you run a clinical show. You're just so good. What's that like? 'Cause I'll never know personally.
Um, it's special, really. Sometimes it can be emotional because we put so much work into this over the last year and a half, especially myself, Tinko, and Igor, together as 3. We've come such a far way. So I'm I don't know what to say really. Like it's unreal, the progression that we've had over the last while, and especially in the 1.8 patch of this game. So yeah.
Well, thank you very much, guys. I have one more question actually before you leave, and that is that are there any teams right now that you see as a threat going forward in the championship? Who are you looking at each time you come into a round that might pose some sort of threat in a race?
That's definitely going to be Faloche with George Boothby and Maciej Malinowski. They've had now first round they were really unlucky with the start crash. Here again they got spun, and today their car was pretty bad, so they're still P7. So they're definitely one of the quickest teams, I think. And in 1.9 with new patch with the new Ferrari, they could be very, very strong.
Well, thank you very much, guys. And again, massive well done for today. You had a brilliant qualifying, you had a brilliant race, and of course, you've brought home the second P2 in the championship as well. So you are now officially the guys to beat in the championship. But a big well done to you guys. And thank you very much for your thoughts on the race win in the booth as well. Jesse Lee, I believe we've got another interview about to come in shortly. But before we do, I'd just like to take a quick moment to thank some of the sponsors from today. We have, of course, AK Esports, who sponsored the Team of the Race award. They are going to gift €100. The team that earns the Team of the Race. You can see the QR code now on the bottom right-hand side of the screen. There's also a link in the chat that you can click to, and you vote for your Team of the Race. The winner receives €100 towards their prize pool at the end. Go Setups, sponsoring the Pole Position Award. We just heard from the winners of that award as well. But for whichever team secures pole position, Go Setups will pay them €100 to do so. And of course, Fanatec, our final sponsor, help us to keep this championship running and have also helped us to get it all set up and stuff. Well, Jesse Lee, we have another team now entering the booth for an interview. I'm going to hand this one over to you. You take it away.
Well, Alaric's mad at me because I called them the 1 terabyte team earlier. Sorry, I have to explain myself. The screen was fuzzy, and I'm not making excuses. The screen was fuzzy, and I couldn't tell what team it was I was looking at the time. So I do apologize. But folks, let's talk about what's important here. Into the Breach, perhaps their first professional pro podium, 3rd place today. Talk me through your day.
Afternoon. First of all, I'm not mad. I accept the 1 terabyte because it ended off well. So we're in good moods right now.
I'll call you that every week now, I guess.
No, please no. No.
I will not. I will not do that.
We're fine with Into the. But yeah, good day overall. Boys did a great job. Didn't come into the race with a bunch of practice since we have some other stuff we're focusing on. But yeah, can't complain. They absolutely smashed it.
Tell us about the team. Where does Into the Breach come from? What is your team dynamic like? What sort of competitions are you entering, generally speaking? Just tell us about your team.
So it's a professional esports brand based in the UK. They've been competing in CSGO, Dota, at the top level, and they've recently decided to branch out into sim racing. And luckily, I got the team manager role and been building a team in the background for about a month. It kind of kicked off 0 to 100 very quickly. I think we got our team signed up within a week from getting everything together. So yeah, it's a very talented team. I don't think we can ask for better drivers. And yeah, we're just very excited for the year. Gonna do SRO, obviously. I don't think there's a team out there that would not want to do SRO right now. Looking to be a very stacked year with some good events coming up. And that's going to be our main focus. Yeah, just so far so good. Looking good for 2023.
Well, they're warming up and they're getting hot right at the right time, right before SRO starts. Mikhail, talk us through your day behind the wheel. How did you find racing out there today, and how in the world did you find the podium?
So, firstly, the start. Which position did we start from, actually? Like, do you remember? It was like
P6.
P6, right? Yeah. And Mateusz went for an overtake into the first corner, but team at Boladzeway touched a bit, so we lost a few positions at the very beginning, which was a bit frustrating. But in the end, we managed to be somewhat consistent over the race and just did a clean race. Like, it was a just a normal clean race with no incidents or disconnects. That's it.
Well, I gotta say, it was very impressive. You had the triple eight; they had to come in. Did that take you by surprise, or were you calculating that they couldn't make it on their driver's stint time?
It took all of us by surprise, to be honest. We were not really looking at the cars around. We were just trying to finish our own race on 3 warnings. Actually, it was quite tough through a whole stint, even like almost 2 stints on 3 warnings. Same for Dara. So we were mostly trying to just finish our own race. We were not looking at cars around.
Well, you've got a podium. We speculate this is the first esports pro podium that this team has ever had. Is that even correct?
Yeah, that's actually true.
Yep.
But I mean, it's the second race we did together, and in the first race we got absolutely destroyed. So yeah, in the first race we would have been unlucky, but here today it was clean.
Well, folks, I just want to say I think it's the first of many. This team is way too good to not continue to rack up wins and podiums and all of that. Very best of luck for SRO. Like I said, you started at the best possible time. You've got some victory as well. Anything else you want to say to the people at home?
I would just say keep an eye out for this team. I think we're coming for Williams, baby. We're coming for you guys.
Wow! Ladies and gentlemen, the gauntlet's been thrown down. Team manager of ITB has just said they're going to be challenging Williams. You can stake your bet on it, folks. Congratulations, Into the Breach, their very first professional podium here at the RCI 6 Hours. Congratulations.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, guys. Good.
Well, it was a day that started out with a lot of incredible side-by-side racing, and things really never calmed down. The cars raced very well. Some of them found themselves into a little bit of trouble. The rain stayed away, and the strategy took over, not decided until the very final lap of the race. Before we sign off tonight, we just want to thank all of the drivers and teams that take part in this series. Round number 3 coming at you in a little less than 1 month's time in the middle of April at Indianapolis Raceway, the road course, of course. It's our only trip to the North American continent this season. I suspect the racing product will be dramatically different, Tim.
Oh, like I said earlier, I don't think you can assume anything now going forward with this championship. We've had different teams in different positions across both the races, and like we just heard there, Into the Breach throwing down the gauntlet, saying they are coming for the Williams Esports Razor team. I don't doubt for a second that they are going to be not next week, so 2 weeks away, they're going to be one of the teams that you will be fearing, as well as Williams Esports as well. So yeah, I don't know what to expect, really. I would say, we could almost assume that Williams Esports Razor, they're going to be at the top again. But to be perfectly honest with you, I think there's a lot of teams out there. Williams themselves mentioned that the Veloce cars, particularly scary too. I think there's so many teams out there that have the potential to really show up and win a race and become scary on track. So yeah, who knows what we'll see in 2 weeks' time from now, Jesse. What I do know, though, is that it's going to be some brilliant racing.
Well, of course, RCI has you covered if you need your racing fix in between then and now. A lot of championships that are in the sign-up phase. The Monday Champ, the Maserati Cup. Keep in mind, that is the GT4 Maserati. No traction control, no ABS. It's a 5-race championship, I believe. Sign-ups are open now. I've already got a lot of people signed up for that series. You can join as well. It's going to be a lot of fun when that series starts. That'll be streamed live here on RCI TV on Mondays. The Friday Champ also in pre-qualifying phase as well. We'll be back in a week or so. We'll see you then on Friday as well. The 6-hour Esports Challenge will be back from North America in a few weeks in April. So you're going to want to like, subscribe, and follow over on Twitch. Once again, a big thank you to all of you at home that have watched the broadcast, commented, and of course, left a like, left a follow, and subscribed. We appreciate every single one of you. Big thank you to all of our staff here at RCI that make this race and every race possible. And finally, A big thank you to AK Esports for sponsoring the AK Esports Team of the Race. You still have time to follow the QR code on screen or the link in the chat and vote for your team of the race. The winning team, the one that has the most votes, will get one extra €100 added to their prize total. And I mean, if you're looking for somebody to vote for, why not Into the Breach, their very first professional podium? Well, that being said, a big thank you to Fanatec and Go Setups as well for their considerations for this series. Tim Peck, final thoughts.
Yeah, again, Jesse, it's just been a phenomenal race today. I think big compliments to both the Williams Esports Race team for winning their second race in the championship. Such a good start for them, but also Into the Breach. I mean, that is phenomenal for them to get their first professional podium. And just listening to them in their interview, they seem so fired up, ready to go as well. I don't doubt for a second that there's going to be many more podiums to follow as well. But across the field today, just some brilliant racing all round and a very exciting round 2 of the championship.
Williams Esports not sleeping on the competition despite 2 dominant races. That's always a good sign of a great race team. You never overlook those that could potentially challenge you. Will we see that in 3 weeks' time on April 16th? I suspect you might do. We'll see you then. And until next time, thank you for watching. Have a good night.